Welcome, villagers, to the village hidden in the stories. I'm your guide, All Kage, the creator and author behind all the what-if stories you see on this channel, powered by your amazing suggestions. Every story you hear is written, edited, and produced by me, so if you're ever wondering who's behind the magic, it's me. I hope you enjoy today's video. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon to stay updated, like the video, and don't forget to drop your what-if ideas in the comments. Today's story is the movie for What If Naruto Was in Adventure Time. And I really liked working on this FIC, yet another FIC I wished I continued. Naruto character as the Wild Storm was great. I liked the excitement he brought. The part of this FIC I liked best was the plans I had for it, but like I said I was unable to continue. It's good that I'm working on a new version of this story as we speak, as I'm already putting in changes. Now, without further ado, let's jump into this what if. The soft glow of morning filtered through the pastel curtains, painting the room in gentle shades of pink and gold. Princess Bubblegum lay still for a few moments, her eyes closed, the quiet hum of the Candy Kingdom stirring faintly beyond the walls of her chamber. Outside, the sugar-coated spires sparkled faintly beneath the dawn, but inside her mind, the day was already racing ahead. Her fingers twitched slightly, as if trying to grasp the threads of sleep slipping away. She kept her eyes closed a moment longer, savoring the fleeting quiet that always came just before the world demanded her attention. The room was tidy, almost sterile, decorated with soft candy hues and carefully arranged vials and devices. Reminders of a life built on precision and control. Her chest rose and fell slowly, the weight of countless responsibilities pressing gently against her ribs even in this moment of stillness. Another day to hold together, she thought, another day to pretend the kingdom can last forever. She sat up slowly, the tangled pink hair falling over one shoulder, her pink pale skin glowing softly in the morning light. Her figure was full and curvaceous, with broad shoulders and a strong frame that spoke of hidden power beneath the sweetness. Her generous curves, ample hips and a notably pronounced bust, gave her the presence of someone both regal and grounded, far from the fragile princess one might expect. Every movement carried a quiet strength, like the weight of responsibility made visible in her form. Peace was rare, and she knew it would not last long. Her eyes opened fully and fixed on the ceiling, tracing the delicate cracks and faded candy patterns etched there long ago. Memories flickered unbidden, of friends lost, of battles fought and won, and of promises that never stopped weighing on her mind. I've built this place from sugar and science, but the cracks are always there. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and rested her feet on the cool floor, gathering herself. The quiet was almost unbearable, a fragile pause before the chaos. Because she knew, without doubt, the moment the castle doors would open, her fleeting peace would shatter. The heavy doors of her chamber opened quietly before she could fully rise, and Peppermint Butler entered with his usual grace, gliding through the room like a shadow tethered to her every move. His peppermint swirl face remained unreadable, but his presence was a constant reassurance in the restless rhythm of her days. "Good morning, Princess," he said softly, holding a neatly rolled scroll in one hand and a clipboard bristling with notes in the other. His voice was calm, professional, an anchor amid the chaos she sensed even before the sun rose. "Today's schedule is as packed as ever. There's a diplomatic call scheduled with the Molasses Federation. A recalibration of the northern fence sensors to address yesterday's tremors, and a report from the field on the migration patterns of the sugarworms in Quadrant 8. Princess Bubblegum nodded slowly, her thoughts already racing ahead. She slid her feet into her slippers, the soft touch grounding her as she prepared to step fully into the day. "And the experiments?" she asked, voice steady but threaded with an undercurrent of concern. Peppermint Butler hesitated for a fraction of a second before lowering his tone. "Experiment 67B is unstable again, it's causing minor fires in the sublab. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to warrant immediate attention." Her lips pressed tightly together, the weight of her responsibilities settling heavily on her shoulders. "Of course," she murmured, as if the phrase itself could steel her against the endless parade of emergencies. Together, they moved through the pastel-hued halls of the castle, walls adorned with sprawling murals of candy forests, licorice rivers, and gumdrop mountains. The familiar colors and shapes that made up her kingdom's facade felt at once comforting and suffocating, a bittersweet reminder of the world she had shaped and the control she constantly fought to maintain. Soft footsteps echoed down the corridors, guards exchanged quiet greetings, and the hum of enchantments infused the air. The castle breathed with a life of its own. A complex organism built of sugar, science, and willpower. Her mind churned beneath the calm exterior. Every day was a careful calculation, a balance of variables too numerous to count. Each decision she made rippled through her kingdom in ways she both understood and feared. The fragile peace she had engineered teetered on the edge of chaos with every tick of the clock. As they neared the lab, a subtle pulse of unease prickled at the edges of her consciousness. She tried to ignore it, but the sensation persisted, like the faint echo of a storm gathering just beyond the horizon. Pushing open the heavy glass doors, she stepped into the lab, a fusion of alchemy and technology buzzing with relentless energy. Beakers bubbled with iridescent liquids, glowing runes floated above arcane instruments, and tiny mechanical creatures scuttled busily along countertops. The scent of ozone mixed with the faint tang of sugar filled the air. Peppermint Butler was already at the main console, fingers dancing over the controls with practiced efficiency. "Diagnostics are running on the containment fields," he reported without looking up. "So far, everything appears stable. But the readings have been erratic." Princess Bubblegum moved swiftly to a panel displaying fluctuating energy patterns. Her eyes narrowed as she adjusted a dial, watching the erratic spikes smooth into steadier lines. "Leyline fluctuations," she murmured, almost to herself. "Residual energy from the last disturbance, or something else." Her thoughts raced through the possibilities. She was intimately familiar with the delicate web of scientific forces that kept her kingdom alive. She knew how a small ripple could cascade into a flood. As she continued her work, her gaze kept flickering to the corner of the room, where a small monitor blinked with unexplained readings, pulses of energy that defied her calculations. The nagging feeling at the back of her mind grew stronger, an invisible thread pulling at her focus. Peppermint Butler's voice broke through her concentration. "You don't believe this is nothing, do you?" She shook her head slowly, a steely resolve settling into her expression. "No," she said quietly, "but whatever it is, I'll face it, I always do." For a brief moment, she allowed herself to breathe, the burden of the kingdom heavy but manageable. Yet beneath the surface, a question lingered: how long could she keep the world balanced on such fragile foundations before everything came crashing down? Princess Bubblegum stepped back from the console and stretched her shoulders, feeling the tight knot of tension loosen just a little. She glanced over at Peppermint Butler, who was quietly observing her with those inscrutable eyes. "You know," she said, "these little breaks, they're necessary. Otherwise, I'd forget what normal feels like." Peppermint Butler's swirl face twitched in what might have been a smile. "It's the briefest chance to breathe in the eye of the storm." She nodded. "Exactly, I'm glad I have you to share them with, you always seem to know when I need the pause." He tipped his head slightly, acknowledging the rare compliment without fuss. She looked out a nearby window, watching the soft candy hues of the kingdom bathed in morning light. For a few seconds, the world felt still and safe, the hum of the lab, the quiet bustle of the castle, it all seemed like a fragile gift she wasn't ready to lose. But then, her thoughts darkened, something niggled at the edges. A sensation like a shadow slipping through the cracks, too quiet, too perfect, something's coming. Her eyes snapped back to Peppermint Butler. "Send someone to check the southern tunnels," she said sharply. "There's been an unusual energy spike." Before he could reply, a low, violent boom echoed from the outer edge of the Candy Kingdom, shaking the castle walls and rattling the windows. The ground trembled beneath their feet as distant debris sounded off. Peppermint Butler's voice was steady but urgent. "Princess, that came from the Western Parklands, I'm dispatching a scout team immediately." Bubblegum's gaze hardened. "Okay, just make sure they don't freak anyone out, we can't have another outbreak." The princess was already on high alert, hoping it wasn't one of those dangers, rare, but disruptive enough to throw her kingdom into disarray. Not always deadly, no, but costly, unpredictable. And usually her responsibility to fix. What she didn't know, however, was that this tremor wasn't one of the usual anomalies. It was the start of something entirely different, something ancient, something chaotic, something that would shift the tide of OOO forever. Far across the Candy Kingdom, in one of its many sugary parks, the ground suddenly erupted. The earth split with a deep, echoing boom, sending a geyser of power bursting upward. A single explosion ripped through the sweet soil, swing sets were launched into the sky like twigs. Slides twisted midair before crashing back down, and the nearby monkey bars collapsed like they were made of melted licorice. When the chaos settled, it left behind a gaping crater, jagged, uneven, and deep. The sugary terrain had been torn open to reveal dirt of a strange, chocolate brown. It shimmered oddly, unnaturally. The pit sat quiet for a moment, then the dirt began to shift. It slithered and crumbled, as if something below was moving. Then came another burst. Dirt exploded outward again as an unseen force pushed its way to the surface. Something was rising. Slowly, steadily, a figure began to emerge. First his hand, then his arm, then, head first like a corpse clawing out of a grave, a blond man rose from the crater. Blinking into the sunlight. He moved like someone caught between sleep and instinct, not entirely dead, but not exactly alive, either. And in truth, for a man like him, the difference hardly mattered anymore. As he pushed himself free from the earth, he paused, and tasted the dirt. Sweet, he blinked again, chewing. Huh. He stood. Now fully revealed, he was tall, about 5 feet 11 inches, just shy, as he often told himself, of basketball height. He wore a long orange jacket that dipped into a cloak behind him, unzipped to show a blank white shirt beneath. His hood was black, like the accents running down his sleeves and shoulders. Loose black pants and orange shinobi sandals gave him an almost ancient, wandering warrior air. His hair was wild, long, spiky, and golden, trailing all the way down to his lower back, hiding the red whirlpool symbol printed on his cloak. His face was youthful in structure, heart-shaped, but something was off. His eyes glowed red, slitted like a fox's, 3 whisker marks carved each cheek, and his expression, more than anything else, carried a weariness that didn't belong to this world. This was Naruto Uzumaki. The immortal sage, tamer of the tailed beasts, destroyer of chakra, the black flame of the shinobi, and depending on who you asked, maybe a walking apocalyptic event. He had been asleep for a very, very long time. No one could say what stirred him. Not yet, but now that he was awake, he wasn't sure he liked what he saw. The world around him, colorful, twisted, sweet, was unlike anything he remembered. Too cheerful, too artificial, it didn't feel real. Then again, he'd lived long enough to know that sometimes, the strangest places were the most dangerous, and the quietest worlds hid the loudest truths. Naruto glanced around at the empty park, the destruction he'd unintentionally caused, and let out a soft sigh. Of course, he muttered. Nothing's ever simple anymore. Naruto stepped out of the crater, his boots crunching into the scorched edges of sweet-smelling dirt. Bits of caramelized debris slid off his cloak as he rose. Stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders with a low grunt, like someone waking from the best nap of their life, or maybe the longest. How long was I out, he muttered to himself, glancing skyward like the answer might be scribbled in the clouds. The light was, strange, not quite natural, not quite artificial. Felt like a century. Peace really does put you to sleep. That had been the idea, after all. Semi-peaceful nations, not any long-lasting wars, or wars that he had to involve himself in, no more chakra. It was all, just silence, the kind that settles after you've made yourself obsolete on purpose. He'd thought it was smart, no one left to fight, no one left to save. Just him and the earth, buried deep in a tomb of his own making. But something had yanked him back up, a jolt of energy, foreign, wild, and annoyingly persistent. It gnawed at the edges of his senses even now, humming under the surface like static behind his thoughts. Naruto squinted. Whatever it wasn't subtle. He glanced back at the crater behind him, then to the blasted park that had once held children's laughter. Swings and candy-coated playground equipment now lay in mangled heaps. Marshmallow benches cracked in half, gumdrop trees wept syrup. He blinked, then said flatly, "This place is weird." Taking a few steps forward, Naruto scratched the back of his head, surveying the landscape like a guy who had just been dropped into someone else's hallucination. Chocolate-paved streets, jellybean rooftops, buildings shaped like pastries. Did I wake up in Candyland or someone's fever dream? A wind blew past, sweet and sticky, his eyebrow twitched. "Okay, first order of business," he said aloud, starting to count on his fingers. "Figure out where I am. Second, check if cars are still a thing. Third, see if anyone's made a new console since the last one I beat. And fourth," he let his hand drop as his eyes narrowed, sharpening. "Figure out what the hell pulled me out." The last part stuck in his teeth like an itch. Something had called to him. Not chakra, not nature energy, something else. Something that didn't exist when he went under, a ripple in a still pond. He didn't like it. "Maybe there's someone to fight," he muttered, turning in place. He half hoped there wasn't. But he also knew better. Trouble didn't knock when you had chakra like his, it kicked the door off the hinges. His eyes scanned the skyline again. Somewhere in the distance, soft sirens began to echo, followed by the rush of feet. Naruto grinned faintly, shadows stretching beneath him as if responding to the spark of motion. "Well, I guess someone noticed." As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto felt it, movement. A ripple in the air, a soft stomping rhythm growing louder around him. He glanced up. The edge of the destroyed park was no longer empty. A circle had formed, a bright, banana-yellow wall boxing him in. Only, it wasn't a wall, or even a formation. It was a crowd. Dozens, no, maybe hundreds, of strange yellow-bodied figures surrounded the crater. They had wooden stick legs, goofy chocolate-dipped heads, and spears that gleamed blue at the tips. Every single one of them looked nearly identical, expressionless, wide-eyed, and holding their weapons like kids on their first day of camp. Well, all except one. That one had an excited grin before getting slapped upside the head by his neighbors. He quickly wiped the smile off his face and tried to look serious. Standing at stiff attention like the rest. Naruto blinked slowly. This place just keeps getting weirder. He turned to glance behind him. The whole park was surrounded now. Who even are these guys? Is this just what people look like now? Before he could get an answer, one of the banana men stepped forward. When it spoke, its voice was high and squeaky, like someone pinching a kazoo. "Unidentified monster, we are the Banana Guard." "You idiot," another one snapped, "you're not supposed to tell him that." "Oh, my bad." "Wait, what were we doing again?" "We're detaining this guy for the princess, remember, we're the guard." "No, I'm not, I was just made yesterday." Naruto's expression didn't change. But the corner of his eye twitched. What was he even supposed to do with that? Every answer led to 3 more questions. Are they clones? Who's building these guys? Why are they so dumb? And more importantly, did they say princess? Now that part caught his attention. If there was someone actually in charge, maybe he could get a straight answer. Then again, these guys clearly wanted to take him in, and Naruto wasn't exactly in the mood to be interrogated straight out of a nap. He sighed, running a hand down his face. Figures, not even 10 minutes up, and I'm already in trouble with the law. The Banana Guard was still arguing amongst themselves. One started to poke another in the side with his spear, which led to a slap fight that spilled into 3 others. Naruto finally raised his voice. "Can you all just shut up so we can talk?" That stopped them. For a moment. Then they all turned toward him with narrowed eyes. "That's not very nice," one of them shouted back, clearly offended. Naruto groaned, "I'm just saying, let's talk, I don't even know why you guys are after me." One of the guards stepped forward, nodding like he was proud of himself for remembering. "Well, the princess told us about a big boom. And since we needed a win today, we all decided if we found anyone in the blast zone, we'd take them in." "That's it?" "Yep." Naruto raised an eyebrow. utterly baffled. That's the dumbest arrest warrant I've ever heard. So, can I just talk to this princess instead? The banana guard exchanged glances. Then one of them gasped, he's resisting arrest. Wait, what? Get him. The moment those words exploded from one of the banana guards, Naruto's breath hitched, then sharpened. He didn't need to hear it twice. His body moved before thought could catch up, chakra-spiked instincts firing like flint on steel. He pivoted, then launched himself straight into the air with a single pulse of his legs, his foot landing with a squelchy thud atop one of the banana guard's chocolate-capped heads. The creature wobbled under his weight, wooden stick legs buckling. He's on me, the guard squealed in a voice that sounded like a kazoo in distress. But Naruto was already gone, springboarding off him like a step on a broken staircase, soaring to the next, then the next. Yellow head squished beneath his sandals as he skipped across the circle of bodies, turning the crowd into his personal trampoline course. Each impact left streaks of syrup and angry banana-shaped dents. He's bouncing on us. Is that allowed? Tactical disrespect. Naruto didn't respond, he was grinning. He hit the ground running, sandals slapping the hardened sugar pavement as he blitzed through the cracked remains of what had once been a park. The earth still steamed behind him, the crater yawning like a bomb had gone off, because it had. That was his wake-up call. Now this was his morning cardio. Behind him, the banana guard stumbled for a heartbeat, then rallied in a shrieking, squeaky war cry. Get the intruder. A tidal wave of yellow surged after him, all stubby arms and javelin-sized spears tipped with sparkling blue crystal. Their legs clicked like drumsticks against the ground, a full-on stampede of sugar soldiers that sounded like wooden xylophones gone mad. Naruto tore through the cobblestone streets, eyes darting left and right. The kingdom around him was, there was no other word for it, bizarre. Buildings shaped like frosted cakes towered over the streets, their icing windows glowing soft pink and mint green. Street lamps were molten candy canes. A billboard advertised Gumball Guardian's annual picnic. A bus rolled by which was surprisingly one of the only things that was normal, that and the one or two rare cars on the road, but the people. He passed a man made entirely of jelly beans arguing with a woman shaped like a gingerbread bunny. A taffy creature tipped his hat at him politely as Naruto zipped by, then turned and screamed as the banana guard thundered behind. A caramel-plated dog barked and gave chase too, just because. Is everyone here made of candy? Naruto muttered aloud. Ducking under a rainbow-striped clothesline that dripped with drying lollipops. He skid across a frosting-slick crosswalk, barely keeping his footing. Okay, this ain't a genjutsu, this is way too stupid for that. He dipped down an alley framed by walls of rock candy and swung around a vending machine that dispensed nothing but different-colored gumdrops. Somewhere above, an overhead sprinkle system kicked on, showering everything in syrup rain. What the hell kind of ecosystem is this, he thought. Every step was chaos. He clipped the edge of a fudge crate, sent it spinning into a candy corn merchant stand, which erupted in a loud explosion of confectionery confetti. My life savings, the vendor cried as jelly coins scattered. Sorry, Naruto called back without looking. Even as he weaved through the chaos, his sharp mind was piecing together what little information he had. This has to be artificial. Manufactured. Maybe a massive genjutsu city, maybe something worse. No way biology did this, not without help. Or, he considered grimly, maybe people really had evolved into walking desserts while he'd been asleep. He shook the thought from his head, no time to unpack that trauma. Another corner, he nearly slammed into a molasses-coated food cart, veering just in time to avoid crashing through what looked like a literal jelly wall. His breath was steady, pace relentless, the chase had a rhythm now. He ducked, flipped, vaulted, slid. His movement was fluid, too fluid for the guards to keep up. But the more distance he covered, the more of them there were. Every street corner he turned, a new squad of banana guards appeared. They popped out from behind gingerbread mailboxes, spilled out of ice cream trucks, even rappelled from cotton candy rooftops like some kind of fruity SWAT team. Naruto glanced back and counted, at least 30, maybe 40 now, and growing fast. What, are they grown in trees or something? He grunted. They were gaining on him again. He picked up the pace, heart hammering, but not from fear. Excitement shimmered behind his eyes. This felt good, familiar, even if the enemies were literal walking bananas with attitude problems. He's turning down Gumdrop Lane. I got eyes on him. Sector Fudge Ripple, mobilize, mobilize. Wait, which way is left again? Naruto nearly doubled over laughing mid-run. You guys are dumber than my clones. Still, he didn't slow. He had no idea where he was going, no map, no escape route, no vantage point. Just candy civilians yelling, banana guards shouting orders that made no sense, and a city that looked like a kid's fever dream. But if there was a princess giving these guys orders, then odds were good she was in a palace. He'd just have to run around blind until he found it. Come on, Naruto, he muttered under his breath, ducking under another spear. Wake up in a weird world, get chased by bananas, what else is new? He pivoted mid-sprint, flipped over a licorice fountain, and darted into a plaza shaped like a giant jelly bean. The chase was still on, but now, he was enjoying himself. Naruto vaulted over a low-hanging gumdrop garland and landed in a smooth skid along a marbled sugar plaza, his sandals sliding briefly before he kicked off again with effortless grace. His pace hadn't slowed, not really, but his focus had shifted. The chase had lost its edge. What had started as a thrilling sprint through candy-coated chaos had slowly begun to dull at the edges. Too many turns, too many streets that twisted back into themselves. He couldn't tell if this place had a layout or if the designers had just spilled syrup on a city blueprint and called it good. He didn't even know which direction he'd come from anymore. That was the thing about running blind. Eventually, you stopped escaping and started looping. And that's when it hit him, I'm not getting out of here like this. He ducked under another airborne spear and sprang onto a caramel bench, then into a forward flip that carried him clean over a group of approaching guards. Midair, he let himself breathe. He could feel it again, his instincts, tuning sharper by the second. His steps were lighter. More exact. He didn't even touch the food carts now, where once he barreled through, now he bent around them, slipping through tight spaces with just the right angle, clearing fences in strides that felt second nature. His body remembered everything. The world blurred around him, syrup-sweet wind racing past as he cut through a cotton candy archway and slid beneath a hanging string of jellybean lanterns. Even so. He exhaled. Yeah, he muttered to himself, this is starting to drag. It wasn't that he couldn't keep going, he could probably outrun these banana-headed guards for the rest of the day if he wanted to. But he wasn't learning anything new. No signs, no exits, no mountains on the horizon. Just more whimsical nonsense and pastel chaos. And the guards? They just kept popping up, like they were being respawned from thin air. He ducked down a winding candy cane alley, pausing behind a gumball dumpster. He crouched there for a heartbeat, just enough time to catch his breath, not because he needed to, but because he wanted to think. They must have a leader if one of them said about a princess. Maybe even a clear leader, or maybe the princess was the leader. A kingdom this weird has to have someone in charge, and if they're the ones giving orders, maybe they're smart enough to talk. He smirked. Or weird enough to be entertaining. He could already picture it, a throne made of licorice. Walls made of frosting, maybe a queen with marshmallow eyes and a taffy crown. Or hell, maybe this princess was just some manic little kid who never grew out of her sweet tooth, wouldn't surprise him. Still, if anyone knew what was going on, or how he got here, it was probably her. I'm not getting answers out here, he flexed his hands, cracked his neck once, so, guess I'll take the meeting. Footsteps closed in, more squeaky shouting. We've got him cornered, all units converge, surround the alley, and no, not like that. Naruto rolled his eyes and stood. All right, he muttered with a grin, raising both hands lazily behind his head, time to get arrested. He walked out from behind the dumpster like he was coming back from a smoke break. The banana guard didn't know what to do. They froze, their formation breaking into a cartoonish tangle of elbows and spears and squished toes. A few slipped on their own footing. One tripped, fell into another, and knocked 3 over like sticky dominoes. Naruto just stared at them, unimpressed. You done? The nearest one puffed up his chest. Why, you're surrounded, stay where you are. I am staying, Naruto said with a shrug. What, you want me to sit down too? They blinked. Hands where we can see them, another barked. They're on my head. Drop to your knees. Naruto raised an eyebrow, you sure about that one? He rolled his eyes and sighed, look. Just take me to your leader, alright, preferably the princess one of you spoke of earlier. The guards all looked at each other, confused. Then one, a bit taller than the rest with a slightly bruised peel, finally stepped forward and jabbed a spear at him awkwardly. You're under arrest for park destruction, and unauthorized city leaping. Naruto chuckled, yeah, lead the way banana boys. As they nervously formed a loose perimeter and began to march him through the plaza, Naruto took in the city with a different eye. Now that he wasn't sprinting, the layout, still ridiculous, felt more deliberate. There was an order to it. A hidden structure beneath all the sugar and sprinkles. He took mental notes with every step. The guards talked like idiots, but their routes were too fast, their response time too sharp. This place had organization. And the way they snapped to attention whenever the word princess came up. Yeah, Naruto thought, she's the one pulling strings, hope she's enough for me to figure out how much the world has changed. He grinned again as the palace walls rose in the distance, glistening like a castle-shaped birthday cake, time to figure out how the hell he got into a world made of dessert, or at least get a snack. The air in the throne room was sweet, but still. Too still. Princess Bubblegum sat at the far end, legs crossed at the ankle. Elbow resting on one arm of her plush licorice throne. A floating display scrolled lazily beside her, detailing a dozen experiments left half completed. Chemical structures, security reports, a few grainy stills of the latest Gumball Guardian misfire. But her eyes weren't on any of it. They were distant. Focused on nothing, the kind of stare she reserved for when her brain was chewing on too many questions at once. I wonder if Peppermint Butler has a report yet, I gotta figure out why a crater suddenly appeared in a random park. Boom, she thought again. The sound had rattled half the upper candy corn district. No ordinary explosion, not even from her own labs, had ever felt like that. There'd been a pulse to it, a thrum. A tap at the gum-glass doors snapped her from thought. Your Majesty, a banana guard bumbled in, tripping over his own wooden feet. He skidded to a stop, saluted backwards, and nearly poked himself in the eye with his spear. She closed her tablet, report. We found someone, in the Marshmallow Park, at the blast zone, he said, panting. He was all gore and whoosh and then he ran on our heads and didn't follow arrest protocols, none of them. You tried to arrest him, she asked, one brow raised with the cool precision of someone who already suspected the answer wouldn't satisfy. Yes, he resisted, then unresisted, the banana guard replied. Saluting stiffly, so we detained him. Bubblegum stood slowly, brushing powdered sugar from her gloves. Name? The guard's candy-coated face twitched. She stared. I'll take that as a no, she muttered. No, ma'am, he admitted, wilting slightly. With a quiet sigh, Bubblegum turned, voice clipped, show me. The descent into the lower dungeon brought a shift in the air, thicker, quieter, less sweet. Down here, the walls weren't bright peppermint or playful marzipan, but hard, resinous gumdrop brick, each one lacquered in a glaze that gave the illusion of wetness, like it had never fully dried. The dull red hue of security lights bled along the corridor like sluggish veins, pulsing against the crystalline bars of the cells. As she approached, the banana guard stationed at the door stiffened, shifting awkwardly like children who'd broken something valuable. They stepped aside without a word. And there he was. Seated comfortably against the back wall like it was a throne carved just for him. Legs stretched out in a lazy sprawl, elbows balanced on his knees, one hand loosely dangling. He looked completely at ease. Like a man who chose to be in a candy dungeon for the view. Princess Bubblegum's brows drew together, just slightly. He looked human. But something about that didn't sit right. The air around him, it wasn't magical. It wasn't mechanical. It was something else entirely, thicker, denser, like the gravity was different where he Saturday, not evil, but wild, untamed. Unpredictable. His eyes were closed, breathing slow and measured, as if meditating or sleeping. But even then, she could feel it, something curled beneath that stillness, something older than older than her. Looks a little like Finn, she murmured under her breath. The resemblance was there, blonde hair, lean figure, that same effortless, misplaced confidence boys his age always wore before the world cracked it out of them. But that's where the similarities ended. Where Finn was light, this one was shadow. Not in a sinister way, just worn. Weathered. Like he'd been in battles no one else survived, and walked away laughing. Even his hair, closer to burnished gold than blonde, was wild and tangled, like it hadn't felt a comb in years, not messy from carelessness, but from freedom. And the way he Saturday, that was what really did it. He wasn't afraid, wasn't angry, wasn't curious. He was bored. As if the Candy Kingdom was just another stop in a long, strange journey he hadn't asked to be on. Her fingers tightened around her clipboard. "Who are you?" she wondered, "and what are you doing in my kingdom?" She dismissed the banana guards with a wave. This was something she needed to handle personally. Not because she trusted the prisoner. Because she didn't. And technically, he wasn't guilty of anything yet, he'd been taken in because the guards had acted on their own, even if he was standing at the crater. They hadn't even expected for someone like the man to have been in there, but even so. Finding someone in a crater didn't make them dangerous. But it made them interesting. And that made them worth questioning. She stepped closer to the cell, arms folding behind her back, posture straight and formal, precisely controlled. She needed to get this right, to understand him before letting him walk free. "I wanted to speak with you personally," she began, voice smooth, diplomatic. "You were found at what we call Site Zero, where the explosion occurred." At that, the man opened his eyes, brilliant red, slitted faintly like a fox's, and tilted his head. A grin curled across his lips, wry and untamed. He shifted, standing with slow, casual grace and leaning one arm lazily through the bars like he'd done this 100 times before. "You're not what I expected," he said, eyes scanning her with amused interest. "You almost look human, except for the candy-colored skin." Bubblegum raised an eyebrow. "What exactly were you expecting?" He chuckled. "Dunno, maybe someone made out of licorice whips or gum taffy, a literal candy queen." His grin widened. "Not a woman who somehow makes this much pink look that good." She blinked, the bluntness caught her off guard. And she didn't like that. "I'm assuming you're the princess, right?" he added, voice teasing, like he already knew the answer but wanted to see how she'd say it. Bonnie hesitated for the first time. Most people in OOO recognized her, even those from far-flung kingdoms. But he wasn't just playing dumb. He looked at her like someone flipping through an unfamiliar book, page by page. Was it a trick, or was he being sincere? Either way, it didn't matter, not right now, she'd find his background later. "Anyway," she said, straightening, "I know you were wrongfully detained, my guards can be." "Airhead," he offered with a grin. She gave him a tight smile, not denying it. "However, you've caused substantial damage to my kingdom. Some of it was incited by the banana guards, yes, but the majority was your doing. So, in exchange for waiving any fees or charges, I'd like to ask you a few questions." He tilted his head, thoughtful for a beat. Then, slowly, he withdrew his arm from the bars like he'd decided something. That grin never left, if anything, it grew sharper. Smarter. More dangerous. "Sure," he said. "Ask away, but I get to ask you some too." His tone was light, but underneath it was something that made her pause, playful, but twisted in that same way all tricksters were. Wizards, especially, that hint of perversity, that hunger for games. Bubblegum's eyes narrowed, she'd seen this before, and it never ended well. Except, this wasn't magic, or if it was something deeper, something older. It felt like being pulled into a game she didn't know the rules to. And that worried her more than anything. Still, she gave a slight nod. Very well, but I'll go first, and I can't guarantee I'll answer everything you ask. His smile didn't falter. Sounds fair, he said. But Bubblegum had the unsettling feeling she'd already agreed to something much bigger than she realized. We'll start with something simple, she said evenly, her voice a careful balance of diplomacy and quiet authority. Like your name, so I don't have to keep referring to you as that guy. The man chuckled, an easy, rough sound that echoed off the candy-coated walls. Shouldn't you give yours first? Kinda rude asking someone for their name without offering yours, just manners, you know? Bubblegum blinked. He sounded sincere, like he genuinely didn't know who she was. You may call me Princess Bubblegum, she replied, her tone professional, though her brow furrowed slightly. As most people in and out of the kingdom do. That's a weird fake name, he said, tilting his head lazily. Why so secret? She paused, uncertain whether the man was joking or genuinely oblivious. Judging by the glint in his eye, it was both, but still, she answered. In the land of OOO. Names carry weight, she explained. Power, no princess uses her real name in public, only with those we trust. Our names can be used in spells, barters, or worse, and since I don't know you. Got it, the man nodded, processing it. So it's like magical identity theft, kinda hot. Should I be hiding mine too, or do I just not matter enough? Bubblegum frowned. No, you're not a political target, it's more a precaution for royalty. Cool, good to know. He leaned more comfortably on the bars, letting one arm dangle through again. In that case, Naruto. She raised an eyebrow. No last name? Been years since I used it, he said with a casual shrug. Most of the titles that came with it got left behind or buried. Like everything else. She made a mental note of that, left behind or buried, but chose not to press, yet. Alright, Naruto, she said. What were you doing at the park when it exploded? I was under the park when it exploded, he corrected with a smirk. And for the record, that blast wasn't half as jarring as the sight of you in that dress. Like, how is that thing holding back your chest, pure gumtech or just royal defiance? That's, she closed her eyes for a beat. I'm going to pretend you didn't say any of that. What happened before the explosion? Wouldn't know, I was asleep, out cold, in the ground. She stared, expression flat. You woke up during the explosion? It was me. When I woke up in the dirt, I made myself a way out, wouldn't want to stay under forever, you know. He stretched like it was all a mild inconvenience. Got to say, thought I was dreaming at first when waking up and seeing those banana guys surrounding me. Why were you buried here, of all places? Didn't exactly pick the spot, he said, shrugging again. Just found a free, open area, then dug myself a hole to sleep. Guess after a few years the free and open space wasn't so free and open anymore. I was dormant, sleeping off a lifetime or two. Her eyes narrowed again. That would explain your lack of knowledge about modern customs. You're not familiar with OOO, are you? Got to ask, what's OOO? He asked, genuinely. Exactly, she folded her arms. You must have been underground for a very long time. Long enough to miss the rise of fruit people. Yeah, he grinned. Still, not the worst place I've woken up, though I wouldn't have minded waking up under something warmer. She shot him a look, one part disgust, one part disbelief. Why are you being so open about this? That kind of information could cause massive waves, literally and figuratively. You're a human, a long-buried one. That's something you should keep quiet. I don't care much about secrecy, Naruto said, tone still light but eyes suddenly sharper. I like things straight. If I want something, I say it. If I know something, I might tell you, depends on how fun the conversation is. Fun, her expression soured again. This is an investigation, not a flirtation. He gave a sly smile. Then you're asking the wrong guy. I'm kinda good at multitasking. Princess Bubblegum took a slow, measured breath. Focus. Fine, last question. For now, a few days ago, there was a massive energy surge some tunnels under the kingdom. Did you cause it? Naruto leaned in close enough for the security sensors to flicker red. His grin didn't fade. Wasn't even awake, but if I had been, maybe, I'd love to send a surge through something, if you're offering. Her jaw clenched. I'm done with questions, she said tightly. Ah, already, he said with mock disappointment. I've barely started mine. Like, are those banana guys grown or manufactured, and are you technically made of bubblegum? 'Cause if so, you're definitely the most stretchable royal I've seen. She turned and started walking. Oh, and why a princess, not a queen? He called after her. You're clearly in charge, or is it a fashion thing, you know, cuter title, better PR? I'm not indulging that, she said over her shoulder. Enjoy your cell, Naruto. I'd enjoy it more if you stayed, and wait, I thought you were gonna let me out. She didn't respond, but as the metal door closed behind her, Naruto chuckled to himself and stretched again, completely relaxed. Well, that answered a couple of questions, Naruto muttered, slouching back against the wall of his cell. A sudden, booming laugh erupted from his chest, deep, loud, unrestrained. It echoed down the empty corridor as he threw his head back and laughed like someone who just heard the punchline to a joke only he understood. Then, with a breathy sigh, he calmed, shoulders still shaking with aftershocks of amusement. So I woke up in a time way different than my own, he said aloud, as if confirming it for himself. And from what that princess said, this land is called Oo. He let the name roll off his tongue, testing it, weird, but fun. The grin tugging at his lips grew wider as he mulled it over. The conversation hadn't been as fruitful as he'd hoped. The princess was smart, cagey, not the type to give up valuable information easily. But even so, he'd picked up more than she probably intended. For starters, he now knew where he was, the Candy Kingdom. Though, from the view out the narrow window of his cell, it looked less like a proper kingdom and more like a dense, colorful city. Neon-bright buildings, syrupy roads, and citizens shaped like lollipops and gumdrops. It was weird, surreal, cartoonish, but kind of charming. From that same window, Naruto had seen more than just sugar-coated streets. To the north stretched a vast forest, birds flying overhead, chirping joyfully as they cut through the sky before vanishing into what he now called the grasslands. Green, vibrant, unnaturally lush, like someone had painted the landscape with too much saturation. To the far side of the kingdom, the scenery changed dramatically. Jagged peaks of ice pierced the clouds, with cold winds howling across frozen hills. A tundra of uneven terrain, whipping snow, and the distant shimmer of ice magic. It felt chaotic, haunted. He could almost smell the madness in the wind. Two drastically different places, and most likely, there were more. Yep, he whispered to himself, this world's got potential. From the princess's brief comments, it was clear she wasn't the only royal in this strange time. In fact, royalty seemed common. Organized, even, but what really stuck with him was what she'd said about names, how they carried power, could be used in spells. Which meant one thing, magic was back. Not chakra, he could feel the difference, whatever this was, it didn't hum with the same flow, the same balance and pull he'd trained with. It was wilder. Less structured, it buzzed faintly in the air, like static before a storm. Foreign, but alive. Wizards, he muttered. They made a comeback, huh? He closed his eyes for a moment, breathing it in. The world had changed. And oddly enough, that didn't make him anxious, it thrilled him. It invited him. Naruto chuckled again, his voice low and rough. They really thought they could trap me in here. The chains, the locks, the banana guards, none of it mattered. He could slip out any time he wanted, but why rush? He wanted to see what this world had to offer. He wanted to play, explore, push buttons, raise eyebrows. He hadn't felt this alive in years. Man. I hope this place doesn't get boring, he said with a grin. Or I'm going back to sleep, or maybe I'll shoot myself into space just to find something interesting. He paused, considering that seriously for a second, before shaking his head. Nah, one step at a time Naruto, one step. His fingers tapped against the stone ledge, gaze drifting back out the window. The birds had returned, gliding low above the rooftops, casting brief shadows over the city made of candy. First, explore, then, his eyes gleamed. Let's see just how much fun OOO has to offer. The cell was quiet again, the silence wasn't new, but this time, it felt loaded. Naruto sat cross-legged, still in the middle of the floor. Eyes half-lidded, calm, but under that calm, a storm churned. He took a breath, slow and steady, raising his palm in front of his face. Then he felt for it. For his chakra. It responded immediately. Like a long-lost predator finally catching the scent of blood. A thick, black aura bled from his fingertips, slow at first, curling like smoke from dying coals. Then more poured out, engulfing his hand. The chakra was deep and cold, not the warmth of sunlight but the heavy shroud of moonless nights. It didn't shine, it swallowed the light around it. It was like holding death itself. His fingers twitched, and his expression turned unreadable. His red eyes darkened, the rings within his irises pulsing faintly. Sage energy? Something else, the lines between were blurry now. And then, the chakra twisted. Coalescing into a spiraling ball of darkness, a void-like orb spinning in his palm, hungry for destruction. The Rasengan, corrupted and modified by time, silence, and stillness. He didn't hesitate. With a savage grin and no warning, Naruto slammed it into the wall of his cell. The impact was instant, stone cracked, then shattered, exploding outward in a deafening roar. The hole left behind wasn't clean, it looked like a wild animal had torn through it. Dust settled in the hallway, alarms blared, but Naruto was already gone. He moved like a shadow with a pulse, blazing forward, eyes bright again with crimson joy. His smirk widened as his hair whipped in the wind and his red eyes returned to their usual, chaotic hue. This is more like it, he muttered, launching himself from one building to another. Candy citizens screamed below, but he didn't stop, didn't slow, didn't care. The wind tasted like freedom. One final leap, and he was sailing high above the outer wall of the Candy Kingdom, limbs relaxed midair like he'd done it 1,000 times before. He landed hard, a small crater forming beneath his feet as he hit the grassy plains outside. The open land stretched for miles, the air fresh and wild. Naruto rolled his shoulders with a grin. His eyes scanned the horizon. All right. Let's see what the world's hiding. Then he ran. No plan, no direction, just a blur of orange, red, and black streaking across the green. Thoughts buzzed in his mind, flashes of what he'd learned, glimpses of what might lie ahead. He passed a massive treehouse, strange and towering. He slowed for a moment, eyes narrowing, but didn't stop. It wasn't calling to him, not yet at least. He dove into a dark forest, trees gnarled and thick, the canopy swallowing the sky. Shadows danced across his face as he finally came to a stop and leaned against the side of a mossy rock, letting the adrenaline settle. Breath misting in the cooler air, he muttered, that run was fun, but nothing crazy's happened yet. He frowned, eyes glinting in the dim light. Maybe I should have gone the other way, that snowy place looked promising. Then, a sound. A sharp flutter of wings. And a voice. Playful. Amused. Maybe a little intrigued. You shouldn't be in such a dark place to cutie, something might jump out at you. Naruto froze mid-step, his back to the voice, a beat passed, then his grin crept back up, slow and wolfish. He turned his head, red eyes gleaming with interest. And then something lunged from the trees above. A beast, huge and inky black, descended upside down in front of him. Coated in thick fur, limbs too long and jointed wrong, wings like leather stretched across bone. Blue eyes, blank and glowing, rimmed in red. Rows of jagged teeth split its snout as it opened its mouth in a silent snarl. It hung from the tree like a grotesque ornament, swaying slightly. Naruto tilted his head, unfazed. Was that supposed to scare me? He asked, genuinely confused. Because, like, I've seen worse, way worse. The thing blinked. Then it laughed. The deep, guttural growl warped into something smoother, still dark, still raspy, but now laced with mischief. Like someone who knew they'd just been caught mid-prank and loved every second of it. The monstrous form shimmered and twisted, folding in on itself. Fur faded, wings melted into skin, and in its place, floating lazily in the air, was a woman. A very pretty one. Long black hair that flowed unnaturally in the still air. Sharp red eyes that studied him like a puzzle piece she wanted to snap into place. Pale skin that caught the moonlight in silver streaks. Her frame was lean but curved, elegant more than exaggerated, opposite of that sugar-coated pink princess from earlier. It wasn't to say he didn't like the bubblegum's figure, hell he loved big boobs. Anyway, tight gray tank top, worn blue jeans with cuts across the thighs, scuffed up black sneakers, effortless danger. Naruto let his eyes roam, but not subtly, and when they landed back on hers, he smirked. Damn, the woman said through a lingering laugh. That head tilt was the cutest thing I've seen in a while. She floated closer, flipped herself upright, and then reclined midair like she was laying across some invisible sofa. Just hovering, inches in front of him. I didn't expect you to be so straight-faced, she said with a sly smile. Caught me off guard. Naruto rolled his shoulders, takes a lot to rattle me. Clearly, she replied. Most people scream when I drop out of the trees, or pee, or scream and pee, I get a full range. Naruto chuckled and gave her a sideways look. Maybe they just aren't used to hot women trying to maul them. She didn't flinch, just slowly rolled onto her back, still floating. Flattery. She purred. Careful, I bite. Only if you promise not to stop, he teased back, voice low and wicked. They locked eyes, silent for half a second, then both broke into laughter. Hers was husky, wild. His was a sharp crack, rough and full of chaos. You're bold, she said, propping herself up on one elbow midair. Very bold, most people don't flirt with the vampire queen. That made him pause, he looked her over again with fresh eyes. The fangs, the floating, the whole damn vibe. Vampire queen huh, he muttered. Makes sense, movies were just starting to get good at those before I went to sleep. She quirked an eyebrow, sleep, you don't look like a sleepyhead. Oh, I slept like the dead. Naruto said casually. Centuries maybe, give or take an apocalypse. She floated a bit closer, you're serious? As serious as a heart attack during a funeral, he grinned. She studied him again, this time with more interest, he wasn't bluffing, and she could tell. So you must have slept through the worst of a few thousand years ago, she said quietly, more to herself than him. Other than a certain friend, I didn't think humans were still kicking around, at least not here. Well, Naruto said, hands behind his head, I'm not really kicking. More like dancing between the graves. Another pause, another shared grin. They were the same kind of strange. He liked that. You're a bold one, very bold, not many people flirt with the vampire queen herself. Naruto blinked, vampire queen. His eyes roamed again, pale skin like porcelain, fangy smirk, glowing red eyes, the way she hovered effortlessly, the more he looked, the more it added up. So that makes you a real-life vampire? He asked, voice somewhere between surprised and impressed. With the whole floating, fangs, spooky charm package? She grinned, sharp and unbothered. That obvious? I mean, I've seen weirder. I once fought a guy made of living ink. He narrowed his eyes playfully. Still, I figured you'd have a coffin or a cape or something. This whole tank top and jeans thing is kinda modern. Coffins are overrated, she replied with a casual shrug, stretching her arms behind her head mid-float. Besides, I look better like this. Admit it. Oh, totally, Naruto said with zero hesitation. If everyone in this era looks like you and bubblegum, then maybe getting stuck in this weird candy world won't be so bad. That earned him a wide smirk. Bubblebutt, huh? You got a name to go with that mouth? Depends. You gonna use it for a song or a gravestone? She chuckled. Could go either way. He grinned. Naruto. Just Naruto? Would you believe me if I said Lord Naruto, the unrivaled, former hero of the fourth great ninja war, keeper of beasts? And one-time nudist sage? She blinked, probably not. Yeah, most people didn't after a few thousand years. There was a pause as she twirled slowly in the air, arms folded behind her head like she was laying on clouds. Her gaze didn't leave him, curious now. Well, Naruto, she said, drawing his name out with a low lilt, what's a nudist sage doing wandering the darkest part of my forest? Naruto casually stretched, eyes scanning the tree line. Running, he said simply. She raised a brow, from what? Not from, he clarified. Just running, you know, excitement called, and I had to answer. She gave him the most skeptical smirk he'd seen in a while. That's the corniest thing I've ever heard. But you liked it. She floated down slightly and gave a lazy scratch under his chin with one sharp black nail. Unfortunately, yeah, I kinda did. Naruto's grin deepened, but his tone dropped just slightly, his gaze locking with hers. You shouldn't touch unless you're ready to open something you can't put back. That gave her half a beat of pause, enough to flash a little thrill across her face. Oh, most people I mess with run away crying or wetting themselves. Naruto leaned against the nearest tree, one hand in his pocket. Then they're missing out, you're fun. She chuckled, so are you. Naruto tilted his head again, playful but thoughtful. Alright, your turn, Vampire Queen's a fun title. But what do people actually call you? I gotta know what name to moan if you ever bite me. She laughed loud at that, then slowly floated down until her boots skimmed the forest floor. Marceline. Naruto tried the name out in his head. It suited her, elegant, dark, dangerous with a hint of art student. But he also questioned to himself, exactly why she had given the name so easily. He quickly remembered his first encounter, most likely not his last with Princess Bubblebutt. The main thing he was remembering was that name rule thing. It made he wondered why the vampire didn't follow it. He'd ask later, if it came up. And you really just hang out here? Naruto asked, glancing around. Creeping on runners in the woods? She grinned. Technically, this part of the forest is my home, my caves nearby, the trees and shadows keep the sun out. Naruto's eyes flicked toward the canopy. Smart, wouldn't want that pale skin burning up, it's one of your best features. She mock blushed and floated past him like she was going to flick his forehead, flatterer. I'm just saying what we're both thinking. You don't shut up, do you? Only if I'm unconscious, or maybe if I'm making out. She snorted, shaking her head, you're lucky you're cute. He gave her a short bow, I get that a lot. She hovered back up to eye level. So, what's your deal? You really just woke up one day and decided to go jogging through OOO? More like, I woke up under the dirt, his voice turned dry. Literally, buried, guess I overslept a few centuries. Marceline raised a brow, no kidding, how long were you down there? He rubbed his chin, not sure, long enough for the world to change. Maybe a little longer than I wanted, or maybe just the right amount, if I'm lucky enough to run into hot vampires on my first week. That earned him a pleased smirk. But yeah, he added, glancing around the trees again. I like mystery, adventure, but I'm not an idiot. Gotta gather intel before I dive headfirst into the weirdness. Marceline gave a mock sigh, then motioned him to follow with a lazy flick of her fingers. Alright. Mystery man, come on, walk with me, I'll drop some knowledge while we cruise. He stepped up beside her, hands still casually tucked in his pockets, eyes full of mischief. Lead the way, your royal batness. She rolled her eyes, but couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips. The forest floor was soft with moss and old roots, quiet except for the sound of leaves brushing above. Dappled light cut through the canopy in thin streaks. Naruto walked with his hands folded behind his head, each step loose and light, boots crunching the twigs beneath. Beside him, well, above him, floated the vampire girl, arms behind her head as if resting on an invisible hammock, gliding backward through the air. She hadn't given him a direction, just said walk with me, so he followed. So, she started, lazily spinning mid-air, what do you know about OOO, like, give me your, I'm a clueless guy in a weird land rundown. Naruto smirked, let's see, the only people I've seen so far were made of candy, but from what you said earlier humans are still around but I'm guessing candy and humans aren't the only ones around. There's multiple princesses, look where you step is obvious when everything seems ready to go off their rockers, I saw a weird-looking flying worm back in the grassy area. She snorted, okay, yeah, you already know a lot, definitely not stupid. About the people, yes you will meet so many races out here. Most of them now are just intelligent wildlife though, speaking dogs, walking foxes stuff like that. Marceline paused, think to herself, before flipping upside down in front of Naruto with a grin, you're right about the other stuff, and that worm thing, was actually a dragon. Naruto raised an eyebrow, dragons got weird, I guess that's what evolution does to you though. He looked up at her, watching her twist effortlessly through the air. She was just gliding like it cost her nothing. Her hair trailed behind her like a shadow with its own mind, slow and deliberate. You do this often, he asked, inviting strangers into your haunted woods? Only the cute ones, she grinned sideways. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head, well, I've been called worse. They walked in easy rhythm, her floating, him stepping around roots and kicking a pinecone. Naruto glanced toward her again, slower this time. She had that same sharp presence bubblegum had, commanding, dangerous, but wrapped in something freer. Less stiff, more wild. Pale skin like moonlight, fangs peeking out when she smiled, if all the women in this world were this hot, he figured he'd manage just fine. So, he started after a pause, what's with the name thing? She raised an eyebrow. You didn't hide yours, I was told, most people in this place don't give theirs out easy, especially not the royals. Marceline tilted sideways in the air, hovering over his shoulder now, upside down, you know about the name rule? Naruto nodded, casually. I catch on to things quick. She whistled, smart and sharp, I like that, yeah, name magic's a thing, especially among royals. The rule was emplaced by a group of princesses for that very reason yeah, but me, she spun upright and hovered ahead of him now. I'm not a princess, or a queen, not really, title's just a leftover thing. Leftover from what? She shrugged, her tone still light but less teasing, old days, vampire outbreaks, fights. I wasn't exactly like any of them, I killed most, not many left, or, none, actually. Naruto's smile didn't fade. But his eyes narrowed slightly. He could tell there were a few things missing in that story, but he wouldn't pry. So you're the last? Yup. They kept walking. And you, she asked. You said you just crawled out of the dirt, even though you say you're human it's hard to believe, you're not some kinda zombie, right? I'm human, he smiled, which somehow made that word feel strange. Mostly. Mostly, she echoed, amused. Long story, but yeah, I don't die, not anymore. Marceline turned that over in her head, then smirked. Well, aren't we just two freaks on a nature walk? I've been called worse. She laughed again, deeper this time, and did a slow roll in the air. So why didn't dying stick for you? He shrugged, could be multiple things, my mixed vitality thanks to mom and dad, or a few other punishments for things I did in my past. She gave him a look and shook her head, you are weird. I'm fun-sized weird. Debatable. They kept talking like that, slow and comfortable. She pointed out a few landmarks as they passed them, dead trees where ghosts were rumored to dance, rocks shaped like faces, a pond that turned your reflection into a monster if you stared too long. This place doesn't really have rules, she said, eventually. Just, territories, power, old magic, new magic, don't mess with stuff unless you're ready for weird consequences. Naruto nodded, so basically. It's like the ninja world with extra steps. The what? Nothing, he grinned. Just means I've seen worse. That made her pause, then she asked, half curious, half casual, what exactly have you seen? Naruto thought about answering seriously, the wars, the monsters, friends dying. Whole villages burning, time catching up to him slower than everyone else. Instead, he just looked up at her and smirked. Enough to know your bat face wouldn't even make my top 10. Marceline grinned, letting out a sharp laugh. Alright, Blondie, I'll let you have that one. They walked on, Marceline floating slightly lower now, a little closer to his height. Neither of them asked where they were going. The path didn't matter, not yet. They were just walking, two immortals with matching smirks, slowly figuring out whether this weird new friendship was dangerous or just entertaining. Probably both. The forest eventually began to thin, the shadows that had clung tightly to their path slowly loosened their grip as the trees gave way to rock. Naruto's boots crunched over dry moss and scattered bones, actual bones, as he and Marceline emerged at the foot of a wide, stony cliff. At first glance, it looked like any other cave in All craggy, gloomy, questionably safe. But this one had a small wooden house built just outside the entrance, crooked and half swallowed by the stone. Pink. Naruto squinted up at it, smirking, friendly. Marceline floated ahead of him, hands behind her head, boots swinging lazily as she hovered toward the mouth of the cave. They'd been walking for a while now, and she'd told him a lot, not everything, not the juicy bits, but enough to piece together a rough map of OOO in his head. The kingdoms, the way the land didn't quite follow logic anymore. Which creatures ruled where? Which names you didn't say out loud? What rules got you vaporized, and what rules only got you turned into a snail? Enough to make him feel like he wasn't walking in blind anymore. But he still wasn't prepared for what greeted him around this new world. I thought it was just gonna be a cave, he muttered, mostly to himself. Behind him, Marceline smirked, everyone does. They quickly went into the large pink house, one bedroom, one living room, and a kitchen. It was all she really needed, all Naruto expected, and he liked no one had to deal with rent anymore, that was a pain, before, and after he became immortal. He gave a low whistle, stepping around the kitchen table, stacked with sheet music and empty mugs. Gotta say, for a scary vampire queen, your feng shui is pretty chill. Marceline floated past him and flopped onto a beanbag near the back, arms draped lazily over the sides. I like comfort, sue me. Naruto wandered over to the edge of a low bookshelf. Eyeing the strange mix of cassette tapes, comics, and a human skull wearing shutter shades. This place feels like a teenage goth hoarder fused with a rock star. Correct on both counts, she said with a wink. Naruto snorted, figures. There was a beat of silence, not awkward, just, still, the first true pause since they'd met. Naruto let his hands rest on the back of a chair as he looked around again, slower this time. Thanks for showing me this place, and everything else. Marceline shrugged, didn't do it for you, I was bored. He grinned, harsh. Honest. Another quiet moment passed, and Naruto stepped toward the exit, gaze trailing back toward the forest outside. Well, I should probably keep moving. Marceline lifted a brow, you just got here. Yeah, but, this world's got a lot of corners. And I've only really been here, and that Candy Crush-looking wonderland. Still more woman to flirt with, places to see, people to kill, mess with, kick their ass, all of the above. She scoffed through a smirk, arms crossing behind her head again, you're a weirdo. You say that like it's a bad thing. Marceline watched him head for the mouth of the cave. He turned, stepping out into the light-dappled edge of the forest. Marceline drifted after him, stopping just short of the entrance. You're weird, you know that, she called after him. You mentioned, Naruto called back, waving without turning around. Try not to miss me too hard. She rolled her eyes, grinning despite herself. No promises. Naruto vanished into the trees, boots crunching gently against the leaves. Marceline stood there a while after he was gone, not waiting, not watching, just thinking. She floated backward into the cave, letting the shadows wrap around her again. Picked up her axe that doubled as a base, sat cross-legged on the floor. Her fingers hovered over the strings for a moment, then, strum. Something low, melodic, curious. She played until the sun dipped low and the forest grew quiet again. Naruto found himself walking out of the dark forest, slipping soundlessly through the bushes and brushing past thick foliage. The cool air carried the scent of moss and damp bark, but his mind was elsewhere. He was still riding the high from talking with Marceline, not just because she'd been fun to mess with, but because it confirmed something important. There were still cool people in this strange future, people worth meeting, people worth remembering. But, as always, boredom was quick to creep in. OOO was a big place, and he'd barely scratched the surface. There were still too many mysteries to poke at, too many corners to cause trouble in. And, sure, he still had a few personal problems, like the fact he didn't have a place to crash, but he decided that could wait. Maybe he could whip up a home with a jutsu if it came to it, not like he really needed it anyway. The bigger problem, in the few hours he'd been awake in this new world, he hadn't found a single fight, not one actual opponent. He had pretty much only been chased by a banana mob. His fingers twitched in restless anticipation. He wanted confrontation, the thrill of facing someone who thought they had him beat, the chaos of turning the fight on its head. Maybe pull a prank mid-battle just to see the look on their face. Talking to Marceline had been fun, but he was itching for something more physical, something loud. Something he could feel in his bones. Near the edge of the forest, he stopped, leaning his shoulder against the dark, gnarled bark of a tree. "When do I get to have a good fight?" he muttered, lips pulling into a faint frown as his sharp, fox-red eyes flicked back toward the forest shadows. "I should have asked her that," he said, pushing off the tree. "Hell, that should have been the first thing I asked. But knowing this place, maybe I should just hope I stumble into someone's territory I'm not supposed to be in." The thought made him chuckle, a grin spreading back across his face. The idea of walking straight into trouble had always been a reliable way to pass the time. His gaze drifted past the tree line and toward the rolling grasslands beyond. In the distance, something unusual caught his eye, a massive treehouse, so big it dwarfed the rest of the landscape. He tilted his head, grin sharpening. "Guess I did skip that weird tree earlier, might as well check it out." With that, Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets and started walking, already wondering if whoever lived there would be the friendly type, or the fight first, ask later type. Either way, he was fine with it. Naruto exited the forest a few moments later, the low sun casting an orange glow across the horizon. The light spilled over the massive treehouse ahead, and now that he was closer, he could see just how enormous it really was. The last time he'd passed by, he'd been running, only catching a glimpse. Now, he could take it in, every branch twisting outward like arms, and at the base, a mismatched wooden home fused into the trunk like it had been built there by stubborn hands. Bigger than I expected, roomy, too. He could almost smell the snacks from here. Oh, he hoped so. Even though he didn't need to eat anymore, he was still a glutton. Maybe that should be his welcome, emptying their pantry and waiting for the owners to walk in on a random, handsome blonde man lounging on their couch. Whatever they had in there better be edible. With that in mind, Naruto pressed his hand against the wooden door. The wood felt damp, weather-worn, and with one solid push, it blasted inward, flying off its hinges and crashing into a ladder with a loud clang before collapsing to the floor. He smirked at the sound and stepped inside, hands in his pockets. His eyes scanned the room, landing immediately on a massive pile of gold sitting out in the open. He raised an eyebrow. "What kind of job does this guy have?" he muttered under his breath. Before he could wander closer, the faint crunch of footsteps on grass caught his ear. He turned toward the sound instantly, his smirk never wavering. Two figures approached. The first was a boy, maybe 13, wearing a simple light blue shirt, darker blue pants, and black shoes. A green backpack dangled from one arm. scuffed and worn. A strange white hat covered his head entirely except for his tan face. His skin bore small scratches, like the kind you get from brambles or battle, and his blue eyes had that hard, warrior's glint. Naruto noted the kid was more built than his age should allow, but his gaze quickly shifted to the other figure. A yellow dog, walking upright, its forelegs were shaped almost like human arms, and its short, rounded body made the proportions work in a strange, cartoonish way. Naruto's first thought was mutation, but something about it felt different. He shoved the thought aside as the two finally spotted him. Excitement faded from their faces, replaced by confusion. Then anger. Naruto loved that look, when people got riled up before he'd even done anything. The dog's gruff, human-like voice rang out first. "What are you doing going into our treehouse?" Naruto chuckled, not even trying to hide it. "Why are you laughing? This isn't a laughing matter," the dog barked, anger rising. "You'd know, wouldn't you?" Naruto said casually. "I get the sense you're the type who doesn't like fun unless you're the one having it." That made the dog gape for a moment before his face scrunched up in irritation. "If that's enough to rattle you," Naruto added with a sly grin, "I'd move along, at least until I'm done with all the snacks in your place." The dog's scowl deepened, and he shook his head sharply. "You listen here, we're not going anywhere, this is our treehouse." "Oh really, I hadn't noticed I was walking into someone else's home," Naruto said with mock surprise. The boy stepped forward, placing a hand on the dog's shoulder while keeping his eyes locked on Naruto. The smirk never left the blonde's face. He wanted to see how this kid's words would land. "Come on dude," the boy said in a higher-pitched voice that still carried strength, "just get out of our storage area, and then leave, so this doesn't have to get rough." Naruto's grin turned sharp. "Now what if you're the one who doesn't want this to get rough? I'd hate for you to get hurt." The boy narrowed his eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means," Naruto said, tone dripping with mock innocence, "that if things do get rough, you'll be the one with your own foot shoved up your ass." The boy's scowl deepened. It was almost too easy to get under his skin. The dog cut in, turning to the boy. "Let's just beat him up until he leaves Finn. This guy's almost as annoying as Magic Man." The boy, Finn, Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I'm done playing diplomat, let's nail this guy Jake." Finn pulled out a golden sword with a black handle, the blade chipped and battered. A weapon that had clearly seen more than its fair share of fights. But Naruto wasn't focused on the weapon. No, his attention was fixed entirely on the way both of them charged him at once. Excitement flared in his chest, finally. His grin widened, gaze sharpening into something almost predatory. "Looks like the gods are still listening to my prayers. Now all I need after this is a bowl of ramen, and the day's perfect." The kid came in first, faster than most, but still slower than what Naruto was used to. Didn't matter. If anything, it made this more fun. It meant he could play with these two before getting serious. He leapt over a slash from the boy's golden sword, body flipping forward in the air. For a split second, the world flipped with him, sky where the ground should be. The tree house spinning lazily upside down. His legs buckled midair, but instead of landing clean, he reached down and caught the blade in his hand. Without hesitation, Naruto twisted midair, his legs flaring outward before his feet slammed into the dirt. The sword was still in his grip, pulling the boy toward him. Too open, Naruto thought, almost disappointed. His other arm shot out, dragging the kid in close, then his fist buried itself into the boy's gut. The breath left him in a sharp wheeze. Naruto released the sword only to plant a palm square into the boy's head, sending him tumbling back into the grass a few feet away. He straightened up, only to catch movement from the side. Two bright yellow arms stretched farther than humanly possible, lancing toward him like ropes. Naruto blinked. "Damn," he muttered aloud, "so the dog could stretch, shape-shifting, maybe. Could the kid do something like that too?" It didn't matter. If anything, this just made things more interesting. His grin sharpened, dropping into a low stance, his hands spread out like claws. He waited for the next move. Jake's limbs moved in and out of themselves, weaving into strange loops and gaps like living chains meant to trap him. Naruto moved before they could close. He dove through the first gap, backflipping through the second, widening the distance between himself and the dog's main body. Then, opportunity, he grabbed Jake's long hands where they'd planted into the ground for support and yanked them upward. A wide stance gave him the leverage to twist them into a spiral knot. Naruto chuckled, "Hope you're flexible." A burst of strength ripped through his arms as he swung the tangled limbs upward, launching Jake high, so high his yellow form briefly soared above the tree house, before slamming him back down. The ground shuddered with the impact, a cloud of dust rising where the dog hit. Naruto didn't have time to gloat, a blade sliced the air just above his head. The kid was back, stronger now, stance tighter. Sloppy still, but more serious, better. Naruto slipped left. Avoiding a downward slash, the red in his eyes glinting as he tracked the motion. Another slash came, upward this time, dodge, side slash, dodge again. It kept going, a storm of blows tearing up grass and dirt, all missing their mark. Naruto was barely moving more than a few inches each time, not a bead of sweat on him. This is getting old, he thought, smirk curling wider. Alright, my turn. The next right slash came in, and Naruto dropped low, hands digging into the dirt like claws. His body shifted, lower, wilder, red eyes brightened with a predatory glow, his grin stretching animalistic. Now he looked like a beast ready to pounce. Finn's attack slowed, the opening was there. And Naruto took it. He spun upward in a coiled leap, twisting high above the boy in a sharp spiral. Before Finn could react, a sideways spinning kick slammed into his shoulder, sending him stumbling. Naruto kicked off midair to the ground, landing in another low stance, then lunged forward like a predator. His right hook came in like a claw swipe, grazing just enough to hurt. He spun with the motion, sweeping Finn's legs out. Before the boy could even hit the dirt, Naruto kept spinning, his fist driving into the boy's side with a final, bone-jarring blow. Finn flew back toward the tree house, right where Jake was still recovering. Both were down, Naruto straightened up, smirk still in place. The faint burn of adrenaline making his blood feel electric. Naruto stood there in the settling dust, shoulders loose, breathing steady. His gaze flicked between the two as they groaned and pushed themselves up. The blonde's smirk deepened when he caught the state of their faces, dirt-streaked, bruises forming, lips pressed tight with that stubborn look of people who really thought they were still in the fight. "They've got heart," he admitted to himself, eyes narrowing just a fraction. Natural talent too, but none of the polish that comes with years of training. Every move they'd made so far had been telegraphed, all raw spirit and no discipline. Still, there was something almost refreshing about it, no strategy manuals. No rigid stances, just that instinct to keep swinging. He almost lost it right there, biting back a laugh when he remembered how dead serious they'd been from the start. Who the hell starts attacking someone just for breaking into their home? He could name a few people, back before the long sleep, but never at this level of intensity. Even then, not after the shinobi world had burned itself out. People usually just let the cops deal with that sort of thing. And these two, they were dead set on giving him a fight, even if they had no idea what they were really up against. It was funny, stupid funny. By the time they got their footing, Naruto's smirk was threatening to split into a grin. Finn was the first to speak, sword still in hand. "He's stronger than he looks." Jake cracked his knuckles, eyes narrowing. "Yeah, doesn't make him any less annoying though." Finn glanced at him, jaw set. "We're gonna have to do more than our usual thing, we need some skill, some finesse." Jake nodded, "Yeah." That was it for Naruto. The laugh broke free, sharp and sudden, his hand coming up to rest on his head as his shoulders shook. They both turned toward him, confusion cutting through their seriousness. "You do know," Naruto said, grinning outright now, "that you just had your whole little plan talk right in front of me, right? I mean, I'm literally standing here, kind of defeats the point, don't you think?" Finn's face tightened. Jake's too, their eyes narrowing again. "Just shut up," Finn shot back. But Naruto was already laughing harder, almost doubled over. "No, really, I love it, keep going, this is the best plan I've ever heard." Jake muttered something under his breath about how irritating he was, and Finn's grip tightened on his sword before he charged in again. Naruto was still laughing when Finn came at him again, sword slicing toward his side. He casually reached out and caught the blade mid-swing, fingers pinching it as if it were no sharper than a butter knife. "Hold up," he said through a grin, "let me finish laughing," but he didn't get the chance. A yellow fist came flying in from the side. And Naruto had to release the sword to catch it mid-air, his hand snapping up just in time. Jake's punch stopped inches from his cheek, knuckles pressed into his palm. "Oh," Naruto's eyes glimmered, grin widening. "Looks like you're taking me more seriously now, if that was even possible." With a flick of his wrists, he shoved both of them back, the force sending them skidding in opposite directions. His gaze sharpened for a moment as he realized what they were doing, spacing him out, looking to attack together this time. "Like I thought," he mused, watching their shoulders shift in unison, "they work better as a pair." They came at him almost instantly, Finn from the right, blade flashing, and Jake from the left, his leg stretched to an impossible length, heel aimed straight for Naruto's ribs. The timing was good, the angles sharp. Naruto's grin twitched into something a little more dangerous. Definitely better than their first swings, maybe they were holding back before, or maybe they just click better together. Steel and rubbery muscle closed in from both sides, and a glint flickered in Naruto's eyes. In a blur, he ducked under both strikes, the blade swiping harmlessly over his hair and Jake's kick slicing through empty air. Naruto's foot shot out, slamming into Jake's side and sending him spinning away, while he seemed to vanish entirely, only to drop out of the sky and land crouched on Finn's back like a bored cat. "Sloppy footwork," he teased, voice low in the boy's ear. "You're wide open." Finn snarled and bucked hard, shoving him off before swinging again in rapid succession. Steel sliced through the air in a frantic rhythm, horizontal slash, diagonal, spin, thrust. He mixed it up this time, feinting low before cutting high, stepping in close with a jab, then twisting for a downward strike. Naruto dodged everything with infuriating ease, leaning, sidestepping, ducking, sometimes not even moving his feet, just tilting his head so the blade passed within inches. And all the while, he was talking. "Is this the big finesse I heard about earlier? Cute. Almost got me there, nah, not really. Wow, you've got the look of a hero down. Shame about the aim." At one point, Finn managed to stab him clean through the gut, or at least it looked like it. Naruto's eyes went wide, and he clutched the wound with both hands, staggering backward. Oh no," he gasped dramatically, falling to one knee. "Tell Marceline, I never got to give her back shots." Finn's face went pale for a second, then Naruto's grin split wide, and with a quick kick, he sent the boy tumbling just like before. That was when the shadow fell over him. He looked up, spotting a massive, stretched out fist descending from high above, Jake's legs pulled taut like ropes to keep him aloft. "Now that's new," Naruto muttered, raising a foot without even thinking. The giant fist slammed into his soul, the impact shaking the ground and pushing him down slightly. His teeth clenched, not from pain, but from the effort of holding himself in place while a spark of exhilaration lit up behind his eyes. Stronger than I thought, he realized, a rush of excitement rippling through him. Let's see more. He pushed back suddenly, sending the fist upward, and in the same motion vaulted into the air, reappearing behind Jake in a blur. Hands flashed through quick signs, and dark, bark-like material spread across his palm, twisting into a rough, grayish wood texture. With a sharp slap to Jake's side, the impact boomed, sending the shapeshifter hurtling downward like a thrown boulder, crashing into the ground beside Finn in a spray of dirt. Naruto landed lightly, shaking his hand once before flexing it. "Okay, now I'm warmed up." Naruto landed lightly, boots kicking up dust as Finn and Jake pushed themselves up from the ground. The boy wiped blood from his lip with the back of his glove. Jake shook his head like he could rattle off the days. Naruto tilted his head, still smirking. They weren't going to get much time to breathe. A quick weave of hand signs, chakra flowing to his palms, and he slapped both hands to the ground. The earth rumbled under his fingers. A jagged grayish wood erupted in twisting spirals, roots stretching skyward and hardening into thick, writhing tendrils. They cracked through the dirt in a rush, several lashing straight for the two of them like hungry serpents. Naruto stayed crouched, grinning at the way both froze for a split second in surprise. Jake's eyes went wide before his body ballooned upward, torso expanding until his fists swelled to the size of tree trunks. With a grunt, he swung one massive fist like a wrecking ball into the nearest tendril, the crack of wood snapping echoing like bones breaking. Another tendril came from the side and Jake spun his other fist into it, splinters spraying in the air. Meanwhile, Finn had already charged headlong into the mess, sword flashing. His blade carved into the wood with quick, frantic strikes, chunks flying past his face as the tendrils groaned and recoiled. Every slash sounded like tearing bark and snapping timber. The boy wasn't precise, far from it, but his swings had a raw stubbornness Naruto couldn't help but find entertaining. When the last splintered length of gray wood crumbled to the dirt, Naruto leaned back on his heels, watching them hunch forward, chests heaving, faces damp with sweat. They were stubborn, too stubborn to drop, but he could see in their shoulders that their strength was thinning out. He decided to call it. The grin stayed fixed on his face as he thought, shame I couldn't get the dog mad enough. Every time I tried, the kid was right at my heels, guess Jake just takes longer to recover. The fight hadn't been dangerous, not really, Naruto had made sure of that. His hits stung, sure, but he'd only just met these two. No point breaking the toys before figuring out all the ways they bend. Dropping to the dirt cross-legged, he smirked and let out a laugh, loud enough to pull their attention. Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass, smirk still plastered on his face, and let out a loud, unrestrained laugh. The kind that wasn't just amusement, it was a little too self-satisfied. That, he said, pointing lazily at them, was great, you two lasted way longer than I thought you would, good for a laugh too. Finn, still bent over with his hands on his knees, shot him a glare. What's that supposed to mean? You break into our home, start a fight, and then act like it's all a joke? Naruto's grin only widened, because it is a joke, at least to me. Jake stepped forward, still rubbing his shoulder. Well, we're not laughing, you could have seriously messed us up. Naruto tilted his head, unconcerned. Please, if I wanted to hurt you for real, you'd know it. Finn straightened, his glare not softening. Yeah, well maybe next time we won't go so easy on you. Naruto chuckled. Low and amused. Easy on me, is that what you call swinging that sword like your life depended on it? It did, Finn snapped, voice rising. You attacked us for no reason. Naruto raised a brow, no reason, you two didn't even ask questions before throwing yourselves at me. Plus you attacked first, who starts a fight when someone's just standing there? Finn opened his mouth, paused, then frowned, you were in our house. Naruto gave a small shrug, eyes glinting. Fair enough, but still, you're not half bad. Got some heart, both of you, natural talent, too, just, none of the skill that comes with real training. That jab made Finn bristle, but Jake actually looked mildly offended. We do fine without your training, thanks. Naruto just smirked, wasn't offering, but if you say so. Finn took a step forward, tone still sharp but less furious now. Alright fine, you're strong, but you still went way too far. You pulled that fake dying thing just to mess with us, that's messed up. Yeah, Jake added, you were clearly enjoying yourself way too much. Naruto leaned back on his hands, completely at ease. Many people tell me that, doesn't mean I'm gonna stop. That earned him a long sigh from Jake and an incredulous laugh from Finn. Finn crossed his arms, his tone shifting toward something more competitive than hostile. You know, I think if we had another shot, I'd get more hits in, you wouldn't be smiling so much then. Naruto's eyes lit up. Oh, you're already thinking about round 2? Yeah, Finn said, a grin starting to push through his frown. And this time, we'd bring more than just what we usually do. Jake muttered, yeah, that'll totally make him less annoying. Naruto laughed out loud, actually leaning forward, his grin widened. Still, you two made it fun, you lasted longer than most, and I didn't even have to go all out. That's rare. Jake folded his arms again. Is that supposed to be another compliment? It is, Naruto said simply. Look, I'm stopping here because if we kept going, I don't know if I could stop myself from killing you. And that'd be a waste. Finn tilted his head. A waste? Naruto nodded. People worth messing with don't come around often. That made Finn laugh, shaking his head. You're really weird, man, but I guess I get it. Jake grumbled, I don't. Finn ignored him. Alright, fine, you can come inside, we can talk, maybe you can teach me some of those moves. Naruto stood, dusting himself off, that same fox-like grin on his face. Sure, why not? Jake sighed, muttering as they headed toward the treehouse. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Naruto leaned back casually against the rough bark of the giant treehouse, eyes flicking between Finn's eager, youthful face and Jake's wary stance just behind him. The sun dipped low, casting golden light through the branches, wrapping everything in warmth. Finn's voice bubbled with excitement as he recounted their adventures, treasure hunts, monster battles, wild chases through the strange lands of Oo. His grin was wide, eyes bright, carrying the reckless spirit of youth Naruto knew well. Jake stood close, arms crossed, eyes sharp with suspicion, like a guardian ready for trouble but holding back. Naruto smirked, sensing the silent question in Jake's gaze. Who is this guy really? He liked that challenge. Finn's story sounded childish at times, like two brothers who goofed off as much as they fought evil, but beneath it all was a genuine heart. Something Naruto respected. It reminded him of the simpler days of his own past, before weight and loss pressed down on him. When it was Naruto's turn, he shrugged off the full weight of his story. He gave them the basics: a ninja who carries a powerful beast inside, fights for those he cares about, a past marked by battles and scars. He answered some of their questions, leaving others hanging, because some things were still tangled in mystery. As he talked, a thought flickered through Naruto's mind: maybe he should stop giving away so much of himself. Not everyone needed to know the whole story. But then again, maybe only the people worth knowing deserved the truth, cool people. People like Finn and, maybe someday, Jake. The night deepened, and Naruto's tone shifted as he continued to share something more personal, a story from his past, his first real fight with Sasuke. And then he shoved a mass of lightning through my chest, practically ripping a hole straight through my rib cage. Naruto's tone was matter-of-fact, almost casual, but the faint curl of his lip hinted at the sting still buried in the memory. It hurt like hell, he continued, leaning back slightly. Felt like every cell in my body got struck by lightning, even though it was just my chest that got hit. Finn's eyes widened, the boy leaning forward with an expression halfway between awe and disbelief. Naruto's grin only widened in response, like a storyteller enjoying his captive audience. What happened next? Finn asked, his voice brimming with curiosity. Naruto let the question hang in the air for a beat, his gaze drifting off like he was watching a scene replay in front of him. For him, moments like this weren't just memories, they were as vivid as if they'd happened yesterday. He could still smell the rain, taste the dust in the air, hear the roar of the waterfall. After a few more blows, he began slowly. We both decided to push beyond anything we'd done before. He went all in with his weird curse mark thing, and I called on Kurama's chakra cloak. The words carried a faint edge of nostalgia. But also weight. He hit me again, this time with some twisted black chidori, and all I managed in return was a scratch across his forehead protector. Naruto's eyes narrowed faintly, his tone flattening. Even after all that, I wish I'd finished it then. Would have stopped him from doing all the crap he pulled later. Leaving the village, stirring up trouble everywhere, and then, he trailed off, jaw tightening. After he became Hokage. The last word came out quieter, like it left a bitter taste in his mouth. For a moment, he just stared past Finn, the silence thick with things left unsaid. Then, as if catching himself, Naruto forced out a hearty laugh and clapped a hand on Finn's shoulder. But that's all in the past now, he said, shaking his head like he was brushing away dust. No point in dwelling on old fights, Besides, his grin turned mischievous. You're starting to look like you're picturing it and thinking you could have done better. Finn smirked faintly, but before he could reply, Jake's voice cut in from the side, his tone carrying that same suspicion he'd had since Naruto showed up. Finn let out a low whistle. Man, I've never been in a fight like that. Closest I've come is, I dunno, chasing down some big monster or fighting tree witches. But nothing that sounds like death-level stuff. Naruto tilted his head with a small grin. So you mostly fight small fry, huh? Finn bristled. Hey, not small fry, just, not lightning through the chest fry. Naruto chuckled, fair enough. Finn's expression softened. But, you didn't hate him after that, even after all that stuff he did? Naruto shook his head. Nah, if I gave up on him, no one else would have even tried to bring him back. Doesn't mean I wasn't pissed, but hate makes it too easy to quit. Finn smiled faintly. I think I get that. I'd probably stick with Jake too, no matter what. Naruto smirked. Good answer, kid. Before Finn could reply, Jake's voice cut in, low, edged. Hate to break up story time, but you guys seeing that? They turned to where he pointed, over the treetops. White plumes twisted skyward, glinting faintly in the sunlight. Naruto frowned. Doesn't look like smoke. It's not, Jake said flatly. That's cold air. Ice King's kind of cold, and unless Princess Bubblegum's throwing a snow cone party, we've got trouble. Naruto's brows rose. Ice King, so, he's king of what, snow? Finn answered quickly, pretty much, he's like a creepy wizard guy with ice powers, likes to kidnap princesses. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kidnap M for what? Mostly to bug M, Jake said. Sometimes keeps them locked in his ice castle, always a pain in the butt. Naruto's tone hardened. Does he hurt M? Finn shifted. Not, usually, but he's still dangerous. But I don't think he is really much of a threat, most the time that is. Naruto leaned back slightly, grin forming. Sounds like a perfect warm-up. Jake's eyes narrowed. Don't get cocky, Whiskers, he's got magic. The real kind. 1 second you're fine, the next, you're an ice cube. I've handled worse, Naruto said with a shrug. But in the back of his mind, he pictured the icy landscape he'd looked over hours ago. Made sense that it was most likely Ice King's home, and if Princess Bubblebutt's kingdom was in that direction, no way he was sitting this out. He just had to mess with her some more. She was in fact the first person to help him, even if she didn't know it. The blonde chuckled at the thought. Jake stepped forward. Slow your roll, Finn, we just met him. I don't think the princess would like us sending some random crazy man to go stop another crazy man, especially with your fellow blondes, striking personality, that and he might get himself killed. Finn bristled. Jake, if he beat us, I'm pretty sure he could handle Ice King. That's not the point, Jake shot back. The point is, we don't know him, not enough to trust him with the princess. Naruto crossed his arms. Trust or not, I'm going. Finn stepped closer, chin up. Then I'm going with you. Naruto smirked. Fine, but we're not walking. In one smooth motion, he swung Finn onto his back before the boy could react. Whoa, hey, Finn yelped, grabbing Naruto's shoulder. Naruto glanced at Jake, grin widening. Keep the tea warm, stretchy, we'll be back, hopefully with ramen. Before Jake could argue, Naruto crouched on the windowsill. The cool wind hit his face, sharp, electric, and his blood thrummed with anticipation. Later, he said, and leapt. They dropped 3 stories, hit the ground running, and tore off toward the icy plumes, the Candy Kingdom's fate now resting on his speed. The muffled thump-thump of hurried candy guards echoed through the marble halls, but Princess Bubblegum didn't look up from the formula she was jotting down. Ice King's raids were disruptive, sure, but hardly catastrophic. If anything, they were more of a recurring nuisance. Like a dentist appointment, a very loud, very frosty dentist appointment. And today, apparently, it had been moved up without warning. She frowned, tapping her pen against the clipboard. 3 days early, he's usually more predictable than this. Did something throw off his routine? Her mind flicked to the other interruption this day, the blonde stranger, Naruto. She hadn't expected him to escape, at all. 1 minute, he'd been leaning against the cell wall like he had all the time in the world, the next, there was a hole in her prison wing and a trail of debris leading outside. He hadn't even needed help, that alone set him apart from the usual troublemakers that drifted into the Candy Kingdom. Now, she wasn't sure what to make of him. She'd marked him as an unknown, unpredictable and potentially dangerous, but the feeling was layered with the same irritation he'd sparked the moment they met. The way he'd grinned at her like they were already friends. The shameless flirting, the casual way he'd dodged every one of her questions. And yet, she found herself wondering where he'd gone, what he was doing, and, more annoyingly, if he'd actually had some kind of plan when he left. She'd expected him to run into trouble out there, maybe even crawl back asking for help. Instead, nothing. Another boom rattled the throne room doors, sending a faint puff of snow through the gaps. The guards at her side tensed, spears lifting in unison. PB adjusted her crown and set her clipboard aside with practiced patience. Well, whatever the reason, it's nothing we haven't dealt with before. The throne room doors groaned once before blasting open in a burst of icy wind, frost scattering across the polished candy tile floor. Guards scrambled into defensive positions, spears trembling in their sugared hands. Ice King swept in like a half-melted blizzard, arms thrown wide, his beard glittering with icicles. His skin was the color of frostbite, stretched thin under a tangle of a dark blue cloak and the large flapping white beard, that billowed as if it, and not his body, carried him aloft. A golden crown rested precariously on his head, 3 ruby-red gems glowing faintly as if they alone kept the old fool airborne. It did nothing to hide the bald dome beneath, only framed it. And through it all, his mouth stretched into a jagged, shark-like grin, equal parts cartoonish and unsettling. "Ah, Princess Bubblegum, your frosty suitor has arrived," he twirled once, robe flapping dramatically, then pointed his gnarled finger at her throne. "And today's the day you finally accept my proposal." The candy guards muttered nervously, but Princess Bubblegum stayed seated, her face composed. With a small sigh, she folded her hands neatly in her lap. "Ice King," she said evenly, "we've been through this before, countless times in fact. I'm not interested in being kidnapped, and I certainly don't intend to marry you." He stomped a snowy boot, spraying slush across the floor. "Oh, come on, what's wrong with me? I've got a castle, penguins, cool powers, you'd be the queen of ice, princess of cold, first lady of frosty love." He clutched his chest as though making the case to himself more than to her. Princess Bubblegum resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Instead, she leaned forward slightly. "You don't need a queen, Ice King, you need to leave my kingdom, you've already hurt many of my people." His bluster faltered for a heartbeat. "But only briefly. They were in my way, keeping me from what I deserve," he said bitterly. The candy guards shifted uneasily, spears rising higher. PB lifted a hand, signaling them to hold. She always tried this way first. Not because she believed Ice King would ever listen, but because once, a long time ago, someone dear to her had thought he was worth the effort. Marceline always insisted he wasn't just a villain. PB pushed that thought away quickly, keeping her focus forward. "Ice King," she said, her tone firm but not unkind, "this isn't the way to get what you want, kidnapping me, threatening my people, it won't work, it never works. Why do you keep repeating this?" He flapped his arms, crown askew, voice breaking between anger and desperation. "Because you're perfect, and if you'd just give me a chance, you'd see it too. I can't just stop, okay, this is what I do." His frost crept farther into the room, dusting the guard's candy armor. Princess Bubblegum's lips pressed into a thin line, part of her wanted to snap, to order her guards to drive him out immediately. But another part, the part she didn't like to acknowledge, hesitated. The part that remembered Marceline's voice, softer and sadder than usual, saying that he wasn't always like this. She inhaled slowly, "Ice King, you're making this harder on yourself. Please, just turn around and go home." But the look in his eyes made clear he wouldn't. Ice King's face scrunched into a scowl, his voice rising in a shrill echo that bounced across the candy-tiled walls. If you won't marry me, he spread his arms wide, a flurry of jagged frost bursting from his fingertips, then I'll capture you in an iceberg forever, then you can't run away, and I can gaze at your beauty for all eternity. A collective gasp rippled through the candy guards as sheets of ice cracked across the throne room floor, creeping closer with each waking second. That was when her guards acted, lounging into battle, a fight they wouldn't soon win. Princess Bubblegum let out a quiet sigh through her nose. Her expression unchanged even as the temperature dropped. Of course, straight from awkward proposals to melodramatic imprisonment, same as every week. She shifted slightly on her throne, letting the weight of her crown settle against her head. Internally, she was already making calculations, how long the guards could hold him off, what countermeasures she could activate if necessary, but she didn't let that show. Instead, she smoothed her dress and sat straighter, the very picture of a composed monarch. Finn's probably already seen the frost from afar, she thought. He'll come charging in soon enough, I just need to play my part. Her lips curved into the faintest smile, polite. Demure, the mask of the helpless princess she'd perfected long ago. It gave her time to think, to let her mind drift back to unfinished formulas and experiments instead of the cold buffoon shouting in her hall. The battle ended quickly, spears put down with the banana guards who groaned in pain as Ice King floated above them all. But then, something shifted. It wasn't the usual bite of Ice King's magic, nor the creeping chill of frost seeping through the walls. It was sharper, a ripple in the air, sudden and unfamiliar, as though the room itself braced for impact. Princess Bubblegum straightened, pink eyes flicking up instinctively. A breath of silence, like the moment before glass shatters, and then the ceiling did shatter. Stone and candy plaster rained down as a blur of orange and gold crashed through from above. Ice King yelped in shock, only to be flattened under the impact as Naruto landed squarely on his back, dust and frost exploding outward in a chaotic spray. When the haze settled, the would-be kidnapper lay groaning beneath a pair of sandaled feet, and atop him stood the grinning figure Princess Bubblegum had not expected to see again so soon. Naruto brushed dust from his shoulder, eyes glinting with mischief as they locked on hers. "Yo princess, miss me?" For a few seconds, though it felt like hours, Princess Bubblegum didn't react. Not outwardly, at least. Inwardly, her mind was already racing. The sight of him struck her with equal parts irritation and disbelief. He was supposed to be gone, vanished to who knows where after blasting a hole through her dungeon wall. And now here he was, crashing straight back into her palace without so much as a word of explanation. She straightened in her throne, though her thoughts were anything but composed. Why here, why now, to gloat, to tease her again? Bonnible Bubblegum had only spoken with the man once, minutes that dragged like hours, yet he had left her unsettled in ways few others could. She knew almost nothing about him, and from what little she had gathered, boredom alone could have been enough to explain his return. And with him, that was almost the problem, his unpredictability. Her thoughts halted when another figure clambered off Naruto's back. The familiar form of Finn landed beside him, wide-eyed and smiling, and suddenly more questions filled her mind. Did they already know each other? What had Naruto been doing since his escape? And why did Finn look so utterly at ease with him? She wouldn't have cared so much with anyone else. But Naruto was unpredictable and annoyingly difficult to categorize. "Whoa," Finn's voice rang out, full of awe. He landed with all the eagerness of a kid tumbling into the middle of a storybook battle. "That was, like, super epic, you totally flattened him." "I know," Naruto chuckled, tossing a glance Finn's way. "Kinda expected more of a fight." The Ice King groaned at that but didn't so much as shove Naruto off. Bubblegum's eyes widened despite herself. Even Finn and Jake had trouble subduing the Ice King, and yet Naruto dismissed him like swatting away a gnat. More striking still, Finn didn't look surprised at all. They had definitely spoken before. "Yo princess," Naruto called over, grin tugging at his lips. "You gonna say something, or do I gotta tease you again to get your attention?" Her mind caught on that single word, again, and for once, Bubblegum wasn't sure how she should respond. Finn, however, raised an eyebrow immediately. Wait, hold up, you already know Princess Bubblegum? Yup, Naruto's reply was quick, casual, almost breezy, like he had said it 1,000 times before. He leaned back slightly, still perched atop Ice King as though the blue menace was nothing more than an inconvenient prop. Met her around the same hour I woke up here, she tossed me in a dungeon, but, wasn't too hard to get out. His smirk widened, eyes glinting toward Bubblegum, clearly hoping to provoke a reaction. And he got one. I would have let you out eventually, Bubblegum said, voice clipped with careful control. You earned your stay after the way you twisted every answer I asked. Naruto chuckled, entirely unfazed. Technically, I gave you answers, you just didn't like how I said them. He gave a small shrug. Besides, I've got nothing to hide, honestly, if I'd stayed in that cell of yours any longer, I'd probably have died of boredom, or worse, never met this guy. He gave Finn a nod, playful and conspiratorial. Finn's grin widened, puffing out his chest. Yeah, guess you're lucky, huh? Bubblegum's lips twitched, though whether it was annoyance or faint amusement even she wasn't sure. This man, he was infuriating, exasperating, and far too unpredictable. Yet part of her couldn't deny he moved with the kind of confidence and skill that was intriguing. And the speed with which he'd escaped, then returned, only added to the mystery. Naruto's head tilted toward her, expression teasing, sly. What's wrong, princess, you miss me already? Her breath caught, then she forced a measured sigh, unbelievable. I assure you, I have far better ways to occupy my time. Naruto's grin widened at the flicker of reaction in her eyes. Huh, that's what you said last time too, guess some things don't change. Finn, still wide-eyed, glanced from Bubblegum to Naruto. So, wait, you actually talked, and you were in her dungeon. He looked incredulous, but also fascinated, like a kid piecing together a new puzzle. It was necessary, Bubblegum said smoothly, trying to assert control. He was an unknown variable, and he still is. Naruto leaned slightly forward, elbows resting on his knees, eyes glinting. Unknown, sounds like a challenge, his grin sharpened. But sometimes I like to see just how unpredictable things can get. PB's brow furrowed, a flush rising to her cheeks despite herself. Excuse me, she said, adjusting her posture as if to physically put some distance between them. Unpredictable how? Naruto tilted his head, voice low and teasing. Oh, pushing buttons, seeing reactions. Maybe getting someone to chase me around a palace, or make that frustrated face you're making right now. He smirked, clearly enjoying the effect. PB's lips pressed into a thin line, hands curling slightly as she tried to maintain composure. Internally, she scolded herself. Why did he have to be so infuriatingly bold, and why did a part of her actually notice how quick-witted he was? Finn, watching from the side, tilted his head in confusion. He'd been told about their first meeting, but this back and forth made him unsure what to make of it. Maybe just ignore him for now, he offered, hoping to calm the rising tension. Naruto's grin didn't waver. Ignore me, where's the fun in that? He leaned back slightly, gaze flicking to PB. Come on, Princess Bubblebutt, you've got to admit, life's a bit dull if you can't handle a little chaos. PB exhaled sharply through her nose, crossing her arms. I am fully capable of handling chaos, just not this level of nonsense. Finn, trying to mediate, waved a hand between them. Yeah, sure, he's a bit intense, but he did land on the Ice King to save you, even if he was bored or something. PB's eyes flicked to Finn, a mix of surprise and internal conflict crossing her features. 1. She hadn't expected Finn to already side with this unpredictable stranger. 2. Why was she letting Naruto's words, and that grin, get under her skin at all? Her thoughts barely had time to process when a chilling gust cut through the room, and the Ice King's voice boomed, sharp and demanding. Enough, stop acting like I'm not here, Princess Bubblegum, you will come with me. Naruto's grin widened, tilting his head as he studied the blue-skinned man. Looks like our friend here doesn't like being ignored, he murmured, almost to himself, before preparing to move. "That's right, weird new human," Ice King snarled, wobbling into the air near the gaping hole Naruto had left in the ceiling. His beard flapped as he puffed out his chest. "I was only caught off guard because you fell on me. I was taking a power nap." PB didn't believe that for a second, not with the pathetic groans he'd made while pinned. "But now that I'm up," Ice King shouted, crown sparking, "you won't surprise me a second time, not even if you fall out of the sky again." The words were punctuated by a crackling blast of blue energy. It fizzed like lightning, thunder in its sound, freezing the very air it ripped through. Naruto barely moved, just a sidestep, hands tucked behind his back, casual as ever. The bolt slammed into the floor where he'd stood, leaving a bizarre scar scorched and frozen at once, hairline crack spidering outward. PB's breath hitched at the speed of it, but she didn't have time to process. Another jagged strike arced toward her throne. She started to rise, but before she could move, strong arms scooped her up. The world blurred, and in the next instant she was off her throne, held securely against Naruto's chest. Behind them, the royal seat shattered into glittering shards of ice. Naruto landed lightly on the far side of the ruined hall, dust curling around his sandals. He still held bubblegum in a bridal carry, his grin infuriatingly unbothered. "Phew," he said with mock relief, tilting his head down toward her. "That was close, would have been a shame if you'd gotten all frosted up." Her heart was pounding, not that she'd ever admit it. No one touched her like this, let alone carried her around like some damsel. She wanted to snap at him, to wriggle free and demand he put her down, but her tongue felt caught somewhere between indignation and disbelief. Naruto tilted her a little closer, golden hair brushing her cheek as he added. "Low enough that only she could hear, though, gotta say, having you this close makes it easier to admire the view." Her face flushed hot, the sharp retort dying in her throat. Of course he'd go for the most inappropriate, infuriating comment possible at a time like this. Bonnibel's lips pressed into a tight line, she couldn't give him the satisfaction of reacting, except she didn't have the chance. A bolt of ice lightning tore across the room, sizzling through the air where they'd just been. Naruto blurred away in an instant, the motion so fast her stomach dipped like she was falling. The strike hit the marble floor, leaving it scorched black and frozen white at the same time. Cracks racing outward in jagged patterns. Another blast came, and another. Each one was faster, louder, bursting through the air like living thunder. But every time, Naruto was faster, vanishing, reappearing, carrying her as if she weighed nothing, his movements a blur that her eyes could barely track. PB's thoughts struggled to keep up, his speed was beyond anything she'd measured in OO before, faster than Finn, faster than even some of her machines. And he wasn't even breaking a sweat. "Hold still," Ice King screeched from above, his crown sparking wildly as he hurled blast after blast. His beard snapped in the air as he flailed in frustration. "Stop dodging, that's cheating." Each failure only drove him into more of a tantrum, the air thick with frost and the acrid sting of ozone. On the ground, Finn had his hands balled into fists, eyes wide as he tried to follow Naruto's movements. "Whoa," he whispered, almost forgetting to breathe. He'd fought Ice King dozens of times, but never had he seen anyone toy with him like this. Finally, after one last, desperate volley, Ice King hovered panting in midair, sweat mingling with the frost in his beard. His shoulders sagged, breath wheezing. Naruto stopped moving, landing lightly beside Finn. He brushed his long, spiky hair out of his face with one hand, still cradling PB with the other like it was effortless. "You know," he said, casually, "I really should cut this mess, gets in my way too much." Finn's head whipped toward him, shaking quickly. "No way, dude, long hair is, like, the raddest hair, you gotta keep it." Naruto raised a brow, pretending to consider it, then smirked. "Guess it does have its perks, still, too easy to grab in a fight." His gaze slid deliberately toward PB, lips quirking. The hidden meaning hit her instantly, her blush deepened despite her efforts, and she hated how quickly he'd cornered her with a single glance. Finn, of course, remained oblivious, just nodding along. Naruto laughed at her expression, a low, genuine sound, before finally setting her down on her feet beside Finn. "All right, kid," he said with a stretch of his shoulders, eyes glinting at the still wheezing Ice King. "Handle the princess for me, I'm gonna have a little fun." PB blinked at him, still catching her breath from being hauled around like a sack of sugar. "Wait, Finn, you're just going to let him?" Finn shrugged, glancing between the two. "I mean, yeah, I still don't really know if he's good or evil or whatever, met him like, an hour ago." He grinned anyway, a bit sheepish, "but I can tell he's strong enough to handle Ice King, no problem." Bonnibel's brow furrowed, that trust, it unnerved her. Finn had saved her countless times, proven himself a true hero. But this stranger. This unpredictable, sharp-smiling man who needled her at every turn? Could she really just trust him because Finn did? She didn't know, not yet, but maybe watching him fight, seeing how he carried himself against Ice King when the pressure was real, maybe then she'd have her answer. So she stayed silent, eyes fixed on Naruto as he rolled his shoulders, golden hair catching the cold light. The Ice King, though winded, wasn't giving up. With a frustrated screech, he raised both hands and unleashed another jagged volley of ice lightning. The blasts tore through the throne room like furious storms, freezing air and stone in their wake. Naruto didn't even flinch. He weaved through the attacks with infuriating ease, slipping just past each crackling bolt like it was part of a game. He leaned back on one foot, balanced on one hand, then spun lazily out of the way of another, striking poses that looked more like dance moves than combat. "You call that aiming?" Naruto laughed, twisting in midair to land on a single fingerdip before flipping back upright. "Come on, old man, I've seen snowballs with better accuracy." PB couldn't believe what she was seeing. He wasn't just dodging, he was mocking Ice King, moving with an almost exaggerated casualness, twisting into poses so ridiculous she was certain he was doing it purely to irritate him. It worked. "Stop mocking me," Ice King wailed, face red beneath his beard as sparks flew from his crown. "You're supposed to be frozen and begging for mercy, not doing yoga poses on my attacks." Naruto dropped into a squat mid-dodge, resting his chin in his hand with a mock-thoughtful expression. "You jealous? Bet you couldn't pull this one off." Then he glanced over his shoulder at Finn and PB, flashing them both a wink. Finn hooped, "That's so math." PB, however, felt her jaw tighten. He was too reckless, too focused on showing off. And in that instant, she saw it, the one moment his grin got ahead of his awareness. "Look out," she shouted at the same time as Finn. But the warning was too late. Ice King, seizing the opportunity, hurled a concentrated blast straight at Naruto's exposed back. The crackling spear of ice lightning was going to hit, and then something else happened. A surge of black energy burst from Naruto, swirling into a shroud that rippled and hissed like living fire. It swallowed the attack whole, ice and frost dissolving against its unnatural heat. The impact shook the room, stone splintering under the pressure, but the shroud didn't budge. PB's breath caught, Finn's eyes went wide, even Ice King faltered in midair, blinking. Naruto, however, looked almost amused. He glanced down at the black chakra swirling around him, lips curving into a knowing smile. "I was wondering when you'd wake up," he said quietly, as though addressing it. "You sleep more often than Kurama, you know that?" The shroud shifted, coiling around him, and though no sound reached PB's ears, it was clear to her that something had spoken back, something only he could hear. Naruto's smile widened, and he tilted his head as if listening. Then he looked over his shoulder at Ice King, utterly unfazed. "He's not that much of a threat, but, yeah, you're probably right, ending it now would be better for him." PB felt a chill, not from the frost, but from the tone. For the first time, she wondered just how dangerous this man truly was. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his spiky hair. "Shame though, day's barely half over, and if I finish this too quick, no more fun." The shroud pulsed again. He chuckled. Okay. You win," but, his gaze flicked to PB, and his voice shifted. "Messing with her like that, that's going too far. I might joke, but that's not a kind of fun I'd ever take lightly, not with someone I just met. Her lips parted slightly. He'd said it so simply, almost offhand, but there was a strange weight to it, a line he wouldn't cross, no matter how much he teased. He paused, listening again. Then that grin returned, sharp, predatory. That's a good idea. He lowered himself to the ground, sitting cross-legged as if preparing for a conversation rather than a fight. The black shroud coiled around him like a cloak, flickering at the edges with a dangerous heat. "Ice King," he called, voice steady. "Something's been brought to my attention." The wizard faltered, confusion evident even through his beard. "Huh?" Naruto smirked. "Seeing as you can't land a blow on me for real, I'll make it simple. I'm giving you a choice in how you go out." He raised one finger, casual. "The easy way, a second finger, the hard way, then a third, or, the weird way." For a moment, the room was silent but for the crackle of frost still clinging to the walls. Then Ice King straightened, eyes narrowing with sudden interest. "Weird way, huh?" His grin split wide. "I like the sound of that. Hit me with your weirdest, stranger danger." PB's grip tightened on her dress, her mind spun with calculations, but none of her formulas accounted for this. A man cloaked in black fire, negotiating with a mad wizard, smiling like he had all the time in the world. And worse than that, she realized, against her better judgment, she wanted to see what he would do. The Ice King flared with manic energy, frost swirling at his fingertips, when Naruto rose slowly from his cross-legged seat. The black chakra around him hissed like a living fire, but instead of attacking, the blonde simply smirked, his head tilting in mischievous amusement. "You picked the weird way," he said. "Don't say I didn't warn you." PB's fingers twitched at her side. "What could possibly be weirder than what I've already seen?" Naruto pressed his hands together in a sudden, sharp clap. The air vibrated, chakra flared. Then came the puff of smoke, dense, white, curling in waves across the cracked floor. From within it, figures emerged, not one, not two, but an entire horde. PB's eyes went wide, Finn audibly choked. Dozens of versions of Naruto appeared, but not as he had been. No, these duplicates were transformed, shimmering with curves, scant clothing, long hair falling over sly eyes. Multiple female version of Naruto, looking similar to him, loosely anyway. Each one radiated confidence, striking exaggerated poses that would have been laughable if they weren't so distracting. Perverse style, harem jutsu. PB felt heat crawl up her face before she could stop it. What kind of technique is this?" Finn slapped both hands over his cheeks, face turning bright red. The Ice King froze midair, his jaw going slack, crown tilting sideways. His nose twitched, then his entire face went crimson. A second later, a geyser of blood shot from his nose. The gust of red blasted him backward like a cannonball. He screamed incoherently as the force sent him crashing through the wall of the castle, then spiraling into the open sky. His voice faded into the distance, still shrieking, until nothing but silence remained. The transformed Narutos vanished in puffs of smoke, leaving the real one doubled over with laughter. He slapped the ground, wheezing between gasps. "Pfft, ha, every single time." The black shroud rippled, and PB's sharp eyes caught it, shifting into a flickering chart. Columns of numbers tallied in glowing crimson, and though she didn't understand its language, the meaning was clear. Naruto pointed at it, still laughing. "See, every person I meet picks the weird way. Why, what's wrong with people?" The chakra pulsed like it was answering, his grin stretched even wider. Yeah, you're right. Guess they would want to see how it plays out." He tipped his head back and let out another roar of laughter, wild and unrestrained, filling the ruined throne room with its echo. PB's blush deepened despite herself, and her nails dug into her palm. "What was that?" she demanded silently. As if sensing her thought, Naruto's fox-like eyes snapped to hers, sharp, golden, slit-pupilled. For a beat, her breath caught in her throat. Then he cracked up all over again. That was all me," he said, wiping a tear from his eye. "Perfect little trick for taking out any kind of pervert, back in the day, even I couldn't resist it if someone else pulled it on me. His grin turned cheeky. Almost smug, but I guess I got too shameless for that to work now. PB pressed her lips together, she didn't like the sound of that at all. Not the implication, not the ease with which he admitted it, not the fact that her own face was still burning. But worse than that, it only made her questions multiply. Who was this man? What was that bizarre technique he called a jutsu? What effect would his presence have on on the Candy Kingdom, on her? Naruto fell back onto the floor, still laughing until he was nearly breathless, one hand on his stomach, the other brushing his hair out of his face. His wild amusement filled the shattered hall, echoing against broken walls, wrapping around her thoughts no matter how she tried to dismiss it. And all she could do was stand there, caught between exasperation and something else she couldn't yet name, as his laughter refused to stop. The wind began its quiet whisper, brushing through grass and rattling leaves, weaving a soft symphony of sounds that filled the air with gentle grace. It drifted into a small park, where figures rested in the calm, one man, surrounded by 9 small creatures. They sat together in stillness, a quiet family basking in one another's company. The man was blonde, dressed in a black and orange shinobi jumpsuit, a look that seemed almost iconic, as though it belonged to him and him alone. The animals around him were strange yet familiar, each distinct from the other: a fox, a bull, a bee, a slug, a horse, an ape, a crab, a black cat, and a tanuki. They appeared no larger than pets. But something deeper radiated from them, an unseen weight that lingered in the air. The man didn't notice, or perhaps, he chose not to. Here, he was content, surrounded by his family, peaceful, perfect. But peace never lasts. With a sudden crack of blue, lightning tore through the scene, the thunder that followed shattering the stillness. Bright streaks of light blinded him, the world convulsing, and in the next instant, the park was gone. He now stood in a forest, its trees painted crimson. His family, once so full of life, now lay silent at his feet, their small bodies broken, their warmth gone. The peace was dead. Shadows stretched long between the blood-colored trees. And at their heart stood a figure. Eyes like burning coals cut through the darkness, red, sharp, merciless. The man staggered back, his breath ragged. He looked down again, the bodies of his family weren't still after all. One by one, their small, broken forms began to dissolve into flickers of light. Fox, bull, bee, slug, horse, ape, crab, cat, tanuki, each glowing shard drifted toward him, sinking into his chest with a warmth that twisted to fire. The man who had smiled moments ago was gone. His body shifted, his aura flaring with an unbearable intensity, power spilling out of him like wildfire. The red-eyed figure didn't move. It only watched. And then, the man was on him. When his senses returned, his arm was thrust through the figure's chest, blood spraying across the crimson trees. All around him, the ground was littered with corpses, shinobi from every corner of his past, their faces locked in lifeless silence. The man stood among them, chest heaving, his hand shaking as it dripped with blood. His breath tore ragged through the quiet, until the silence itself began to collapse. The world buckled, folding in on itself, swallowing the bodies, the forest, even the red eyes, and he woke. "How do we get him down from there?" came a familiar voice. "I say we just leave him up there, it's not like we'd be missing anything," said another. "That's not very nice. He only moved in a few days ago." "Yes, and while I'll admit he's not that bad, I'd still prefer my peace until our blonde trickster wakes from his beauty sleep." Those were the first words Naruto heard before his senses stirred. The low conversation carried on, but it only served to pull him deeper into awareness. Then, without warning, he jolted awake, eyes wide, a raw shout tearing from his throat as scraps of his nightmare clung to him. His body tensed, chakra still flowing where it had kept him plastered to the ceiling all night. He hadn't felt like taking the couch again, so in his sleepy logic, the rafters were the next best thing. Now, though, his clever idea betrayed him. Gravity reclaimed him with merciless speed. His orange cloak fluttered wildly as he crashed down, slamming chest first into the wooden floor. Naruto groaned, not from pain exactly, he could handle pain, but from the sheer surprise of it. The dream always left him rattled, no matter how many times it came. He knew what it meant, knew what memory it echoed, but facing it directly would mean reliving it. And that, he wasn't ready for. Shaking the thoughts away, he blinked back to the present, replaying the sound of his fall in his head. The thud had been heavy, too heavy, he hadn't just landed on wood. A grin tugged at his lips. Sure enough, when he sat up, Jake was pancaked flat beneath him while Finn crouched nearby. Wide-eyed. Yep, just like I thought, Naruto muttered, and then burst into a storm of laughter. He clutched his stomach, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Man, I didn't mean to break my fall on you, Jake, but this is even better than I imagined. Jake's flattened form groaned, see, I told you we should have left him alone. His words were muffled, directed more at Finn than Naruto. Finn rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. Well, maybe, but he's our guest, would have been weird to let him miss breakfast. Jake grumbled something inaudible, then stretched and popped back to normal, glaring with sleepy annoyance. Naruto smirked, brushing himself off, my bad, didn't expect to fall, usually doesn't happen. Guess I'm a little rusty after only few days of being up. Jake's frown softened but didn't disappear entirely, just, make sure it doesn't happen again. Sure thing, Naruto said with a lazy salute. Jake shook his head and padded off toward the kitchen, leaving Naruto chuckling to himself. In the days since he first woke up, after who knew how many years, Naruto had ended up living with Finn and Jake. Not that he needed a home, but somehow it just happened. They'd been quick to take him in, mostly because he was fun, unpredictable, and just the right kind of trouble. Jake, of course, had been skeptical at first. The blonde was loud, mischievous, and far too comfortable making himself at home in someone else's treehouse. But after a few days of adventuring together, Jake had to admit, grudgingly, that Naruto wasn't half bad. He was quick on his feet, reliable in a fight, and always ready to back Finn up without hesitation, that earned points in Jake's book. Still, Naruto had a knack for getting under his skin. Mostly because Jake had become the #1 target of his pranks. Stretchy limbs tied in knots while he napped, his coffee swapped with syrup, his tail used as a swing without warning. And while Finn laughed so hard he nearly cried every time, Jake usually ended up grumbling, swearing under his breath, and muttering about blonde troublemakers. The truth was, though Jake wouldn't say it out loud, he'd warmed up to Naruto quickly. The guy was like an annoying little brother, chaotic, but dependable when it mattered. Naruto, for his part, pretended not to notice. But there was another reason he stayed, one he kept buried deep. Finn reminded him of his past, of his sons. It was uncanny, like many of his boys' spirits had been stitched together into this one kid. Impulsive. Kind, brave, a warrior with a heart too big for his own good. Naruto had outlived his children, and now here was Finn, one of the only humans left in OOO, if Princess Bubblegum and Marceline were right, standing as a living echo of what Naruto had once had, the good parts, anyway. In the meantime, he kept himself busy, adventures with Finn and Jake. Pranking the Candy Kingdom's citizens, Bubblegum hated it, but he swore deep down she was at least a little impressed. Pranking the Ice King was even better, helping save princesses when Finn got that sparkle in his eye. And exploring this bizarre, beautiful world, where ruins of the old mixed with things stranger than dreams. OOO wasn't weak by any means, there were powers here that stood close to his, some strange, some terrifying. But no one yet on his level. If he wanted a real fight, it would have to be someone who could break a planet, or bend reality itself. Still, the battles he did find had a thrill of their own, he didn't need equals to enjoy a good brawl. For the first time in years, he even felt like training again. Way better than the stagnant, peaceful world the shinobi era had left behind. This place was unpredictable. Wild, a perfect playground for adventure, and pranks. The thought made him chuckle, almost on cue, the sizzling sound of Jake's pan snapped through the kitchen. In a flash of fire and oil, the skillet burst skyward with a whoosh, flipping end over end before embedding itself in the wooden ceiling with a sharp thunk. It stuck there at an angle, smoke curling down like lazy ribbons. Naruto barked out a laugh, hands on his knees. Guess I'm not the only one who likes hanging around up there. Jake's eyes narrowed at the pan stuck in the ceiling. Smoke curling down. He turned to Naruto, who was already grinning like a fox caught red-handed. You didn't do that, did you? Jake asked, voice flat but heavy with suspicion. Naruto only tilted his head, lips twitching upward. He didn't need to deny it, the smirk said everything. Do you really have to ask? He teased, drawing the moment out like he was savoring it. Jake sighed, stretching his arm high to pluck the pan free. His shoulders sagged, muttering something about breakfast being ruined. Naruto chuckled to himself, folding his arms behind his head. Great, another day of fun. And that fun came at Jake's expense. The treehouse soon became Naruto's playground. Jake awoke from a nap to find his legs knotted together like rope. Naruto sitting nearby whistling as if he hadn't noticed. Later, Jake poured himself water only for the cup to explode into bubbles that clung to his fur, leaving him sputtering while Naruto laughed from the rafters. His favorite pillow was somehow plastered against the ceiling. The strings of his viola, twisted into a tangled nightmare. With each prank, Jake's grumbles grew louder, his patience thinner. His fur bristled, his tail lashed, his eyes narrowed harder and harder at the blonde every time he appeared, smug as ever. Finn found it hilarious, half the time he laughed until his sides hurt, but Jake wasn't laughing. By midday his mutters had turned to sharp sighs, then growls under his breath. Naruto would vanish just before Jake snapped at him, slipping behind a wall or vanishing in a puff of chakra smoke, always leaving Jake fuming. By evening, Jake's jaw was tight, his fists curled. He wasn't about to blow, but he was close. The kind of close where the next prank could tip him over. And Naruto, he could see it, he knew it, but that sly grin never left his face. Finn and Jake sat across from each other in the living room, plates from lunch still sitting off to the side. Finn was polishing his sword, humming to himself, while Jake slouched against the couch, looking worn. His fur seemed puffed from irritation rather than sleep. Man, Jake muttered, I don't know how much more of this I can take. Don't get me wrong, Naruto's cool and all, but if I gotta spend one more day getting knotted up, slimed, or dropped on from the ceiling, I'm gonna lose it. Finn gave a half-laugh, trying to lighten things. Come on, dude, you gotta admit, sometimes it's pretty funny. Jake's eyes narrowed, yeah, funny for you. Not so funny when it's my tail in the freezer, or when I wake up with whipped cream on my face. I can't relax Finn, he's always waiting for me to slip up. Naruto had been listening from the rafters, chakra keeping him balanced upside down like a spider. Their words reached him, and instead of guilt, at first he felt the smirk tug at his lips. Are you serious? It's just a few pranks. They're acting like I'm ruining their lives. He decided to prove his point, one last prank. With a flick of chakra, Jake's mug, filled freshly with steaming tea, lifted from the table, floated silently into the air, then tilted. The next second, the hot liquid poured neatly down Jake's back. Jake yelped, leaping up and shaking himself like a wet dog, fur sticking in patches. Ah! Are you kidding me? He spun around, eyes flashing to the ceiling where Naruto hung like it was the funniest thing in the world. Gotcha, Naruto chuckled, dropping down lightly, landing on his feet without a sound. His grin was wide, shameless. But Jake didn't shout, he didn't stretch at him or tackle him. Knowing that wouldn't end well. Instead, he took a deep breath, his eyes heavy, his shoulders sagging. He looked Naruto straight in the eye and spoke low, almost too calm, enough. Naruto's grin faltered for just a heartbeat, he wasn't used to calm. Anger, sure, retaliation, definitely, but calm, that was different. I'm asking you respectful like, Jake said. Stop, I can't handle it anymore man, you're a guest here, this is our home, please, just stop with the pranks. Naruto tilted his head, the old fire sparking again. He crossed his arms, smirk sharpening. Ah, Come on, they're fine, you survived didn't you? Jake's jaw tightened, patience breaking. His voice rose, his tail snapping behind him. No, they're not fine, I want you to stop, you're not part of this house, Naruto, you're just a guest. And right now, you're wearing out your welcome. Naruto snorted, the sound sharp. And what, you think you can stop me if I don't? His tone was teasing, but there was an edge under it, an instinct, the kind that came from a man who'd fought gods and monsters. Guys, hey, calm down, Finn jumped in between them, hands raised, looking from Jake's glare to Naruto's smirk. No need to go nuclear over a couple jokes. But Naruto wasn't looking at Finn, his eyes stayed locked on Jake's. And what he saw wasn't anger, not really, behind the frustration, the snapping temper. There was something else. Jake's eyes were tired, not just annoyed tired, worn tired, like he'd had enough, but was too drained to keep fighting it. That stopped Naruto cold, his smirk softened, slipping away. He's really done with this, huh? I didn't think it was that bad, guess I've been pushing it a little too much. Naruto let out a breath, scratching the back of his head. Fine, I'll stop, no more pranks, at least not as many as I'm doing now. Jake blinked, surprised by the shift, but stayed quiet. Maybe I took advantage of you guys letting me stay here, Naruto added, voice lighter, casual, but there was sincerity buried in there. He gave a short bow of his head. Sorry about that. Then the smirk crept back, not sharp this time, but warm. Still, you gotta admit, at least some of them were funny. Jake's frown didn't move, his silence was louder than anything he could have said. Naruto chuckled, yeah, that's fine. A pause, then he straightened, tugging at the edge of his cloak. Anyway, I've got something else I need to do, out of the house, he waved a hand lazily, already turning toward the door. I'll be back later, don't wait up. His tone was nonchalant, easygoing like always. But inside, there was that quiet pull, that old instinct of caring for people he barely knew, like it was etched into his bones. He wasn't gonna keep them up worrying, not Finn. Not Jake. The door closed softly behind him, and the treehouse was quiet again. Jake leaned back against the couch with his arms crossed, brows furrowed. You think I went a little too hard on him? Finn just shrugged, fiddling with his hat string. I dunno man, he seemed fine with it. You know Naruto, he just brushes stuff off. That didn't seem to ease Jake's worry, but he let it drop, muttering something under his breath as Finn wandered off toward the kitchen. Outside, the last traces of the sun dipped into the horizon, painting the sky in deep orange and fading purples. Naruto stood in the cooling air, hands shoved in his pockets, his smirk faltered for just a moment before he pressed his palms together in a few sharp hand signs. A gust of wind and flecks of white sand lifted him up, carrying him into the air as if on an invisible bed. He stretched out flat on his back, staring up at the sky with a lazy grin. Yeah, now this is the way to travel, he muttered to himself, letting the wind carry him along. Silence filled the air, but his thoughts refused to stay quiet. Guess I went a little too far with Jake, he admitted under his breath. Thought the pranks were harmless, but, tch, the guy looked exhausted. He blew air out of his nose, half amused, half annoyed with himself. I do get carried away sometimes, oh well, his grin crooked upward, but not all the way. Still, it's not like I meant any harm. Just wanted to keep things fun, he paused, eyes narrowing at the fading light above. But maybe, he can't take much more of it. That familiar weight crept into his chest, the kind he hated to acknowledge. Man, I hate this feeling, always slowing me down. His smirk came back sharp and playful. Fine then, if Jake's tapped out, I'll just find new people, fresh meat's always fun. He let himself drift sideways on the wind, gaze sliding back toward the distant forest. But, if I'm gonna keep bouncing around pranking people, maybe I should think about where I'm staying too, can't exactly keep mooching off a treehouse that ain't even mine. Naruto chuckled at the thought, folding his arms behind his head. Not like they ever gave me a room anyway, bound to get crowded sooner or later. Wouldn't be fair to them, or me. The grin brightened, his imagination running wild. Heh, maybe I could make my own place. Something crazy, huge, filled with traps and gags, every step a surprise. He snickered, but, nah, living alone's boring. His tone softened, though the grin didn't leave. Better to have someone around, someone who could actually prank me back. Otherwise, it's just shooting fish in a barrel, and that gets old fast. He sighed, even Jake's already starting to bore me, and it's only been a few days, yeesh. The thought ended abruptly when his forehead smacked into something solid. Ow, damn it, Naruto rubbed his head, blinking up at the massive yellow wall with white cream filler squished between layers. His mouth dropped, then curled into a grin. Did I just faceplant into a giant cake? He leaned back, hands on his hips. Wait, no, that's the Candy Kingdom. The white sand lowered him to the ground, and Naruto tilted his head, staring at the candy-coated fortress with a gleam in his eyes. Guess this is as good a place as any to stir things up, been a few days since I poked at Bubble Butt. He cracked his knuckles, smirk stretching wide. In a single bound, Naruto vaulted over the wall encircling the Candy Kingdom, landing atop the gumdrop-lined roof of a house. The surface was bouncy, sticky in places, but he stuck the landing with ease. Yeah, he'd have some fun with this, take the scenic route, mess with a few people on the way, the usual. His grin sharpened as he pressed a hand into a gumdrop for balance, crouched low, then bolted forward. He sprang to the next rooftop, then backflipped onto the glossy red curve of a candy cane rail. Sliding down, he should have gotten glued to the thing, but somehow he didn't, just kept his momentum until he flicked off the end, catching himself on a storm drain. From there, he paused just long enough to glance down at the candy citizens. Some strolled lazily across the sugar-paved streets, others shuffled in and out of shops. A few looked up and gawked, but most didn't even notice the blur overhead. Naruto launched himself again, bouncing from building to building. He twisted through the air, 3 sharp backflips before dropping into the street below. He hit the ground running, weaving between carts, leaping over startled gumdrop folk, ducking under a candy beast of burden before springing onto its back and vaulting off. The wind whipped through his hair, the rush never got old. He'd run this kingdom ragged once before, but this time he wasn't stumbling half-mad from waking up. This time he had control, instinct, and a perfect mental map of the place. Finally, with a laugh bubbling at his lips, Naruto decided to end his little race against himself. He bent his knees, chakra sparking through his body, and launched. He soared skyward like a cannonball, body cutting through the air before angling into a dive. Glass shattered as he ripped straight through a palace window, landing in a crouch with one hand braced against the polished floor, the other flung wide for balance. Perfect landing, he muttered, smirk widening. The banana guard stiffened as he entered, standing straighter even though their weapons still shook. Princess Bubblegum's gaze swept over the cracked window, the scuffed tiles, then landed squarely on Naruto. She didn't flinch, didn't raise her voice. Just folded her hands neatly in front of her. You could have requested an audience, she said, calm, regal. Naruto tilted his head, lips tugging into a sly grin. Yeah, but where's the fun in requesting? This way, I get the view, the run, and the landing, triple win. PB's expression barely shifted, but he caught the faintest exhale through her nose. Annoyed, maybe, trying not to show it. I see, she said. Well, since you're here, perhaps your energy can be put to use. I have projects that could benefit from an extra hand. Naruto leaned back against the chair he'd dropped into, stretching his arms lazily over the top. Projects, huh? That's a fancy way of saying work. And I didn't come here looking for a job. I was bored. Thought you might have something entertaining. Her eyes narrowed just a fraction, a flicker of thought behind them, before she smoothed it over with a practiced smile. Helping me could be entertaining. If you're creative enough. Naruto chuckled under his breath, tapping the armrest with his fingers. That's slick, princess, kinda what I expected after you questioned me for a bit. Makes me think you're the type of person to want to always be thinking a step ahead. His grin widened, teeth flashing. But I'm not really the step-in-line type, not your soldier, not your subject, definitely not your tool. He watched her face carefully, no cracks, just that same polite, steady calm. But he swore she'd paused earlier, like she'd been weighing her words. Maybe thinking of ways to box him in. The thought drifted out of his mind just as quickly as it came. He wasn't here to think too hard, he just wanted to see how far he could poke the princess before she snapped. So far, she hadn't, which made the game all the more fun. Naruto leaned back in the chair, balancing it on two legs while his grin stretched wide. So, what if I don't feel like doing your boring work, you gonna lock me up again? PB didn't bite. Her hands folded neatly behind her back. What if I were to make them interesting? That caught him, his eyes narrowed just a little, smirk quirking into something sharper. Oh, interesting, you say, how interesting, princess? Because my bar is pretty high, you'll have to get real creative. Her gaze flicked, cool and calculating, depends what you consider interesting. Naruto tapped his chin dramatically. Well, you could always ask me to test how fast I can make your castle guards cry. Or maybe you need a royal taste tester, just, only for the candy people that look particularly edible. He leaned forward, eyes glinting. Or, maybe you need a brave volunteer to warm your royal bed. For the first time, her mask cracked, just a flicker, a tightening around her mouth, a sharp look that told him she'd heard enough. She smoothed it away quickly. But Naruto caught it, oh, he definitely caught it, and he loved getting a reaction out of her, so far, better than Jake. He laughed, gotcha, for a second, you almost looked like a person and not just some princess made of rules. PB exhaled slowly, as though dismissing his games. When you first woke up, she said, pointedly shifting the conversation, I asked you if you knew about an energy spike. It was detected directly below your grounds, it hasn't been identified yet. Naruto tilted his head, woke up, that was, what, a few days ago, he grinned. Feels like forever already. Her eyes sharpened, it wasn't yours, your second time in the castle, we scanned you, the signature from the spike doesn't match you. Naruto's grin faltered, just slightly, so when you asked me about it before, it wasn't because you thought it was mine. You just wanted to see if I knew anything about it. PB inclined her head, correct, but after witnessing the display of your own energy, I began to wonder if there might be a connection, perhaps a resonance of some kind. She tapped a tablet she'd been carrying, its candy-colored screen flickering. To test this, I'll need you to exert yourself, physically, enough that we can gather some data. Naruto leaned back again, thoughtful this time. His grin was still there, but softer, hiding the edge of something sharper beneath it. That surge, he had felt it. Like a hand shaking him awake, could be the whole reason he was here. Physically taxing, he muttered, more to himself than to her, then his grin sharpened again. If you really think you can wear me out, princess, I'd say that sounds like fun, been itching to stretch my legs anyway. PB gave the smallest nod, already cataloging something in her head. Naruto chuckled low, eyes glinting, though if this is really about testing me, then the first test ought to be something a little more private, just for science, of course. Her glare this time was less controlled, sharp as a knife. Naruto only laughed harder, rocking the chair back on two legs until it almost tipped. After that, the two made their way deeper into the castle. The blonde trailed just a step behind the princess, hands in his pockets, grin lazy. He smirked at the view in front of him, chin propped in his hand like he was admiring fine art. Every time they passed through a door, turned a corner, or slipped by a few candy guards, it looked like he wasn't paying attention at all. And that's exactly how Naruto liked it. On the surface, he was all grin and distraction, eyes glued to one particular feature. But underneath, he was mapping every hall, every guard post, every twist in the candy-coated maze of a castle. It was second nature. Sure, he was a little distracted, okay, very distracted. But hey, a guy had priorities. Assets needed to be assessed, and sometimes assets were just really big. Naruto smothered a chuckle to himself, he wasn't going to defend that one. He just liked big asses, and so what, no one could blame him. His thoughts finally cut off when they stepped into a new chamber. The room was starkly different from the rest of the castle: white tiles, harsh bright lights, walls and tables stripped of candy frills. This wasn't some royal sitting room, it was clean, precise, cold. An actual lab. Rows of burners, glass tubes bubbling with colorful liquids, preserved creatures sealed in jars. Whole sections were divided off for different experiments: biology, chemistry, things he couldn't even name. Naruto's smirk slipped into something else. Curiosity flickered. Before, he'd written her off as some prim, proper princess type, bound to rules, forced to act royal, and fun to poke at just to watch her squirm. But this was different. This was a woman with her hands in everything. A mind that pulled apart the world piece by piece just to see what made it tick. It wasn't just Princess Bubblegum anymore. To Naruto, this looked a lot more like a mad scientist. And it suddenly made her sharp questions and analytical way of talking click into place. PB wasted no time once they were in the lab. She crossed to one of the long tables, swiping a tray of instruments aside and setting down a clipboard in their place. Her voice carried that same smooth, formal tone, diplomatic, but already edged with curiosity. First, I want to establish a baseline. From my observation of your fight with the Ice King, it was clear your energy can do many things. I need to understand its range. Naruto leaned lazily against the nearest counter, arms folded, smirk playing on his lips. Oh, you were watching me that closely, kinda flattering bubble butt. Her jaw twitched, but she ignored the name. Observation is part of leadership. I saw enough to know it's versatile, but not how. He chuckled, scratching his cheek. Well, you're not wrong. You saw me throw a few tricks around, but chakra can do a lot more than that. Pretty much anything if you've got the know-how, finesse, and a bit of imagination. Her brows arched, quill already scratching across her clipboard. Anything? Yup, elements, illusions, stuff that messes with your body, boosts your strength, heals, whatever you dream up. It's like having a toolbox with no bottom. He grinned wider. Not that I'm gonna dump the whole thing out for you today. I don't have the time, or the patience to give lectures. Then let's narrow it down, she said quickly, adjusting her glasses. That day, you displayed two distinct techniques. The first was the shroud of black energy. The second was the method you used to, her lips pressed thin, disable the Ice King. Naruto's grin turned sharp. Oh, you mean the harem jutsu. Her head snapped up, eyes narrowing. I am not calling it that. He barked a laugh, delighted at the crack in her mask. What, you don't like the name? I thought it had a nice ring to it. There is nothing scientific about that technique. Sure there is, I already explained everything when I sent ice pops flying, nothing more to it. Well, he smirked, leaning closer across the table, that and the fact it's technically two jutsu in one. She looked like she wanted to press further but caught herself, lowering her quill. Naruto tilted his head. So, is this what I was promised? A bunch of questions, 'cause if you tricked me, that's not very nice. Might mean I'll have to pay you back, maybe some quality alone time, just the two of us. Princess Bubblegum's nose wrinkled ever so slightly, her lips pressing together as though physically holding back a comment. Finally, she exhaled through her nose and muttered, "Stop being immature." Naruto just grinned wider. He liked that he could make her crack like that. She steadied herself, slipping back into the smooth, professional tone. I only had a few questions to clarify before we begin. Now, about that shroud, what exactly was it? Oh that, Naruto shrugged. I just call it shadow. Since my chakra's black, it makes sense, simple name for a simple thing. Simple, her eyes flicked up at him sharply. From what I observed, it appeared to act independently from you. You're not wrong, his voice was casual, but his gaze drifted to the side. It's sentient, to a point. Basically, my energy has its own thoughts, doesn't always match mine. Bubblegum froze mid-note, pencil hovering over the page. Her eyes lifted, searching his expression for something more, but Naruto only looked bored, his grin faint and unreadable. He gave a low whistle, then leaned back with that same careless swagger. But hey, don't overthink it. Energy that talks back is just part of my charm. The princess frowned, gaze narrowing again, but Naruto was already moving on, lips quirking into another smirk. So what, you want me to pull it out for you? Her shoulders straightened, hands folding neatly behind her back as if bracing herself. Yes. That would be the next step. Naruto clicked his tongue, eyes dancing with mischief. Sorry, I don't usually do that until at least the third date. But. He leaned forward, grin sharp as a blade. I guess for you, princess, I could make an exception. For the briefest second, the corner of her mouth twitched, whether it was a smirk or the start of a grimace, Naruto couldn't tell. But she smoothed it out in an instant, clipboard tucked tighter to her chest like a shield. And that little flicker? That was all he needed to know she wasn't as unshakable as she pretended. Princess Bubblegum pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling through her teeth. This is just taking me in circles. You're reminding me of the first time I tried questioning you. Naruto chuckled, tilting his head at her. Oh, you mean you finally noticed? Her eyes snapped to him. You're doing this on purpose. He only shrugged, all lazy indifference. Maybe, maybe not. The princess stared at him, quill twitching in her fingers like she wanted to jab it into his forehead. Then, with a heavy sigh, she set her clipboard on the counter. Fine, maybe we should just begin the physical tests. I'll figure things out myself through data. Naruto smirked, rocking back on his heels. Heh, guess you're finally giving up on the whole question and answer thing. Probably for the best, never was good at sitting still for pop quizzes. She ignored him, moving briskly across the lab to power up one of her machines. The whir of gears and the hum of crystals filled the air. Still, Naruto couldn't resist leaning on the counter with a curious grin. So what kind of test are we talking about, exactly? Something fun, something dangerous? Don't tell me you're just gonna stick me with needles. Your cooperation will determine the methodology, she said, voice clipped. Oh, vague. I like it, build suspense. Her shoulders stiffened, but she didn't take the bait this time. Instead, she adjusted the knobs and glanced over. We'll begin with another scan of your chakra. She tested the word slowly, like it was a foreign candy on her tongue. I want to compare the readings between you and this shadow. At that, Naruto's grin widened. Heh, you really want to meet him, huh? Meet isn't the word I'd use, but yes, I want to see if the shadow's composition differs from yours. The air around Naruto shimmered, dark wisps creeping out from his skin like smoke, curling into jagged, grasping shapes before snapping back into place. In a blink, the black shroud burst into full view, swirling around him like a living cloak. The air seemed to thicken, hum low and unnatural. PB stiffened, clipboard pressed instinctively against her chest. Her eyes darted over the readings flashing across her machines, but for a second she couldn't hide the unease prickling her expression. Naruto noticed, and of course he couldn't resist. What's the matter, princess? Thought you liked experiments. Don't tell me you're scared of my shadow. I'm not scared, she said too quickly, eyes fixed on the scanner. I'm cautious. He chuckled, shifting so the black aura flickered closer to her side of the room before reeling it back. Fair enough. For a moment, silence hung, broken only by the hum of machines. Then Naruto tilted his head, regarding her with a lazy but sharp curiosity. Hey, Bubble Butt. Why are you always so formal with me? You ask a lot of questions, but you don't really give many answers. Kinda like you're hiding behind all that diplomacy. Her grip on the clipboard tightened. You never asked me that before. Sure I did, Naruto smirked. Or maybe I just implied it the first time you tried grilling me. You didn't answer then, either. Her lips pressed thin, eyes flicking to the shadow and back to him. Some questions are irrelevant to the data. He shrugged, leaning back, hands laced behind his head while the shadow curled lazily around him. Guess I'll just have to keep poking until you do answer. 'Cause I think you're more fun when you crack a little. For a brief instant, her mask faltered, her lips twitching like she was holding back a retort, but she smoothed it out, turning back to the machine. "We're getting started now. Hold still." "Sure," Naruto smirked, shadows swirling tighter around him. "But I'm still counting this as a date, princess." The hum of the machine deepened as the scanner arms whirred around him, bathing the room in pale light. Shadow shifted against his skin like restless smoke, occasionally curling toward Princess Bubblegum before snapping back into place. She stood close to the controls, quill scratching notes, gaze flicking between the readings and him. Her voice was crisp, but her tone probed deeper than before. "What exactly do you want from OOO?" Naruto cocked his head, grin playing on his lips. "What do I want?" "Yes," she pressed, eyes not leaving the numbers scrolling across the panel. "And what are you going to do here? Do you intend to ally yourself with anyone?" He barked a short laugh. Straight to the political stuff, you really don't waste time." "I need clarity," she said, still scanning. Naruto rolled his eyes and leaned back, shadow slithering lazily. "Do you always ask this many questions? 'Cause from where I'm standing, this is only the second time we've talked, and so far, it's been nothing but me annoying you and you interrogating me. Pretty sure even the viewers don't like it much." That made her pause. Slowly, she raised a single pink eyebrow. "Viewers?" Naruto smirked. "Don't worry about it, sweet cheeks." Her lips pressed tight, but she scribbled another note instead of engaging. Still, Naruto leaned forward on his seat, grin sharpening. "But don't you think it's boring, all this questioning? I mean, sure, knowledge is power, blah blah, but if you question everything all the time, when do you actually live?" That one landed. For just a moment, her face slipped, the cool, measured mask falling away. Her gaze flicked to the scanner, then down to her quill, and she muttered, almost too low to catch, "Science is the only thing that's ever made sense to me. There's nothing else to it." Naruto blinked, watching the faint slump of her shoulders. Then, with a sigh, she pulled the mask right back on, straightening her back and tightening her expression. "Now answer the questions." Naruto looked at her blankly, shadows flickering, tendrils brushing his chair. "Nah." Her head tilted slightly. "Nah. Nah, not interesting enough," he shrugged, smirk tugging at his lips. "Besides, we still haven't gotten to those physical tests yet, have we?" PB deadpanned, staring at him long enough that he thought she might throw the clipboard at his face. Instead, she exhaled and turned her focus back to the scanner. "There's no difference in the energy signatures. No reason that I can detect why this shadow should be sentient." Shadow chose that moment to slip across the floor like smoke, curling around her legs and lifting up toward her shoulder, sniffing at her hair like a curious beast. PB froze, jaw tight, while Naruto leaned forward with an amused chuckle. Guess the machine doesn't know everything, maybe it's just a mystery princess. Something you should leave alone, instead of poking at." Her eyes cut sharply toward him, irritation flickering past the mask. "That's not what that means. Mysteries are dangerous. The unknown may seem fun, but a mystery without an answer is just a problem waiting to happen." Naruto put a hand over his chest, gasping like he'd been wounded. "Ouch, you wound me, Bubble Butt, didn't think you'd call me a problem to my face." Her stare was flat, unimpressed. "Follow me, the tests you wanted are ready." As she turned briskly toward the next chamber, Naruto smirked slyly. Shadow slid back into his skin, the air lightening with its absence. He hopped down from the seat, then glanced straight at the camera, jabbing a thumb at PB's back as she marched ahead. "See what I gotta deal with," he muttered with a grin before trailing after her. The day had blurred into a long string of experiments. First had been strength, Naruto effortlessly lifting weights that made her reinforced cranes groan. Then defenses, Shadow reacting before her sensors could even register the stimuli, shielding him in ways she couldn't fully predict. Chakra analysis yielded little more than frustration. The substance behaved like liquid fire in one test, a living storm in another. No two readings matched. Naruto, of course, loved every second of it. Every new challenge made his grin widen, his laugh grow louder, his body push harder. For Princess Bubblegum, it was something else entirely. Every test ended with her machines reaching thresholds they weren't built to cross. No clear limits, no neat equations, just numbers pushed past the safe range and readouts filled with question marks. Now he was inside her Euro treadmill, a spherical chamber she'd originally designed to throw unstable matter through controlled vectors, a safeguard project for the Candy Kingdom. The average Candy citizen never needed it above level 2, for Naruto, level 10 barely scratched the surface. The chamber spun him at speeds just below Mach 1. Centrifugal forces screaming at his body from every direction. Sweat streaked across his face as his hair whipped wildly, but instead of breaking down, he only hooped and shouted, laughing as if he'd been waiting years for something this wild. At least he's showing fatigue, PB thought, a touch of relief pulling at her lips. Speed, it seemed, wasn't his strongest attribute. Still far beyond what most beings in OO should manage, but, finally, something that kept him busy. Busy enough that she could think. How strong is he really? Why dodge my questions? What's his endgame? Her jaw tightened. She didn't like having to ask, she didn't like unknowns. He was chaos in human form, too loud. Too unpredictable, and far, far too powerful. Every time she pressed, he laughed her off, twisting her questions into jokes. She wanted to pin him down. To label him, ally or enemy, that was all she needed to sleep at night. Ready to come out yet? She called, trying to keep her voice light, diplomatic. Inside the spinning chamber, Naruto's voice rang out between laughs. No way, I'm just getting started, haven't had to run like this in, who even knows how long. Then he tumbled into a roll, rebounded to his feet, and sprinted forward again with manic joy. His laughter carried through the intercom until it was all she could hear. PB dropped her chin into her palm, staring at the monitors with a long sigh. It was like babysitting the world's most hyperactive child. A hyperactive child who happened to be superpowered, chaotic, and impossible to predict. And dangerous. She wouldn't say it aloud, not even to herself, but she wanted him defined. Enemy or ally, now, not tomorrow, not eventually, now, because until she knew, she would never stop glancing over her shoulder. She considered asking directly, just pinning him down with the blunt question. But she had already tried that not even a day ago. His answers could be anything, random and evasive, as inconsistent as his energy readings. Most likely, she needed subtlety, not grilling. Not pressure. Small, seemingly meaningless questions, scattered like breadcrumbs. She could map his answers later, fit them into the puzzle piece by piece. Her train of thought broke when the door hissed open. She jumped, startled, and turned. Naruto was standing behind her, grinning wide, hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. What's next? He asked, stretching as Shadow slid lazily back into his form. PB forced her composure back into place, smoothing her lab coat as her surprise softened into a practiced smile. That's basically everything, though. There are a few things not directly related to the tests that I wanted to ask you. Immediately, his grin faltered, his eyes half-lidded in exaggerated boredom. They'll be quick, she added, forcing her voice gentle. Naruto leaned back on his heels, glancing past her toward the window where the sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold. He tilted his head, as if listening. His gaze flicked to Shadow as it seeped briefly from his skin, curling like a snake toward his ear. He frowned, seriously, that's your reason? A pause, a low grumble, fine. He turned back to PB with a shrug, lacing his hands behind his head. Guess we can stay, even if your only reason's that you like the smell. Her eyes flicked between him and Shadow, trying not to reveal how much she wanted to pry at that. But before she could, he smirked again. All right, princess, ask away. But after this, I'm gone. The main lab was quieter than the testing chambers. The hum of instruments, the glow of screens, the faint sugar scent of the air circulators, it should have been comfortable. For bubblegum, it felt like sitting on the edge of a storm. She busied her hands with papers, recalibrating scanners that didn't need recalibrating, while Naruto slouched into one of her lab chairs like it belonged to him. Shadow oozed lazily over his shoulder, its eyes blinking in and out of shape as if mocking her. All right, she began, smoothing her voice into something diplomatic, almost casual. A few quick questions. Shoot. Naruto drawled, tipping his head back. So she started small. Did he like the Candy Kingdom? What did he think of the people here? Did he enjoy food, or art, or music? Each question simple, innocuous, softened by her best polite smile. He answered in the same half-distracted way he had during the first interrogation, teasing, flippant, turning her words into jokes. If she asked about art, he'd say his masterpiece was drawing mustaches on portraits. If she asked about food, he'd smirk and say he preferred stealing pies from shadows. But somewhere between her questions about where he traveled and what he found interesting, his answers slowed. His smirk stayed, but the sharpness behind his eyes made her throat tighten. He'd noticed. You know, princess, his voice carried a different weight now, still playful, but underpinned with something heavier. You really think I don't see what you're doing? Her lips parted, but she caught herself. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, grin curling with deliberate edge. You're fishing, trying to box me in, figure out where I stand, who I'll stand with, but I'll save you the trouble. PB's pulse ticked faster. I'm not allying with anyone. His words were simple, blunt, utterly unyielding. I went to sleep because the world got boring, no fun, no fights, just people with problems they wanted me to solve. He snorted, usually in secret. I stopped wars. Started a few too. I'm done with all that. If I help someone, it's only because I feel like it, because it's fun, or maybe I like or maybe, his smirk sharpened, out of the goodness of my heart. The lightness of his tone clashed violently with the weight of the truth in it. PB swallowed, realizing she'd been holding her breath. I woke up for fun, Naruto continued, sitting back in her chair like a king on his throne. And I'll have fun wherever I go, that's all. Enemy, her mind whispered, dangerous, untethered. Her mouth opened, but he raised his hand, silencing her. The grin returned, boyish but sharper than a blade. That's not to say I'll be attacking anyone for anyone either. Depends on my mood, sure, but this place, nah. He tilted his head, studying her with lazy amusement. You're too interesting, princess, too fun to poke at, and maybe to help poke at others, so relax, your kingdom's safe. The words should have calmed her, they didn't. Does that mean, she asked carefully, you'll stop pranking my citizens? She recalled the complaints, shadows with glowing eyes, sudden pies to the face, terrified candy people fainting from sheer fright. Naruto chuckled, standing with a stretch. Nope, I said you weren't in danger, didn't say I'd stop having fun. Before she could muster a retort, he was already waving her off. That answer your burning questions? No, she thought, not even close. It actually raised a few questions, like how was he able to read her so easily? But her voice betrayed her, slipping into a polite nod, for now. Good, his grin widened, all teeth and confidence. And hey, ask me for help anytime, your machines are fun, sorry about the ones I broke. Her eyes snapped wide. Machines, she'd forgotten, completely, about the expensive, delicate, irreplaceable instruments shattered during testing. Her jaw dropped, ready to snap at him, but when she turned, the chair was empty, a faint breeze brushed her cheek, and one of the tall windows stood cracked and broken. PB closed her eyes, exhaling through her nose. He was still a blank, still an unknown. But at least she knew one thing, her kingdom wasn't under threat. The rest of OOO, though, she couldn't say the same. Naruto landed smack in the middle of one of the Candy Kingdom's darkened streets. He'd chosen it carefully, close enough to the exit for a quick getaway, far enough into shadow that no nosy candy citizen would spot him. At the thought, black chakra bubbled out of his skin, cloaking him in a restless shroud. It spilled into the shape of a tattered cloak at his back, making him grin as he started down the street. The candy-coated scenery didn't exist for him. As far as Naruto was concerned, it was just him and shadow here. The rest of the world was blank, tunnel vision closing in while his thoughts festered. You know, he muttered, the grin tugging wider, we should have messed with her a lot more. That sent him into a sharp, belly-deep laugh that echoed against the sugar walls. He could have dragged it out, the whole "I'm not your pawn" reveal. Threatened her, toyed with her pride, pushed her buttons until she cracked. He would have enjoyed that, part of him wanted to, but not with her, not yet. Too soon. The truth was, he already cared, not much, not deeply, but enough to notice. Bubblegum had the makings of someone he could actually have fun with, maybe even, a friend, potential, he reminded himself. Always potential. He connected to people too easily, and he'd paid for it before, never again, no more blind sentiment. Still, it didn't matter, what mattered was the fun. He hoped the princess patched up those machines quickly, they were fun toys. Maybe she'd even make them tougher next time. Naruto's smile faltered, his eyes shifted toward the cloak at his back. "What do you mean calm down?" he asked, irritation prickling his voice. No reply. Shadow never really spoke, not in words. Naruto just knew, felt, understood in some gut-deep way, same as with Kurama all those years ago. Similar, but different. His eyes narrowed, fox-like, "TCH, you're no fun, always so serious. Even back when you first showed up, you were all work, no play." The grin returned, sharp and glinting, his eyes gleamed like molten gold. "Well, guess what, there's no work here, nothing that needs doing, just fun, endless, stupid fun." Another pause, Shadow pressed back, and Naruto's brow rose. "What do you mean there's still work?" His tone tilted lighter, almost mocking. "I was listening, you know, maybe I'm a prankster, but I pay attention, makes the fun better." A beat, his grin twitched. "So what if she picked up another energy signature near mine, who cares, probably some weird OO thing we haven't run into yet." Silence pressed against him heavy, Naruto squinted. Fox eyes narrowing. Shadow's unspoken wait nod. Then he dismissed it with a laugh, shaking his head. "Nah, if it was dangerous, we'd know, we've never seen anything stronger than the Otsutsuki, or us, stop being such a spoil sport." With that, he quickened his stride, ready to crash, nap until morning, then maybe check out another kingdom. But before the thought could settle, Shadow pressed one last wordless warning into his chest. And Naruto froze. Every muscle locked, like his body remembered danger before his mind caught up. The playful air that clung to him, mischief, laughter, the thrill of pranks, slipped away in an instant. For that heartbeat, he wasn't a trickster. He was a man on edge, a shinobi who'd lived too long watching for threats no one else could see. The silence pressed harder, colder, until it felt like even the sugar-coated air around him held its breath. His eyes narrowed, his shoulders stiffened, his heartbeat thudded heavier than it should have. Then, just as sudden, he loosened, shrugging the weight off with a lazy roll of his neck. A grin cracked back across his face, the golden glint in his eyes returning like a flame rekindled. "See, that's the problem with you," he said, voice tilting sharp with humor. "You drop little comments like that and make me look like some paranoid old man." He jabbed a thumb at his chest. "Mocking, nothing to worry about, nothing at all, so stop spooking me with that cryptic garbage." The grin sharpened, almost daring, "All it does is make you sound more like an ass." With that, he started walking again, cloak trailing behind him as if the moment of stillness had never happened. Naruto slipped out of the Candy Kingdom and into the open night, the moonlit grassland stretching wide before him. His hands folded lazily behind his head, the black chakra that had once been Shadow already melting back into his body. He wasn't interested in brooding, he was interested in home, a long nap, and maybe forgetting half the nonsense that had just gone down. The wind tried to whisper at him. Tell him of the surprise ahead, but he ignored it, eyes fixed on the horizon. "Would you mind shutting the hell up?" Naruto blurted suddenly, glaring at the void only he could see. "When I'm this tired your voice gets unusually loud, and it gets on my nerves." "Fine, I'll be quieter." "Thanks." The voice never really stopped though, it always lingered, muttering at the edges of his mind, narrating his every step like some cosmic commentator. It wasn't Shadow, but something else. Naruto rolled his eyes at the thought, but couldn't help wondering what it meant this time, and then froze. His grin snapped back into place, sharp and full force, sweeping away the bored look he'd been wearing. With a single dash he appeared in front of the figure, making her jolt back in surprise before instinctively floating a few feet into the air. "Hey Marceline," Naruto said smugly. "Did I scare you? 'Cause if I did, that's already better than the way you tried to spook me the first time we met." Marceline blinked once, twice, then laughed, folding her arms with a sly smile, red eyes glinting in the dark. "You didn't scare me," she said. "Just surprised me." She gave him a look. "Wait, what are you doing out here, Blondie? Haven't seen you in a week, and now you just pop up in the middle of nowhere. I figured you'd be off going buck-wild exploring. Didn't think you'd show up again until... like, a month passed." Naruto chuckled. Fair enough, he had meant to explore OOO, but so far he'd mostly just stuck close to Finn and Jake, tagging along on their chaos instead of making his own. Still, her question nudged something back at him. He cocked an eyebrow. "Actually, I could ask you the same thing, didn't think you ever left your forest." Marceline snorted. "I was actually on my way to sneak into that treehouse over there. I know the guys who live in it, figured I'd mess with them a little." Naruto blinked, then glanced toward the treehouse he'd been crashing in, and back at her. Then he just lost it, laughing his ass off. What were the odds? Marceline was planning to prank Finn and Jake. The only problem was, she hadn't thought to invite him, and Jake could really use a break. Naruto froze at the thought, then scratched the back of his head. "Oh yeah, I did say I'd give him a break, man, I'm forgetful." He looked back at Marceline with a fox-like grin. "Didn't think you'd know Finn and Jake, guess it's not impossible though, you're basically neighbors with how close your places are. But," he added, wagging a finger, "I can't really let you prank them, mainly Jake, promised him some peace." Marceline raised a brow. "You know Finn and Jake?" Naruto gave her a quick nod. "Well, that was fast," she muttered. "But, what's this about giving Jake a break?" Naruto's grin widened into something almost wicked. "Let's just say I've been pranking him all week, got a little carried away." Marceline let out a long, exaggerated sigh, arms dropping to her sides. "Well, that's a bust, I was really looking forward to messing with those guys, haven't done squat all week." She flopped backward in the air, staring up at the moon like it personally wronged her. "It's been so boring I almost staked myself in the chest just for some excitement." Naruto snorted. "TCH, wish I was squat." "At least that'd be fun," she shot back without missing a beat. That cracked them both up, their laughter carrying into the open field until Marceline eventually circled back to her original point with another dramatic sigh. "Great, guess it's back to being bored again." Naruto rubbed at his chin, watching her hover lazily through the air. The idea bounced around his head for a second before he said it out loud. "Then why don't we hang out?" Marceline blinked, dropping her smirk for a rare flicker of surprise. Naruto just grinned wider. "I mean, I don't really feel tired anymore, not after running into you. And if we hang out, you won't be bored either." Marceline tilted her head, red eyes narrowing playfully. "You sure you can handle it, Blondie? I'm a lot of girl to keep up with." Naruto barked a laugh. "Handle it, please, I can handle anything. Just, if we're doing this, make it something close to fighting. I could use one." That earned him a fongy grin. Marceline floated upright again, mischief back in her eyes. "Oh, I've got the perfect place for that. It's a bit of a walk, though, which means I get to tell you just how mind-numbingly boring my week really was." Naruto chuckled, shoving his hands behind his head again. "Guess that's the price I pay. Lead the way, Vampire Queen." Marceline smirked, drifting forward across the grasslands, her boots just barely skimming the moonlit blades. Naruto followed close behind, cloak rippling with each step, their voices already spilling into the night as the trek began. The two immortals made their way out of the grasslands, cutting through the night as the world around them shifted with each step. Grass crunched beneath Naruto's sandals while Marceline drifted overhead, her figure lazy against the moonlight. When they came to a lake, Naruto ran across the water's surface, his reflection rippling beneath him, while Marceline hovered far above, gliding like she had all the time in the world. Where Naruto's stride cracked stone, hers barely stirred the air. All the while, she complained about her week. Naruto half listened at first, but the longer she droned, the more his ears tuned into everything else, the hidden screech from the trees, the ripples in the water like something lurking beneath, the low rumble of earth threatening to shift. Funny enough, it all matched her mood, unsettling. Restless, waiting for something that never came. Not a single interruption to break her boredom. Naruto didn't really mind her talking, he could listen to her for hours, or at least watch her float around without a care. The real problem was his own brain, which kept drifting. He'd blank out so hard that he missed half her story, and worse, half her face. Which should have been a crime honestly, who made his head work like that? All or nothing zone-out mode, he'd gladly watch without listening if it meant he didn't miss her expressions. Luckily, her rambling wound down just as they reached their destination. The ruins. It was exactly as she'd described, a dead city, its bones left behind after some ancient fall. Skyscrapers cracked and leaning, glass shattered into glittering teeth, streets split wide like scars. It reminded Naruto of the cities he once knew, just aged forward 1,000 years. It had the silence of a graveyard, not even a mouse stirred, not even the moonlight reached it properly. And it was like that for most of my week, Marceline finished at last, floating on her back with her hands folded over her chest like she was lounging in a coffin. You weren't kidding when you said it was boring, Naruto said with a chuckle, an understatement. His grin widened as he glanced around. So, why here? Doesn't seem like the kind of place to find a fight, feels pretty dead. Marceline rolled midair, propping her chin in her palm. Trust me, this place'll surprise you. It may seem dead, her smirk sharpened, but it's pretty lively in its own dead sort of way. Naruto raised a brow. Do I even want to know what that means, or would it ruin the surprise? I wouldn't say ruin, she said, her smile softening sheepish, but it's better if you see for yourself, explaining doesn't really do it justice. Naruto chuckled, you're lucky I like surprises. Otherwise I just bug you till you cracked. You could try, Marceline snorted, but I'd win in a battle of annoyance, I'm very good at getting under people's skin. Naruto tilted his head, grinned sly. Nah. Pretty sure nobody could get annoyed by a hot vampire, that'd just be bad manners. Marceline floated closer, smirk growing sharp. And I suppose letting me suck your blood would count as good manners? Only if it's as fun for you as it would be for me, Naruto shot back, stepping forward to close the gap. His grin matched hers. That, and you'd have to take me on a date first, no free bites. Now they were inches apart, locked in a silent contest of smirks. Neither flinched, the air stretched thin between them, until both cracked at once, laughter bursting out, their challenge breaking in perfect sync. It always seemed to end that way now, neither of them backing down, both breaking at the same time. We should really have a point system for this sort of thing, Naruto commented under his chuckle. Sure, Marceline agreed, laughter dying down. Is it like whoever makes the other person break first gains a point or something? Yep, Naruto answered with a nod, maybe we should even win something when we get to a certain amount of points. A brief silence settled between them. Naruto tilted his head, scanning the shadows and broken buildings of the ruins, the faint moonlight catching the cracks in the streets. For a moment, the playful energy hung in the air, replaced by curiosity. So, he finally said, breaking the quiet, how exactly did you find this place anyway? Marceline leaned back, letting space return between them. Her expression softened. Technically, I grew up here, a lot of memories from, thousands of years ago. Naruto whistled low, thousands, so do I still gotta pretend it's rude to ask your age, or are we past that now, 'cause if not, I don't think we've made any progress. That earned a genuine laugh from her, the sound he'd been angling for. He'd caught the flicker in her eyes, that not quite sad, not quite happy look. Memories were complicated. He knew what that felt like. Marceline let the silence linger a moment before shrugging. Yeah, it's still rude, especially when you're asking royalty like me. She grinned, raising her chin with exaggerated pride as though waiting for a bow. Naruto squinted at her and dipped into a sloppy, overdramatic bow, one arm across his chest. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty," he said in a tone so mockingly formal it dragged a laugh out of her almost immediately. "Dork," she shot back between chuckles, pushing off the air to float ahead of him as they entered deeper into the ruins. The laughter faded into the dark silence of the streets, where the hollow wind seemed to whistle through broken windows. Their footsteps, or in Marceline's case, Naruto's footsteps and her lazy drifting, echoed faintly. The stillness pressed in on them, so unnatural that both were too aware of it. "Man, this place is too quiet," Naruto muttered, shoving his hands behind his head. "Almost feels like it's daring us to fill it up with noise." Marceline arched a brow. "What, you wanna start yelling just to see if something bites?" "Nah," Naruto smirked. "If I yelled, you'd probably lose your ears before I got bored. I'll just talk your head off instead." Marceline rolled her eyes but didn't stop him, floating closer so she hovered alongside. "Fine, hit me with your weak then, bet it's way more entertaining than mine." Naruto's grin widened teasingly. "You sure? I don't want to make you jealous." "Just speak already, blondie," Marceline shot back, trying to hold back a small chuckle. "Alright then," Naruto started, "since I've been living with Finn and Jake." "Wait, you live with them," Marceline interrupted. Naruto deadpanned for a beat before his teasing smile returned. "Out of all the parts you could stop me at, you choose the beginning, how boring." "I mean, isn't that kind of important?" Marceline said, blinking, then quickly masked her surprise with a sly smile. "If not, continue." Naruto chuckled slightly, counting that as a point in the new point system they'd just made. She might not know it yet, but he was already 1-0. "Anyway," the red-eyed blonde continued, "I've been tagging along with Finn and Jake mostly, since I don't have my own place yet. Kinda feels like trying to do something myself when those two always find the funnest things to do." Marceline smirked. "Is funnest even a word?" Naruto paused, then grinned with full confidence. "Of course it is, now let me finish. We fought this huge slime monster that kept yelling about how it was the Goo King or something. Totally weak, but man, it wouldn't shut up even after we beat it. Jake had to stretch himself into a bucket just to scoop it all up." Marceline snorted, already picturing it. "We've done so much more than that in 1 week too," Naruto continued, bouncing on his heels as though reliving it. "We ran into tree witches, slayed dragons, saved a princess, I wrestled an ogre. Some wizards even tried to put curses on us, but they all backfired, heads as big as balloons. Comically huge fangs that immobilized you." He stretched his arms wide, laughing. Marceline chuckled, shaking her head. "Sounds fun." "Yeah, and I'm only just getting started," Naruto said, energy building. "Then today, Princess Bubblegum, if you've heard of her, decided she wanted to run a bunch of tests on me. Different from my usual training, but still challenging enough to be interesting." At that, Marceline's smirk faltered. "Figures," she muttered, eyes flicking toward a collapsed skyscraper in the distance. Naruto tilted his head. "Huh, what's that supposed to mean?" Marceline floated lower, arms crossed, voice casual but edged. "Nothing, just a thought." Naruto raised a brow but didn't press further. He recognized the tone, the kind that hinted at something complicated, scars hidden under the surface. He wondered if it had anything to do with Bubblegum. The shift in her demeanor when he mentioned the test made it obvious there was a story there. For now, he let it slide. He'd figure it out soon enough. After all, it was already too interesting to ignore. Marceline floated ahead, a small smile playing on her lips. "I think I finally found your fight," she said, as if ignoring the weight of their previous conversation. Naruto followed, matching her smile, moving with the same easy confidence. Whatever had been in the air before, it was gone now. Both of them had moved on. "So, have you done anything else with Finn and Jake?" Marceline asked, glancing back at him. "How's living with them going, not including the adventures and stuff?" "Going fine," Naruto replied, shrugging. "But I think I'm ready to either create or find my own place now." "Why's that?" she asked, floating lower to match his pace. Not everyone can handle my lifestyle, Naruto said, smirking. And I figure Jake deserves a proper break most mornings. At least enough so I can prank him like hell's on his heels. An evil laugh slipped out, soft but sharp, while his seemingly innocent grin carried a predatory glint behind it. He ran through possibilities in his head. He'd need a place to stay before he could fully pull this off. Marceline spoke again, teasing, "And how exactly do you plan on finding a place? You can't just plop a house down anywhere, someone's gonna have a problem with that. Did you forget everything I told you in our first meeting?" Marceline rolled her eyes, but didn't answer. "Anything coming out of your mouth is worth remembering," he said with a wink. Marceline rolled her eyes, but didn't say a word yet. "But all I really needed was the knowledge of the rules, so I can break more of them." He let a beat pass, then added, "I won't be conforming to anything, but you're right, I won't just live anywhere. Not without someone who can actually match me. Until then, I guess I'll keep crashing at Finn and Jake's." Before Marceline could reply, the air shifted. A subtle, viscous scent lingered beneath the bridge ahead, like something ancient and stagnant had been rotting for years. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he scanned the shadows below. "What's that smell?" he muttered, crouching slightly, letting his senses stretch out. Marceline hovered, her expression tightening just a fraction. "You'll see soon enough," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. The darkness beneath the broken bridge began to move, slowly at first, like liquid settling in a pool. Shapes twisted and shifted, their forms barely holding together, and a strange green sheen reflected faintly in the moonlight. Naruto squinted. Intrigued, "Weird, what are those things?" Marceline floated lower, arms crossed. "Most people call them the oozers, not strong on their own, but they stick together, so numbers make them a little threatening." Naruto tilted his head, noting the masses of writhing, malformed creatures, their pale, featureless forms oozing slime from multiple holes where eyes, noses, and mouths should have been. He didn't sense any chakra. When he first woke up, he'd pushed all the different energies he could feel aside to focus. Most living things didn't have chakra anymore, though some, like Finn or certain animals, still had faint traces. Other things had energy too, sometimes mixed with chakra. But the oozers, nothing. Which made sense, this city truly was dead. Naruto's thought sharpened into a grin. Then, without warning, he jumped. One moment he was beside Marceline, the next he was gone, swallowed by the writhing horde beneath the bridge. Her eyes widened. "Wait." But by then, the boy was already tearing through them. Down in the chaos, it wasn't fighting, it was butchery. Naruto was a predator loosed in a field of feisty, mindless rabbits. The oozers clawed, slithered, and lunged with numbers on their side, but each strike they managed ended the same way, one solid punch and they crumpled like paper dolls, scattering into pools of green sludge. He didn't just hit them. He ripped them apart. Hands sliced through their bodies as though his fingers were blades, cutting them in half, or what he could only call taking their heads off, since they didn't really have heads. One kick caved through a chest like it was made of wet clay. Another lunge sent him spinning in midair, pouncing into the middle of a cluster, tearing them down like a whirlwind of claws, fists, and laughter. He laughed every step of the way, sharp, wild bursts of joy echoing louder than the oozer's gurgles. He wasn't trying to look cool. He wasn't even trying to win. This was just him having fun. Of course, it went without saying, this was fun, but it could have been better. They were too fragile, too easy. "Man, one hit," Naruto muttered between punches, disappointment lacing his grin. "That's boring." He was barely holding back, but still, dying in a single blow? Weak, even Finn, if Naruto went all out, wouldn't go down like this. Sure, most of Finn's body would probably be gone after the first strike, but he'd keep fighting to the bitter end. That was warrior spirit. He respected that, he liked seeing it in action this past week. Now if only he could find an army of Finns to go wild against. That would be a real slaughter fest, if only. Naruto finally turned, glancing back up toward the bridge, only to realize Marceline wasn't there. He frowned, then he noticed a small group of oozers slinking toward the shadows where he'd left her. His grin snapped back into place. In an instant, he bolted forward. The one furthest back didn't even notice before two hands plunged into its chest from behind and ripped outward, tearing it apart like rotten cloth. The next three fell in the same breath. His arms swung once, clean, and their bodies slid apart into three neat segments before collapsing into ooze. The second to last tried to flee. Naruto grabbed its leg, whipped it overhead, and slammed it down hard enough to splatter it across the stone. Goo hissed as it hit the ground, filtering between cracks. Finally, he pounced on the last one. His open hand drove straight through what might have been its head like a knife stabbing through butter. Then, grinning, he grabbed the inside and tore outward, tossing the twitching remains aside. And there she was. Marceline. Wide-eyed, hovering just beyond the mess. For a moment she wasn't looking at him, she was looking through him, locked in some memory he didn't know. A memory with the same haunted edge he knew too well from his own shinobi days. "You okay?" he asked, voice cutting through her trance. She blinked, the sound snapping her out of it. Yeah, of course, she tried to play it off, but he caught the crack in her tone. He smirked. "You froze." "I did not." "You totally did," Naruto teased, leaning in with a fox-like grin. "What, did I scare you? Didn't think the big bad vampire would get spooked." Marceline shot him a flat look, though her lips twitched. "I only froze, 'cause you jumped straight into a fight without even knowing what they could do." Naruto tilted his head, grinning wider. "And did they do anything?" She opened her mouth to snap back, but paused. Her eyes drifted over him, and her smirk faltered. "You're burned." Naruto blinked, looking down at his hands. They were scorched black in places, charred skin cracking, parts of his face blistered where droplets of ooze had struck him. His brow rose, he turned to glance back at the battlefield. The oozers he'd wrecked were still twitching, still crawling, not dead, not really. Their mangled forms were only immobilized, scattered pieces still wriggling. The last one, the one he'd thrown with all his strength, was gone completely, but only because the force had disintegrated it. And the slime spilling from their broken bodies, it sizzled when it hit the ground. The stone hissed and cracked beneath it, smoke curling upward like steam. Acid. Naruto listened closely, hearing the faint crackle of the earth burning under each drop. He flexed his hands, still smoldering. The acid hadn't just splattered, it had clung to him, eaten away until his body began knitting itself back together. His skin was already regenerating, smoothing back to its youthful, unscarred state. "Well," he muttered with a grin. "That's interesting. Maybe these things weren't as weak as he thought. Semi-immortal, maybe even regenerative. With enough numbers, they could keep a fight going for a long time. And their acid, yeah, that wasn't something to ignore." He hadn't even noticed his own charred state because of the rush he'd been having. Naruto turned back to Marceline, flexing his restored hand with a smile. "Why didn't you tell me these guys were this fun?" She chuckled softly, but the sound was weighed down by something else as she floated closer. Naruto didn't push, he knew it wasn't his business. But he could feel it, something about this place, about seeing him tear into the oozers like that, was stirring something in her. Something heavy. Maybe they should leave. Before he could voice it, Marceline moved past him, eyes fixed on the shadows ahead. "Come on, they usually gather like that when something's alive nearby. Probably something dead now, but worth checking." Naruto followed, smiling to himself. He'd keep going, but mostly to make sure she was okay. She was hiding scars, he could tell. And that old instinct tugged at him again, the one that always made him want to help carry someone else's weight. He sighed quietly. He'd need to keep himself grounded, not pry too deep. Not unless he could find a way to help without her noticing. Otherwise, how could he help at all? Naruto trailed behind Marceline, his footsteps a lazy echo beneath the ruined bridge. He tilted his head at her, brow raised. "You really think someone's down here?" Marceline just gave a shrug, arms crossed as she floated backward ahead of him. "Maybe, more likely a corpse. Not many people can handle those guys like you did." Their acid ooze is usually enough to make folks stay far away, her mouth twisted, casual but with an edge. Even I don't bother most of the time, they're not dangerous to me, just annoying. Naruto snorted, voice rough and amused, annoying sparring partners are half the fun. But mid-step, he stopped, his grin froze, head turning slightly as though his ears caught something sharp and unseen. The smirk stayed there for a breath longer, then faded as his gaze narrowed on the nearest support pillar. Marceline spun around, floating backward with her arms behind her head. She smirked, and you were teasing me about freezing up, look at you. Naruto flicked his eyes at her, lips twitching upward again, this is different. The humor didn't linger, his hand came up, palm brushing the cement of the massive pillar as he crouched down at its base. I think I just figured out what those things were swarming after. Marceline drifted closer, tilting her head down at him. What is it? Naruto closed his eyes, pressing his hand flat against the cracked stone. The sensation pulsed through him like a heartbeat, a signature he knew too well. If I'm right, he gave a quiet laugh, almost bitter. This city used to be New York. That made her blink, knew what? New York, it was a city, huge, thousands of years ago, he frowned, the weight of the words heavy on his tongue, guess that was before your time. Marceline crossed her arms, brow furrowed, I've been around for a while Naruto, but even before I became a vampire I've never heard of a place called that. Yeah, makes sense, his voice was low, distant. If the world's been flipped this long. Maybe I've been asleep 100,000 years. Long enough for a city like this to be erased, renamed, or forgotten. He pressed his hand harder against the pillar, knuckles whitening. Doesn't matter, I know what this is because, the chakra I'm sensing here is mine. She blinked, expression blank, chakra, the heck is that, some kind of snack food, 'cause it sounds like gum. Naruto almost snorted, shaking his head as though that amused him. Not even close, it's complicated, he straightened just enough to glance at her, lips quirking with that sly half-smile. Don't worry about it, just think of it as my kind of energy. Stuff nobody else in this world can use anymore. Before she could reply, Naruto dug his fingers into the concrete. With one brutal pull, the cement split like fragile plaster. He ripped deeper, stone and steel screeching under his grip, even the bridge above groaning at the sudden damage. Dust spilled around him as his arms sank further into the earth. And then he pulled something out. A small, sleek rectangle glinted in his hand, streaked with dust but unmistakably intact, an old iPhone 15. Naruto stared at it, thumb brushing over its scratched screen, his face caught somewhere between nostalgia and disbelief. Marceline floated down to get a better look, brow quirked, what is that? He let out a half-laugh, shaking his head, a phone, from before I went under, way older than anything you guys have now. Her brow arched, phones don't look like that, at least not in most kingdoms. Big, clunky things, not all sleek with a screen like that. Mine's different, but still, that thing looks like it came out of a sci-fi flick. Naruto raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. So iPhones didn't survive, huh, but older, clunkier stuff did, his lips pulled flat in a deadpan. Don't tell me the Nokia outlasted us all. That only made Naruto think of this time as a post-apocalyptic world, only signs of the past, like these ruins, but other than those few clues everything else seemed like further in the past than it was supposed to. Wizards, dragons, princesses, was weird, still didn't find any to disprove that. The what now? Marceline asked, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. Never mind, he slipped the phone into his pocket with a sigh. She leaned in, curious, so why'd you bury a phone under a bridge, like some weird time capsule? Naruto stood, brushing cement dust from his hands. His expression was oddly calm now, almost reverent. Some things from my past mattered enough that I didn't want to lose them. I sealed them in chakra, buried them across the world. Each one significant. And I scattered them like a scavenger hunt. Each signature is large, so I only know the area location the thing is in, maybe as large as a city, and since the world has changed so much I won't be able to use my memory of where I buried them, no cheating. His eyes drifted back to the ruined pillar, guess I got lucky with this one, those oozers masked the signature so well I didn't even notice until now. Marceline tilted her head, studying him with something unreadable in her red eyes. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stretched his shoulders back. Anyway, that's enough for today, we should head home, I've got sleep to catch up on. At that, Marceline perked up, her lips curling into a sly grin. Wait, earlier you said you were looking for your own place, but you needed someone who could match you, right? Match what exactly? Naruto chuckled under his breath. When I say match, I mean strong enough, chill enough, and fun to be around. Her grin widened as she floated a little closer, tilting her head at him. Well then, you can crash with me. I've got some free space, 2 birds, 1 stone. Naruto raised a brow. What, you got a problem you just dealt with? Marceline shook her head, hair swaying behind her. Nope, you're the one killing your own birds. You don't want to mooch off Finn and Jake anymore, and you also need a roommate. I'm just being considerate since, you only woke up a week ago, Sleeping Beauty. Naruto's smirk sharpened. You think you can handle me? She rolled her eyes and gave him a playful shove in midair. Don't start throwing my own words back at me, doofus. They batted a few more teasing remarks back and forth, the edge of the earlier heaviness dulled by their banter. Eventually, Marceline drifted upward, stretching lazily in the air. All right, I'm out, try not to pick fights with any more ooze freaks without me. Naruto waved her off with a grin. Yeah, I'll catch up. When her silhouette finally vanished into the darkness above, the grin slipped from his face. He pulled the iPhone back out, thumb pressing the screen. Nothing, dead and unresponsive. His scowl was sharp, jaw tightening. But then, after a breath, the smirk returned. He shoved the phone into his pocket and turned his gaze straight ahead, straight at the invisible camera, as if aware of being watched. His eyes glinted mischievously, voice unspoken but loud in his look. And then, without a sound, he bent his knees and leapt away into the shadows. Quiet. That was how she always liked her nights, especially right after waking. Her room was steeped in shadow, only the faintest light slipping through the black blinds. The warm cool air drifted lazily in and out, the heaters humming along at just the right temperature. It was calming, almost blank, like the world was still half asleep with her. Of course, the place was messy, not disaster messy, just lived in. Clothes draped carelessly across the dresser, a tipped-over trash bin in the corner, a lamp that had decided to rest against the side of her bed instead of standing upright. Messy, but not overwhelming, she'd seen worse. The last hints of orange bled out of the sky. The thin streak of light across the blinds fading into nothing. The room sank into full darkness, the kind that suited her. That was when Marceline stirred, a groggy scowl tugging at her lips as her eyes blinked open. She floated upward without effort, the blanket sliding down her legs and pooling onto the cluttered bed below. The bed, like the rest of the room, was scattered with junk, random trinkets, old wrappers, and right in the middle, her base shaped like an axe, looking completely at home in the chaos. Her arms stretched wide, a long yawn spilling out. Her mouth opened wider, and wider still, fangs glinting before her jaw stretched unnaturally, morphing into something bestial. Bear-like, a low rumble rolling out of her chest. The sound faded after a moment, and so did the monstrous snarl. She shrank back into herself, into her usual sleek, sharp look. Tired, spiky hair sticking in every direction. She drifted lower, feet brushing the floor as the covers slid off her frame. A loose white shirt hung down to her thighs, stretched at the chest, the ends floating slightly behind her as if refusing to sit still. Tight black shorts clung to pale gray skin, a sharp contrast against the ghostly tone. Her eyes skimmed lazily across the room. Same mess, same silence. With a faint sigh, she turned toward the ladder at the end of the hall, pushing herself forward. She floated down the opening in the floor, then moved down the hall at her own slow pace, her limbs loose and lazy. Her eyes caught on something sitting on the counter as she entered the kitchen. She paused. A piece of paper, edges a little crumpled, farmed with cares, but cracked glass. The lines were crude, uneven, drawn with the kind of careless hand that didn't know what straight even was. Two figures, one shaded in blue, the other in black and gray. Simple, almost childish, but her lips tugged into a small smile all the same. Marceline let herself look at it a second longer, the way her chest loosened just a bit around the memory attached to it, then floated past. No need to linger. She tugged the fridge door open with one hand, cool air spilling over her face. Inside, shelves that should have been cluttered with odds and ends looked sparse, way more than she remembered. Her brows rose. Leaning forward, she spotted the lone apple still waiting at the back. She plucked it up, holding it by the stem. With a lazy grin, her fangs sank in, not to eat it, but to drain the bright red right out of its skin. The color bled away in seconds, leaving the fruit pale and useless before she tossed it onto the counter without a second glance. She floated back, licking her lips, and let her mind drift. It hadn't even been a full night and he was already raiding her fridge. Not that she cared much, she wasn't exactly a stock-the-pantry type, but still, a bold move for day one. Then again, that was Naruto, who with the few interactions they had, was pretty straightforward. Bold, brash, didn't think twice about crossing a line if he felt like it. She couldn't decide if it was irritating or kind of entertaining. Probably both. She shrugged to herself, already moving toward the living room. That's when she noticed him. Naruto was slouched on the couch, elbows braced on his knees, staring at the beat-up old phone on the table like it had just insulted him. His usual restless smirk, his smart remarks, gone. He looked quiet, way too quiet for him. Marceline tilted her head, watching for a beat. Then a grin slid across her lips. Weird mood or not, he'd just made himself the perfect target. Silent as smoke, she floated up toward the ceiling, melting into the shadows. Let's see if Sleeping Beauty could handle a real scare. Marceline crept forward, rising higher into the air with every soundless inch. A smirk tugged at her lips as she hovered directly above Naruto. He was too focused, too still, perfect prey. This time she wasn't just going to sneak up on him, she was going to scare him. Her form began to shift, melting into something more monstrous, a lean, bipedal bat figure, fur sprouting across her arms as they bulked with muscle. Her wings unfurled, thin yet powerful, keeping her steady against the lazy rotation of the ceiling fan. Its weak gusts ruffled her fur but made no sound loud enough to warn him. The only noise in the room was the low hum of the fan and the faint circulation of cool air. The silence stretched, sharpening her anticipation. Then she struck. Marceline dropped in a sudden blur, wings flaring wide as she swooped down upside down in front of him. Her maw opened and a guttural roar tore out, bestial and raw, the kind of sound that rattled bones and sent beasts fleeing. The walls seemed to quiver with the vibration, the forest outside surely stirred by its echo. Her fur bristled, her expression carved into something savage, but inside she was nearly laughing. This'll get him for sure, she thought, delight curling in her chest. But as the last echoes of her roar faded, Naruto just looked at her. Blank, unimpressed, almost bored. And then, as if he remembered to play along, that infuriating smirk slid back into place. Marceline's monstrous shape collapsed back into her usual self with a snap. She floated upside down in front of him, arms folded, her mouth tugging into a dramatic pout. "Didn't you already try this before?" he asked, his smirk widening like he was enjoying this far too much. She blinked at him, pout deepening. She'd been so sure that one would work. She'd put way more effort into it than usual, more flair, more power. More pizzazz, and still, nothing. Her crimson eyes narrowed. "How do you always manage to stay straight-faced like that?" Naruto only shrugged, utterly casual. "I don't scare easy." "Thought I already told you that," he chuckled like it was the simplest thing in the world. Marceline rolled her eyes, floating closer until her hair brushed the back of the couch. Her pout melted into a sly grin. "Oh, we'll see about that." The girl twisted lazily in the air until she was stretched out on her back, drifting above the couch like she didn't have a care in the world. "So, what's Mr. Sleeping Beauty been doing since our little deal?" she asked, her tone sing-song but edged with mischief. Naruto glanced at her, smirk tugging wider. Wasn't really a deal. If it was, I would have gotten a lot more out of it. She raised an eyebrow but kept her arms folded, smirk intact. Oh yeah, exactly what else would you be getting out of it? Time to get closer with the Queen of Darkness, he said with mock seriousness, then tipped his chin into his hand, eyes scanning her like he was sizing her up. Maybe have some extra fun. His grin turned sly. Marceline groaned, rolling her eyes so hard she almost tipped sideways in the air. You wish. There are plenty of girls who would have called me a gift, Naruto replied with exaggerated offense, hand over his chest as though she'd stabbed him. And here you are, mocking me, you wound me, Marceline. She grinned at his performance, not missing a beat. Hard to believe you're actually hurt, though I gotta say, I didn't expect my new roommate to be such a perv. Naruto only chuckled, neither denying it nor pushing further, his smirk carrying enough weight to keep the tease hanging in the air. He leaned back into the couch, hands tucked behind his head, his grin cocky as ever. Don't act like you're disappointed though, bet you'd be bored out of your fangs without me around. Marceline tilted her head at him, floating sideways now, arms still crossed. Bold words coming from someone who spent half the day raiding my fridge. That doesn't scream fun, that screams parasite, parasite, Naruto barked out a laugh. Harsh, I'm more like an exciting guest. I eat a little food, stir up a little chaos, keeps things interesting. She narrowed her eyes at him, lips quirking. More like a stray mutt I picked up, you know, the kind that chews through the couch and insists it's doing you a favor. Naruto snapped his fingers as if struck with inspiration. Exactly, only difference is, I'm way cuter than a mutt. Marceline snorted, she wanted to roll her eyes again, but a corner of her mouth tugged upward before she could stop it. He was impossible, shameless, smug, always tossing back her words like it was a game he refused to lose. Her gaze drifted toward the object in his hand, the little black rectangle he'd been glued to since she came into the room. For all his boasting and antics, he kept flicking his thumb across it, like it was working, even though it was clearly dead, staring like it meant something, like maybe he was hiding behind it. She tilted upside down again, hovering closer to him until she was eye level with the device, then jabbed her finger toward it. So what, your big secret hobby is sitting around staring at that thing, gotta say, I expected more from Mr. Chaos. Naruto didn't look up right away, grin flattening for just a flicker, so brief most people wouldn't notice. Marceline, though, caught it. Naruto finally glanced up from the little black rectangle, meeting Marceline's curious stare with a lazy grin. This, nah, just trying to, just been holding on to it with boredom, it's basically boring junk 'cause it's dead. He slipped the phone into his pocket, like he'd decided the conversation was over. When his grin returned, it was like the blank look from earlier had never existed. It's all I can really do, he continued, stretching his arms like he hadn't a care in the world, you know, since the weather decided to try and murder me today. Rain, since sunrise, morning till night, just pouring down. At first I thought, hey, no big deal, I've trained in worse. But then, he gestured animatedly toward the window, as if pointing at the sky itself. Turns out this place doesn't rain water, it rains knives, literal knives. He laughed, shaking his head, man, I've dealt with being stabbed in the back plenty of times, no problem, just another Tuesday, but too many hits to the head, that kinda makes you wanna stay indoors, you know? Marceline burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she floated lazily backward. Oh right, I forgot to mention the whole sky sometimes tries to kill you thing. She waved it off like it wasn't a big deal, whoops. Naruto smirked at her laughter, clearly enjoying himself again. The weight from before, that brief moment of stillness, was gone as if it had never been. He was back to being loud, ridiculous, impossible to shake. But Marceline's mind lingered on it anyway. That half second when she'd asked about the phone, he hadn't been smirking, hadn't been cocky. His eyes looked elsewhere, like he was someplace far away. Then, just as fast, he buried it again under his usual chaos. She didn't press, not yet, instead, she chuckled with him, letting the banter ride, but tucked away the thought in the back of her mind, he's hiding something. The question is, how deep does that go? Marceline drifted backward until her gaze fell on the window. Outside, the world was dark with heavy clouds, the rain still hammering down in jagged streaks. She tilted her head, crossing her arms with a sigh. Well, that ruins my plans for the day. Naruto, who was sprawled across the couch like he owned the place, cracked an eye open. Oh yeah, and what exactly were you planning? She smirked faintly, though her tone was casual, almost offhanded. There's this little village not too far from here. I was gonna swing by, mess with the townspeople a bit, maybe stir up some fun. Her fangs flashed for just a second before she leaned back in the air, but no point getting stabbed just to freak out people who won't even leave their homes in this weather. Naruto chuckled at that, shaking his head as if the idea was both ridiculous and exactly what he'd expect from her. But after the laugh died down, silence filled the room again. Marceline floated closer to the couch, resting her chin on her hand. The longer the quiet stretched, the louder it felt, until she realized just how still her home had become. Normally she thrived in that freedom, in the empty space she didn't have to share with anyone. But now, with someone else here, the silence pressed indifferently. It felt too heavy, too stagnant. She shifted uncomfortably, trying not to admit that out loud. Naruto, for once, seemed just as restless, staring at the ceiling like it had personally offended him. And then, as if they were both on the same wavelength, the words tumbled out of their mouths at the exact same time. "This is so boring," they blurted at once. The echo of their voices overlapped, then cracked into laughter, both of them holding their sides. Naruto was the first to sit up straight again, running a hand through his hair with a dramatic groan. "Seriously though, I feel like I'm losing my mind just sitting here. If I wanted to rot in one place all day, I'd be..." He stopped, smirk twitching. "Well, I wouldn't be me." Marceline flipped lazily onto her stomach midair, chin resting in her hands. "Yeah, it's not really my style either. Usually I'd be out messing with folks or starting a jam session just to shake things up, but now," she gestured toward the window, where another jagged knife of rain clattered against the glass. "Weather's killing my groove." "Tell me about it," Naruto said, leaning back with an exaggerated sigh. "I'm used to training, fighting, running around. Even getting stabbed by knife rain was more interesting than this." He tapped his temple and grinned, "Though too many hits to the head, and I'll start thinking like an old man." Marceline snorted, "Wonder if that would have changed how you ate up all my food." Her eyes flicked toward the kitchen, still sore about her half-empty fridge. Naruto's grin only widened. "Hey, I was hungry. Besides, I didn't think you ate actually food. You're a vampire. I thought it was for me to be honest." "I don't really eat the food," she shot back sheepishly. "I more so suck the red from it, like a substitute for blood." Naruto looked interested at that. "Never heard that part of the stories," he chuckled. Then he waved it off, grin stubbornly glued to his face. "Still doesn't change the fact we're stuck inside, so what do we do? Sit around until the walls start talking?" Marceline tilted her head, her expression sliding into that sly, mischievous smile Naruto was starting to recognize. "Well, we could make our own fun." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "That sounds dangerous coming from you." His smirk quickly returned, "and I already like it." She grinned, tilting her head. "You don't even know half of it." For a moment, silence hung again, but this time it was charged. Expectant. Marceline could feel that restless energy radiating off Naruto, the kind that promised whatever they decided next wouldn't be quiet. Marceline's sly smile didn't fade as she floated closer, hovering just above Naruto's head. "You know," she said, voice syrupy sweet, "we could make things interesting, maybe a little game." Naruto looked up at her, suspicious but amused. "What kind of game?" Instead of answering, she poked his forehead with one cold finger. Not hard, but enough to push his head back slightly. "Tag, you're it." Naruto blinked at her, then rubbed the spot with exaggerated offense. "Really, that's your big idea?" Marceline smirked. "Hey, don't underestimate the classics." For a second, he just stared at her, silent, then that trademark grin of his returned, wide and mischievous. Alright then, if that's how you want to play. Before she could react, he leaned forward and blew a sharp puff of air right at her face, sending her hair flying wildly around her head, it becoming messier just from the simple act. Marceline sputtered, her smirk breaking into laughter as she pushed it back down. You didn't just, oh, I did. Naruto was already sliding off the couch, smirk practically daring her to retaliate. Also, he added, tapping her shoulder, you're it. She floated back a few feet, eyes narrowing but her grin refusing to fade. Her thoughts ticked with amusement, the corners of her mouth twitching. So that's how he wants to do this, could actually be fun. The boredom was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous, the spark of a challenge. Naruto moved first, springing back with a quick hop that barely dodged her sudden lunge. Marceline's wings flared as she shot after him, eyes alight, but the blonde was faster than she gave him credit for. He darted around the couch, practically gliding across the floor with a laugh spilling out of him. Come on Marceline, you gotta try harder than that, he taunted, vaulting over the arm of the couch. She narrowed her eyes, pushing harder, only for something cold and wet to smack against her chest mid-flight. She looked down, orange paint dripping from her shirt, and blinked. You've got to be kidding me. Naruto was already doubled over laughing, holding the remains of a water balloon in his hand. When the heck did he even prep those? She thought, part of her simmering, part of her impressed. She pushed after him again, claws brushing the air just behind him, but he twisted at the last second, slipping past her and flicking the rug with his foot. Marceline skidded mid-air, nearly flipping over as the rug bunched up. He pelted another paint balloon her way, this one grazing her arm before it popped against the wall, splattering the living room in orange. Her lips curled, part snarl, part grin. Okay, so he's faster than I expected, annoying, yeah, but it's been a long time since anyone's actually made me work for it. She shot upward, trying to cut him off from above, only for him to vanish behind a chair and pop out the other side, laughing the whole way. The vampire queen felt the first real sting of frustration creeping in, but it was quickly drowned out by the adrenaline of the chase, by how much sheer fun it was to have someone keeping pace with her nonsense. Marceline darted forward again, her movements sharper now, trying to corner him into the kitchen. For a second she thought she had him, the tile floor didn't give him much space to run, after all, but Naruto slipped past her like smoke, weaving between the table legs and chairs with a grin that was downright infuriating. Too slow Queenie, he sang out, ducking under the counter just as she swooped down. Her claws swiped empty air again, keep talking Blondie, you won't be laughing when I get you. Oh, scary, he teased, his grin only widening as he darted out from the other side of the counter. He flicked a cupboard door open with his foot just in time to make her smack into it when she tried to follow. The hollow thunk made her hiss, but the sparkle in his eyes told her he'd planned that perfectly. Yep, Naruto said, backing toward the living room again, totally worth it. Marceline growled, shaking it off and blasting forward. Her chest burned with determination now, no way was she letting him clown her like this. He's quick, but I've got him this time, totally got him. She flew straight through the kitchen doorway after him, only for Naruto to skid to a dead stop, spin on his heel, and flash his hands into a cross-shaped seal. The motion froze her for a beat, before she could even finish the thought, the room erupted in thick, rolling smoke, swallowing the entire space in blinding white. She coughed, waving her hands through the haze, but when it cleared, her eyes widened. The living room was filled, overflowing, with little versions of him. Dozens, maybe hundreds, of tiny Naruto lookalikes. Each one had the same long messy blonde hair, the same red-tinged eyes, the same whisker-marked grin, and all of them were decked out in the orange and black cloak. Small, stubby, almost cute. Not that she'd ever admit that out loud. What wasn't cute were the water balloons. Every single one of those chibi Narutos hefted a balloon bigger than they were, sloshing with the same orange paint that had already ruined her shirt. One of them stepped forward, puffing his chest out like a general, ready yourselves. Wait, don't you dare, Marceline shouted, throwing her hands up. Fire! A storm of orange paint balloons came flying at once, pelting her from all directions. She yelped as the splashes coated her arms, her legs, her hair, her entire front. By the time the barrage ended, the walls dripped with paint, and she looked like she'd bathed in a bucket of melted pumpkins. The chibis scattered with gleeful little laughs, vanishing into corners, cracks, and shadows. Marceline hovered there, dripping, blinking in stunned silence. Then her lips twitched. Okay, harder than I expected, definitely harder. She wiped a glob of paint off her cheek and flicked it away, her eyes narrowing as her grin slowly returned. Alright Uzumaki, you've made your move, that just means you've painted a big old target on your back. The spark in her chest reignited into a flame, hot and hungry. I'm gonna prank you back to high hell. Blondie. You might have won this round, but this little game, it's mine. Marceline floated in place, sticky paint dripping down her bangs, and narrowed her eyes. Naruto's laughter still echoed faintly through the halls, smug and grating in all the right ways. She turned and drifted down the hall, moving fast but cautious, her ears twitching at every sound. Halfway there, a trio of the chibi Narutos popped out from around a corner, each one clutching a balloon like it was some sacred weapon. Ambush, the middle one squeaked. Oh, you little, Marceline lunged, her hand swiping through the first clone. It poofed instantly, smoke vanishing with a hiss. A second swung around her back. But she twisted, landing a sharp smack that dissolved it, too. The third charged her head-on, balloon raised high. She let it get close, then flicked her finger against its forehead with a snicker. Another puff of smoke. One solid hit, easy, cute, but easy. Her feet touched down lightly in her room, the one place that still looked mostly untouched by Naruto's chaos. She ducked under her bed and pulled out an old, beat-up case, paint peeling from the lid, stickers slapped on from centuries ago, locks dusty from disuse. When she cracked it open, a mischievous glow practically spilled out. Inside were rows of assorted tools and supplies, rubber bands, stink bombs, water balloons pre-filled with questionable substances. Jars of glitter, chalk bombs, fake bugs, even an old whoopee cushion with bite marks in it. Her eyes lit up. Oh yeah, been too long. She crouched lower, her grin curling with serious intent now. You wanted a war, Blondie, fine, let's see how you handle a master at work. Marceline dug through the old case like she was gearing up for battle, pulling out her favorite tricks one by one. A belt with pouches for balloons and jars was slung around her waist, rubber bands looped onto her wrist, and a bandolier of stink bombs crossed her chest like it was made for her. She even slipped on a pair of old fingerless gloves, cracked and worn from centuries of mischief, flexing her fingers as though she were a soldier ready for deployment. When she caught sight of herself in the dusty mirror leaning against her wall, she couldn't help but grin. Lookin' sharp, she muttered, flashing a cocky smirk. The spark in her eyes burned brighter now. This isn't just a game anymore, Blondie, you're about to regret starting this little war. She floated out of her room and down the hall, confident, her boots tapping against the floorboards. Her mind buzzed with strategies, how she'd set up decoys, where she'd lure him, the kind of traps that would leave him squirming in defeat. She chuckled under her breath, piece of cake, with these supplies, I'll have him begging for mercy before sunrise, the moment she descended the ladder. However, her smugness was cut short. A wave of chibi Narutos surged into the hall like a miniature army, 20 of them at least, tiny fists clutching ropes and balloons. Oh, come on. They swarmed her with alarming coordination. Before Marceline could strike them all down, she found herself yanked back, ropes wrapping around her arms and legs. They spun around her like a cartoon tornado, giggling the entire time, until she was trussed up tight and dangling against the wall in a way that made her eyes narrow. Her arms were pinned above her head, one leg bent back awkwardly, the ropes crisscrossing snug around her waist and chest in a way that made it feel suggestive. The clones stepped back to admire their work. One whistled, another snickered. Marceline froze, blinking once, then her lips slowly pulled back into a thin line. Did they seriously just tie me up like this? Her cheeks heated with embarrassment, but that was quickly swallowed by righteous fury. Oh, no, nope, not happening, jokes, fine. Teasing, cute. But actually tying me up, like this, that's crossing the line. The clones cheered their victory, mission accomplished. The leader announced proudly, before the others collapsed into high-pitched, obnoxious laughter. Marceline's hair shadowed her eyes as her patience snapped. All right, she hissed, low and dangerous, fun's over. With one violent flex, the ropes shredded like paper, scattering fibers across the floor. The clones froze, their smirks faltering. Marceline cracked her neck to the side, her grin returning, only this time, it was darker, sharper. My turn. She blurred forward, fists and feet slamming through the miniature Narutos one after the other. Each poofed out of existence with a tiny yelp, until the hallway was filled with nothing but drifting smoke and Marceline standing victorious in the middle of it, chest rising and falling with pent-up fury. She brushed off her bandolier and adjusted her belt, her glare cutting through the haze. No more playing nice, he thinks he's clever, cute. But now I'm gonna make him wish he'd never even thought about stepping foot in my place. Her grin returned, sharp enough to draw blood. You're in for it now, Sleeping Beauty. I'm going to prank you so hard, you'll beg me to stop. Marceline wasted no time. The moment the last clone vanished in smoke, she was airborne, eyes burning red as she swept the hallway. She dove into the living room first, shredding the shadows with wild lunges. Every time a chibi Naruto popped out from under the couch or behind a chair, she grabbed it by the scruff and smashed it into the wall until it burst in a puff of smoke. Her laughter rang out, wild and sharp. The kitchen came next. She flipped the table clean over, ducked under a rain of water balloons, and yanked a handful of clones straight out of the cupboards like they were bags of flour. Gotcha, she growled, swinging one like a bat into another, their squeals cutting short as they poofed away in unison. The fridge rattled when she slammed the door shut on three more trying to hide inside, leaving nothing but a haze of smoke and the echo of her dark chuckle. Upstairs, her search turned feral. Marceline stormed through her own room, then the guest room, tearing up sheets, kicking over chairs, ripping open drawers. Every time she found a clone, she flattened it without hesitation. One tried to trip her with rope, she ripped it off the ground and hurled it through the wall. Two more tried to run down the hall. She chased them down like a wolf and pounded them into smoke with one devastating swing of her fist. Finally, she landed back in the foyer, panting but grinning ear to ear. The air was thick with dissipating smoke, her house in mild disarray from her rampage. Not a single clone dared show its face now. She hovered in the silence, eyes glowing faintly, scanning every shadow. "All right, Blondie," she muttered darkly, her grin spreading as she cracked her knuckles. "Playtime's over, no more running, no more hiding. I'm coming for you now." Marceline had just finished tearing through the upstairs guest room when two familiar, squeaky laughs echoed from the stairwell. She turned, catching sight of two chibi Narutos leaning cockily against the railing, their tiny arms crossed. Well, if it isn't the Queen of Overkill," one snickered. "Bet you can't catch us," the other added, sticking out its tongue before bolting down the hallway. Marceline hissed and gave chase, hunger for payback flashing in her eyes. She rounded the corner, only to slam headfirst into something invisible. Her body flattened against it, sliding down like a bug on glass before peeling off onto the floor. Groaning, she blinked up and realized what she'd run into, a giant sheet of clear plastic foil stretched tight across the hallway. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." She rubbed her face, glaring. "How the heck did I not see that?" The two chibis doubled over laughing, pointing at her with tears in their tiny eyes. Their laughter was shrill and annoying, but then, beneath it, came another sound. Lower, more genuine, a laugh with weight behind it, the kind that instantly prickled her skin. Her eyes flicked upward, and there he was. Naruto. Perched like a smug bat on the ceiling, head tilted and grin wide, looking down at her as if he'd been waiting this whole time. "You," Marceline growled, shooting up into the air until she hovered level with him. "You think you're clever?" Naruto leaned back lazily on his hands, completely unbothered by her fury. "Guess you'll just have to catch me to prove I'm not." His smirk widened, eyes glinting mischievously. But hey, can't say I'm not enjoying the chase, my clones got a really good view earlier. Marceline's eyes went wide, her face flushing as her fangs clenched. You did not just say that. Oh, I did, Naruto said, voice smug as ever. So, how's it feel, knowing you fell right into their little hands? Her fists balled, shadows coiling at her feet. It feels like I'm about to wipe that smug look clean off your stupid face. Then come on, Naruto taunted, flipping casually to the floor with a perfect landing. He glanced back at her, grin sharp as ever. Let's see if you've got the bite to back up all that bark. Marceline hissed low in her throat, wings snapping wide as she launched herself at him with blistering speed. Her hands shifted mid-flight, fingers stretching into jagged claws, and she slashed twice in quick succession. Naruto's eyes flicked wide at the sudden ferocity, but his instincts were sharp. He caught both strikes on his forearms, sliding back half a step from the impact. His grin didn't falter. Whoa, he said, tone teasing, guess you're actually a little mad, huh? Marceline didn't bother replying. Instead, she ripped 2 round canisters off her vest and hurled them forward. They cracked against the floor at Naruto's feet with a pop, spilling a noxious green smoke that engulfed him instantly. A fit of coughing echoed from within the cloud. Marceline hovered back, smirking, a chuckle slipping out despite herself. Serves you right. But even as she laughed, her thoughts sharpened. That won't be enough, revenge like this, it's gonna take more. As if hearing her, the smoke began to shift. White sand coiled upward in a spiraling wind, swallowing the green haze and dispersing it into nothing. When the air cleared, Naruto was standing there, still coughing but grinning through it, his eyes fixed on her. Man, you really are mad, he wheezed, and then his hands blurred through 3 signs. 3 small orbs of black fire flickered into existence around him, dark, fast, and dangerous. They streaked toward her like arrows. Marceline's reflexes kicked in, she darted sideways, then flipped over the second, the third searing just under her boots. What the heck, you're actually attacking me? Naruto only shrugged, smirk intact. You started it, and relax, those flames aren't even close to full power. Marceline grumbled under her breath, rage simmering hotter. If that's the case, her claws flexed. I'll just beat you to a pulp before you get serious. Another barrage of black flames came screaming at her, forcing her to duck and weave. Then the floor itself cracked, a tendril of gray wood snapping up like a whip to cut her path off. Her eyes narrowed. Cute. With one vicious swipe, she severed it, splinters scattering through the air. She hissed, shadows curling tighter at her feet, and lunged for Naruto again. This time she threw everything she had. Smoke bombs, sticky goo balls, and a handful of itching powder pouches, an avalanche of tricks meant to overwhelm him just long enough to land a real hit. Naruto weaved and countered, the gray wood sprouting from the ground and walls to shield him. But she pressed harder, her claws flashing, the tricks raining faster. For the first time, his grin faltered as her onslaught nearly slipped past his guard, her eyes lit with satisfaction. She had him. But then, a waft of black chakra rose from the blonde, almost spilling out, before absorbing her strike cleanly. Marceline's eyes widened. Right, shadow, she'd forgotten. From behind the chakra barrier, Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I know, he muttered, glancing to the living energy, she's really mad. The shadow rippled in response, almost like it was scolding him. Marceline's fangs bared, irritation snapping her back into motion. Don't think you're off the hook, she snapped, diving in again with claws raised and another volley of pranks at the ready. Marceline snarled as she lunged again, claws flashing in wide arcs. This time she added a twist, literally, her body corkscrewing midair as she spun. Wings snapping like blades to whip at Naruto from both sides. When that didn't connect, she dipped low and slammed her foot into the floor, trying to sweep his legs. Naruto didn't flinch, his hand swept in a sharp circle, and suddenly streams of brighter, almost shimmering water curled into existence around his arms. The liquid moved unnaturally, more like flowing ribbons of light than normal water, and he used them like extensions of his own limbs. Each claw swipe, each wing slash, each stabbing movement was parried or redirected with a fluid grace, as though the water itself was guiding her attacks harmlessly away. "TCH," Marceline hissed, pulling back just enough to yank another trick from her vest, a pouch of itching powder. Followed by 2 sticky goo bombs she flung in quick succession. Naruto's smirk widened. With a flick of his wrist, 3 orange paint balloons burst into existence between his fingers. He lobbed them one after another, each intercepting her tricks midair and splattering the hallway in a sticky mess of orange paint and dissolving goo. The itching powder puffed harmlessly into the paint, neutralized. "Not bad, huh?" Naruto called, clearly enjoying himself. Marceline growled, digging deeper into her stash. Her hand came up clutching the last of her stink bombs. With a feral grin, she tossed all of them at once, the canisters tumbling end over end until they filled the air with a threatening hiss. Naruto's hands moved in a blur, the shimmering water surging up around him in a protective whirl. The bombs struck the water and sputtered out with muffled pops, green gas choked and swallowed by the glowing liquid. When the smoke cleared, he was still there, grinning, cocky as ever. "That won't be enough," he said, almost casually, as he spun a single paint balloon in his hand. "But this will." He hurled it fast, faster than the others. Marceline cursed under her breath and twisted midair, dodging just in time. The balloon sailed past her and vanished into the kitchen. A split second later, they heard a crash, both of them froze at the sound. Naruto lowered his hand slowly, blinking toward the kitchen. Marceline's wings faded out of existence mid-beat as she turned, unease creeping into her chest. They drifted toward the doorway. Inside, on the tiled floor, lay a framed drawing, her framed drawing. Its glass was shattered, the page smeared and dripping with orange paint. Marceline's eyes went wide, her body stiff. For once, she had no words. No snark, no quip, no growl, just silence as she stared at the ruined piece. Naruto stepped in after her, rubbing the back of his neck, guilt already tugging at his grin. Hey, I didn't mean to." Marceline's head turned sharply toward him, her eyes flashing with a fury that wasn't playful anymore. She didn't shout. She didn't joke, she just hissed once, low and venomous, before spinning on her heel and storming out of the kitchen. Her boots hit the stairs hard as she retreated up to her room, slamming the door behind her. Naruto stood there, alone in the messy kitchen, staring at the dripping orange paint running down the broken glass. Crap. Marceline sank against her door, hugging her knees to her chest. Her gaze drifted toward the corner of the room, toward the stack of sketches and little mementos she kept tucked away. She let out a slow breath. He didn't know, that part was obvious. Naruto had no idea how important that drawing was to her. He'd probably thought it was just part of the chaos of the house. Part of the prank war, part of the fun. And yet, that didn't change how she felt, orange paint smeared across it, ruined. A memory she had carefully preserved now covered in mess. She pressed her cheek harder into her knees, tugging at the fabric of her shorts. "Maybe it's partly my fault, I invited him here, I knew what kind of chaos he could bring." But she hadn't expected this, not on the first day, not already. She had imagined playful pranks, maybe a little mess, but not her memories trampled on before she even had a chance to settle in. Her fingers curled into fists, knuckles white. "I get it," she whispered to herself. "He didn't mean it, but it still happened, and that." Her thoughts drifted again to the drawing, to Simon, to the laughter and quiet moments that had inspired it. It was more than just paper and ink, it was a piece of her past, something she wanted to keep safe, and now, she couldn't. A sigh escaped her, a mix of resignation and stubborn anger. "It's fine," she muttered, though her voice didn't fully convince her. "He didn't know, but I'm not letting this slide." The faint creak of the house shifted her attention, and then a knock on her door pulled her far away from her thoughts. Her head jerked up, another soft rap followed. Marceline's jaw tightened, she knew it was him, and she knew she couldn't ignore it. But she could at least control how she faced him. She yanked the door open, ready to scorch him with words, then froze. Naruto stood there, one hand in his pocket, the other holding out her drawing. Perfect, clean, like it had never been splattered. Her breath hitched. "Guess I'm better at cleanup than I look," he said, that easy half-smile slipping into place. She snatched it, eyes racing over every line. The stick figures. The little blue, the little gray, no streaks, no cracks, her shoulders loosened despite herself. She tried to keep the edge in her voice. "You don't even know how close you are getting to being kicked out." "Yeah, I figured," he tilted his head. "That's why I fixed it." She glared for show, but the heat was already bleeding out. "Still trashed my place like a hyperactive candy kid." "True," he shrugged. "Made it right though, that worth, I dunno, half forgiveness?" "Half forgiveness still comes with a punch." She socked his shoulder. He barely flinched, grin widening. "Heh, I'll take the deal." She hated that the corner of her mouth twitched up. He clocked it instantly, of course he did. "See, you're already calming down," he teased. "Shut up and get in here." He drifted in like he owned the air, casual as ever, and they ended up sitting on the edge of her bed. The room hummed with the night, quiet again, except for the little buzz in her chest finally settling. She kept her eyes on the drawing, tracing an invisible crease that wasn't there. "How'd you fix it?" Naruto leaned back on his palms, trade secret, gentle hands, didn't want to mess it up worse. "A beat. New glass, cleaned the paint. Did a wrap thing so it won't get tagged again by, say, random orange explosions." He said it like it was nothing, cool, undersold. She studied him, there was no big speech coming, she could feel it. That was fine, better, even. It was a simple, small, apology, she much rather that than some full-blown explanation. "Don't make a habit of this," she muttered. "Breaking things, or fixing them?" "Both." "Heard," he paused. "And, yeah, sorry. It wasn't heavy, it didn't need to be, it landed anyway." He glanced at the frame, then back at her with a spark. "By the way, your face when my chibi clones tied you up, priceless." Her eyes narrowed. "Say that again." He lifted his hands. Laughing, "I'm complimenting your escape artistry, very impressive." The knots were. She punched him again, harder. He exaggerated a wince, still smiling. "Okay, note to self, upgrade clone training." They went off script. "They will be flying off a balcony if they try that again," she shot back, but the threat was warm around the edges. A quiet beat, she tilted the drawing so the lamplight caught it just right. "And no sentimental casualties." His answer came easy: house rules, no sentimental targets, also no acid, no actual explosives, no pranks that break the building. A beat. "And no messing with your fridge unless I replace stuff." She snorted despite herself, "That last one's not a rule, it's a law." "Then I'm a law-abiding citizen now," he flashed a wink, "mostly." She tried to scowl, failed. "Fine, my turn, no more paint balloons indoors." "Deal, counter-deal, if knife rain starts up, indoor paint balloons are allowed for morale." She rolled her eyes, but filed it away. He had a way of turning the air lighter without making it feel fake. He tapped the frame with a knuckle, careful, respectful. "Didn't know it mattered, could tell it did, fixed what I could." A lift of his shoulder, like that was that. It worked on her nerves, it worked on the knot in her chest, it worked, period. "And for the record," he added, almost as an afterthought, "I like it." "The drawing." She didn't look up, but her mouth softened. "Yeah, me too." Silence, but the kind that didn't press. The kind you could breathe in. "Half forgiveness," he said at last, nudging her knee with his. "Any chance I can trade it up to, like, 60% if I promise to only use orange paint outdoors?" She gave him a flat look. 51. "Max, generous queen. Don't push it." He grinned, leaning back like the bed was a throne. "So, truce until morning?" "Truce until I say so," she corrected. "Then I'm taking my point back with interest." "You mean the points from our little reaction game, I'm pretty sure I got the point today, you were definitely trying to kill me back there. He chuckled. She opened her mouth to argue, then caught herself smiling and shut it again. Annoying, infuriating, weirdly steady, and somehow, he made the room feel less empty. Marceline set the frame gently on her nightstand, fingers lingering at the edge. At least Naruto isn't completely unhinged, she thought. Chaos wrapped in cool, never shutting up, never sitting still, except when it actually matters, fun, very fun. And apparently, somewhat caring. All right, she said, standing, pretending to stretch so he wouldn't see the relief. I won't kick you out, just try to keep the mess to a minimum if we ever have a rainy day again. No promises, he said, already heading for the door. Her scowl sharpened, but before she could say anything, he turned back with that mischievous red-eyed glint. Just kidding, oh, and if the clones tied you up, they definitely learned it from you. She lunged, but he was already gone, laughter echoing down the hall. She rolled her eyes, letting the smile finally break all the way through. Yeah, she thought, watching the frame catch the light, this could actually work. Naruto skidded across the grassy plain, sunlight blazing at its peak, hot enough to sting his skin. The heat was brutal, the air thick and humid, wind swirling like it was mocking him. Sweat ran down his neck, but he only grinned, teeth bared against the discomfort. The field stretched for miles, birds calling from the forest, animals rustling in the brush, but all of it was drowned out by the battle cries echoing near the treehouse. The sun's position made it worse. With no shadow to hide beneath, the house might as well have been a beacon. Naruto dug his hands and feet into the ground, sliding to a halt on all fours like a predator bracing for the next strike. And when he looked up, the fun was just beginning. From the treehouse came Finn and Jake, leaping down in sync. Finn dove first, sword raised high, a new one, gleaming with a rooted handle and a rose-colored blade. The very blade Naruto had made him during his first week crashing with Marceline. After Finn's golden sword was lost in some reckless stunt to impress Bubblegum. Naruto still thought the golden one had been more interesting, but oh well, kids lost things. Jake came alongside Finn, arms stretched huge, one cocked back like a hammer, the other swinging out like a whip, both wore feral grins. Naruto grinned wider. Jake struck first, his whip arm lashing for Naruto's legs. Naruto vaulted over it, only to find Finn already in his face, sword thrust forward. Naruto caught the blade between his palms, yanked Finn in close, and planted 3 hard kicks into his side before sending him flying with a final boot. Finn skidded across the dirt, stopped himself in a crouch. Then sprinted right back at him. Naruto barely had time to notice before Jake's giant fist came tearing through the air. The blow smashed the ground, kicking up a dust cloud the size of a house. Naruto twisted, flipping clean over the strike and landing on one hand, already darting forward toward Jake's main body. He didn't blitz, he wanted Jake to see it coming. Sure enough, Jake braced, his body pivoted, foot slamming into the ground as his teeth grit with effort. Naruto's grin faltered, too late. The huge arm he'd dodged earlier came whipping back around, redirected straight into his side. The hit connected full force, carrying Naruto with it like a ragdoll. Dust and debris scattered as he grit his teeth. Eyes narrowing, then his grin returned. He burst into smoke. Jake's jaw dropped, the fist he just swung was empty. Too slow. Naruto reappeared behind him in a flash of black, body bent so low it was almost scraping the grass, legs spread in a wild stance. His arm wound all the way back, elbow high, fist trembling with restrained power. Then he snapped forward. His uppercut slammed into Jake's chest, launching the dog upward as if gravity had forgotten him. Jake's limbs snapped back to normal in shock, mouth hanging open. The moment froze, the sound of Jake's last gasp against the wind, Naruto's smirk curling wider. "I'll be honest," Naruto said, voice low, playful. "You gotta be faster." He leapt after him, spinning midair, body twisting into a tight ball, showing off his speed more than aiming to strike. The motion blurred until he stopped, upside down, leg cocked back. "See you next fall," he quipped. One kick detonated against Jake's side, hurling him down like a meteor. The impact rocked the plane, dust and smoke bursting skyward. Naruto landed lightly, laughter breaking free, roaring and uncontrollable. He doubled over, holding his stomach as Jake groaned from the crater. Priceless, maybe cruel, but better than their last fight. Then came the whistle of steel cutting air. Naruto's laughter cut short, eyes going wide. He hadn't sensed it. The sword pierced through his back, tip bursting out his chest. He staggered, coughing blood, shock pinning him silent. Finn's blade gleamed crimson in the sun. And Naruto, grinning even through the pain, was very, very surprised. Naruto twitched once, blood trailing from his lip as he craned his head toward the sword jutting out of his stomach. He managed a half snort, half cough. Well, didn't think I'd get stabbed in the back today, he rasped, voice ragged but amused. Least of all by you, Finn. Finn's grip on the hilt tightened. He tried to glare but ended up smirking through his exhaustion. Guess I'm just full of surprises, and I'm not stopping here. Before Naruto could retort, Finn bent back hard, his whole body arcing like a bow. The blonde's feet left the earth in a violent swing, and then, he was slammed with surprising force. Naruto's body hit the ground with a deafening crash, dust and pebbles exploding upward. The earth cracked like a spiderweb beneath him as Finn drove the rose-colored blade deep into the dirt, pinning Naruto flat. When the dust began to clear, Finn stood tall, chest heaving, sweat dripping. His voice carried the sharp edge of triumph. We finally did it, Jake, we actually got him, our first real win. Naruto's eyes were wide, soft, almost blank. For once, no grin, no quip. Just stunned silence. What the hell, a stab in the back. Then a suplex, off the sword itself, that's not just clever, that's insane. He almost couldn't process it. His mind reeled at the absurdity of it all, the raw unpredictability of the kid's move. How the hell did I not see that coming? Finn pressed on, almost giddy. I mean, come on man, we finally beat you. You can't keep saying we'll never win in a fair fight after this. This is it, our moment. Beat me, huh? Naruto's chest tightened, not in pain, but in something stranger. A flicker of pride, a warmth beneath the blood. They're getting better, way better, and me, I didn't even notice until it was too late. The boy was mid-sentence when he froze. His ears caught something faint beneath the fading rumble of the dust. A sound. At first, a hushed whisper, barely audible. Laughter. It leaked from Naruto's throat, broken and breathless. Then it grew, slow, sly chuckles bubbling up like an untamed spring. Finn's stomach tightened. Jake, still groaning from earlier, dragged himself upright and blinked in confusion. The chuckles became louder, wilder, until they cracked into full-blown, manic laughter, spilling across the battlefield. What's so funny? Finn demanded, but he already felt the hairs on his neck bristle. Naruto tilted his head back, grin carving wide across his bloodied face, laughter roaring like a storm. That's right, I'm proud of you, kid, you actually surprised me. You actually made me bleed, huh? A simple stab, and you turned it into a suplex. He howled harder, chest shaking. That's insane, I love it. He braced his palms against the fractured ground. The sword groaned as his body strained, muscles tightening. Inch by inch, he forced himself upright, forcing the blade to dig deeper through his gut with a sickening grind. This won't hold me down, not this, not now. Finn's eyes widened, no way. But the sword wasn't enough to keep him down. With one final push, the rose blade tore free from the earth. Naruto staggered forward, still impaled, breath hissing as he let out a long, almost relieved sigh. Blood dripped, but his smirk never faltered. You too, he muttered, eyes gleaming like fire. Really might kill me one of these days. Finn stood there, sword still in his hand, blinking at Naruto in disbelief. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. Heh, you're actually proud of us, huh? Naruto tilted his head, blood still dripping from the wound but the grin on his lips unshaken. "TCH, don't let it get to your head, kid, but yeah, you got me good, real good." Finn practically lit up at the words. Praise from Naruto wasn't easy to earn, and he could feel it in his bones. This wasn't sarcasm, this was real, though he doesn't know why he used that last expression. "Kill me one of these days," Naruto thought, snorting inwardly at his own earlier words. "As if, only way I'm dying is if every cell and atom of me gets completely erased, chakra drained to nothing. Otherwise, nah, I'm not going anywhere." But still, he couldn't deny it, this setup, this little training regimen, it was actually working. They're sharper, faster, they don't just swing. Finn's starting to think like a fighter, Jake too, when he's not snoozin'. As if summoned, Jake groaned, dragging himself back toward them, one hand rubbing his head. "Man, what's all the shoutin' about? Last thing I remember, you punted me halfway across the field like a dodgeball." Naruto chuckled, low and rough, "Guess you woke up just in time for the celebration." Finn turned, practically bouncing as he explained the fight. Jake nodding along, eyes widening when Finn reenacted the sword suplex slam. Both of them were hyped, voices overlapping, Finn throwing his fists in the air. Naruto only half listened, grin still sitting lazy on his face. His thoughts stayed elsewhere, tugging at the edges of his mind. It had been 3 weeks since switching roommates, not much had changed, but then again, everything had. OOO was still endless, a continent so massive he'd barely scratched the surface, and every day had something weird to offer. But on top of that, he'd started this little training with Finn and Jake. Every couple days, they'd go all out, real fights, no pulling punches, just raw sparring as a warm-up for whatever adventure came next. For them, it was perfect, for Naruto, it was fun. Naruto's thoughts settled when Jake's voice cut in. "Yo, you gotta stop kicking me like that, man, pretty sure I'm startin' to develop a hearing problem." Naruto barked a laugh, shaking his head. "Come on, you're basically indestructible, I just like seeing how far I can send you flying. You should be proud. That was record distance last time." Jake squinted, "That's not a thing to be proud of." Be happy with your win instead," Naruto teased, jabbing a thumb at Finn. "First one you've ever got on me, after all, not bad." Then his grin sharpened, turning wicked. "Course, now I know you can pull it off, I'm really gonna push you next time. Way past your limits." Finn's eyes lit up with challenge, but Jake's face dropped. "Oh glob, that grin, you're gonna kill us, dude." Naruto just laughed again, loud and wild, shoulders shaking until the tension broke. But inside, he was quiet. They've grown a lot, more finesse, more power. Finn especially, kid's freakishly strong for a human. Gotta make sure he leans into that, learns to use it right, this training's paying off for them. He mulled it over, letting the thought hang in the back of his mind. Maybe I should start my own training again. But then a lazy grin crept across his face, then again, I'm already strong enough. Too strong is a thing, and if that happened I'd be bored forever. If something comes along that makes me train, I'll handle it then, no rush. Naruto smirked, the wind tugging at his hair, eyes scanning the distant horizon. Sure, that sounds fine, for now. It was casual, it was confident, too casual, maybe. And somewhere deep down, even if he didn't fully realize it yet, he felt the tiniest spark of challenge, or danger, lingering on the edges of that thought. One day, brushing off training like this might just bite him in the ass. But for now, he laughed again, wild and free, the sun glinting off his blonde hair. Later, I'll worry about that, later. The three of them slumped against the grassy plain, catching their breath after the whirlwind of training. The wind stirred the tall grass lazily, birds calling faintly from the nearby forest, sunlight glinting off Naruto's blonde spikes. Finn sat cross-legged, scratching his head. So, what now? We've beaten each other up enough for one day. Jake stretched, limbs wobbling comically as he shifted. Yeah, usually something interesting just happens. But, today, nada, zilch, nothing. Finn groaned, we could explore, go check on the kingdoms, maybe there's a festival somewhere? Jake waved a lazy hand, exploring. Nah, I'm not in the mood for walking miles just to get eaten by something weird. Quick fun, that's what I want. Finn perked up. Quick fun, I like that. Maybe we find a monster to fight? Or some party in a castle. Something exciting has to be happening somewhere. Jake raised an eyebrow. Middle of the day already, dude. If it was gonna happen, we'd have seen it by now. Nothing, zilch, not a hint, remember? Finn groaned again, this time dramatically, throwing his hands in the air. So, what, sit here like idiots and do nothing, that's your idea of fun? Jake chuckled. Relax man, I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta, wait for it, let it come to us. Finn frowned. Wait, for what, a flying sandwich to land in our laps? Jake smirked. Hey, never underestimate the universe man. Finn just rolled his eyes, then both glanced at Naruto, who was sprawled on his back, arms behind his head, soaking up the sun like he owned it. Naruto lifted a lazy shoulder. I can't think on an empty stomach, he muttered. Nothing works if I haven't eaten, brains fried. Finn groaned, flopping onto his side. Great, we really are just gonna sit here, hungry and bored, while the universe, what, waits? Jake tilted his head, grinning. Yeah, maybe you're right, I'll go into the tree house and bring some snacks. He got up at that. Want anything, Naruto? Naruto's stomach rumbled at the thought, eyes narrowing as he remembered flavors long gone. Man, it's been a while since I had the food of the gods. Actually I don't even know how long I haven't eaten ramen for. Perfect broth, chewy noodles, toppings piled just right. He'd been so busy over the past weeks he hadn't even realized how much he craved it. It made his mouth water, and he let out a blissful sigh, his eyes glazing over in memory. Ramen, he said suddenly, almost like a prayer. Finn blinked. Ramen? Jake tilted his head, confused. What's that? Naruto's gaze snapped to them, disbelief etched across his features. You don't know what ramen is. His tone was half horror, half incredulity. The perfect meal, noodles, broth, all the toppings, it's everything. Finn grinned awkwardly. Sounds good, I guess. Jake scratched his head. Noodles and broth? We've had soup, soup's tasty. Naruto waved a hand dramatically. No. Soup is soup. Ramen is an experience, you guys have no idea. His fingers twitched as he imagined the steaming bowls, the rich aroma. I haven't had it in years, I need it. But then the thought stuck, heavier than he wanted it to be. Years was an understatement. No, more than that, his smile faltered. When I went under, I didn't bring any. Why would I thought I'd wake up to a different world, sure, but a world, with no ramen. Why didn't I sign that deal on an Ichiraku chain in the 21st century? The hungry look in his eyes softened into something more distant, almost pained. But there's nothing left, not even the recipes, not even the memories of it in this world, all gone if Finn and Jake didn't know about it. Maybe if he asked around he could find ramen, but, he knew with how many years passed, the ramen wouldn't be the same, it wouldn't be the food of the gods. Finn frowned at him, curious but concerned. You good man? Naruto shook himself, forcing a grin back onto his face, though his chest still felt tight. TCH, doesn't matter, there's only one thing I can do. Finn tilted his head. What? Jake leaned closer. Yeah man, what's the plan? Naruto's grin widened, sharp and wild, a flare of determination covering the sting in his heart. Gamakichi. His only way, to bring the true food of the gods back, would be him. Finn blinked. Gamma, who? Jake tilted his head again. That a part of this ramen stuff? Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets, restless energy spilling out of him. You'll see, Joust, trust me. His grin stretched wider. You're about to taste the greatest thing you've ever had. Finn and Jake looked at each other, confused but curious, as Naruto's aura seemed to flare. Whatever was about to happen, it was going to be big. Naruto's eyes flicked toward the looming shadow of the tree house at that thought. They were close, too close. He scratched the back of his head, frowning. Yeah, we should probably move away from the tree house, trust me, Gamakichi's not exactly subtle. Finn blinked, why? Naruto smirked, because he dwarfs places like this. Jake let out a low whistle, bigger than a tree house man, I gotta see this. They drifted out into the open grass, the afternoon sunlight spilling across the field. Naruto's expression sharpened. He bit his thumb, the coppery taste of blood blooming against his tongue, then smeared the crimson line across his palm. His hands blurred into a flurry of practiced seals, muscle memory snapping into place as chakra roared through him. Summoning jutsu. Smoke erupted in a thunderclap, rolling out in waves that made Finn and Jake stumble back. Naruto grinned, expecting to see a mountain of orange toad skin rise above them, but when the smoke cleared, he froze. He's not bigger than the tree house at all, shouted Jake. That was an understatement, it was like the summon had de-aged, with a bit more changes. Standing before him wasn't the towering, sword-wielding Gamakichi he remembered, but a toad barely taller than himself. His cloak still bore the proud crest of the Toad clan, but intricate blue markings swirled along his face and disappeared beneath his back. Slung across him was a weapon Naruto didn't recognize, a long, elegant katana with a deep blue hilt decorated in intricate orange patterns, its matching scabbard gleaming against his cloak. Naruto blinked hard, he could feel the familiar chakra, there was no mistake, but still, Gamakichi? The toad looked around, blinking at the bright field. Then locked eyes on Naruto. His expression broke into a grin. Naruto. Naruto stepped forward, incredulous, what happened to you, why are you so? His voice cracked with disbelief, small. Gamakichi chuckled, his voice deeper, older than Naruto remembered. Relax boss, it's a jutsu I cooked up for this occasion. Figured when you finally woke up, you wouldn't need me stomping holes through your new world. Naruto's brow furrowed, still reeling, you made a jutsu just for that? The toad's grin softened, course I did. And my change, his tone shifted, that's a side effect of what you did, making me immortal, your chakra's weird as hell. At that, a ripple of black spilled out beside Naruto. Shadow bubbling into form like living tar. Though it had no face, its aura practically radiated irritation. Hey Shadow, Gamakichi said casually. A pause, then his eye twitched. He's shouting at me, isn't he? Naruto sighed and nodded. Gamakichi held up his hands, I didn't mean it like that, just saying, you're odd, buddy, you changed Naruto's chakra in ways I've never seen. Sandstorm release, Singe release, Ocean release, Plant release, Plasma release, he had to name half those himself cause they didn't exist before you. And that's not even mentioning how corrosive you are, acidic, poisonous, burning through anything that isn't him. We nearly failed to make me immortal because of you. Shadow turned away, his oily body twitching with stubborn silence. Naruto groaned, running a hand down his face. Yeah, Gamakichi's right, Shadow did flip being a lot of change to Naruto's chakra, but the blonde noted how it was now it's like chaos wrapped in poison. But still, it's been fun, even when he gets a stick up his ass, both he and Gamakichi sighed at the same time. Meanwhile, Finn and Jake stood off to the side, jaws hanging open, eyes darting between a talking toad in a clan cloak and a blob of sentient shadow. Breaking the silence, Gamakichi finally glanced around. His eyes lingered on the rolling hills, the bright skies, the candy-colored wildflowers. What the heck happened here? Last time I was summoned, the world wasn't this colorful. Naruto chuckled knowingly, yeah, I thought the same thing. It's a bit more cartoonish than the grays and blues of the old cities, he smirked. Not that you ever got to step into one, big guy. Watch it, Gamakichi said with mock offense. Naruto waved it off, grinned sharp again, doesn't matter right now. It's time. Gamakichi's gaze hardened with understanding. He pulled a scroll from beneath his cloak, the parchment humming faintly with chakra, and handed it to Naruto. Figured you'd hunt those three down sooner or later. Naruto chuckled, rolling the scroll between his fingers. Special occasion, a ramen emergency. Gamakichi's eyes narrowed, don't tell me, ramen didn't survive 20,000 years? Naruto's head snapped up, how did you, wait? 20,000 years, his blood ran cold. I was just over 2,000 when I went under, you're telling me I'm. He squatted down suddenly, face falling, the weight of the number hitting him like a kunai to the chest. An old-ass man. Silence. Then, his head snapped up, grin blazing wide. Well, not in the sense of being some old senile fart, but still, I'm old as hell. Gamakichi laughed, heh, you really haven't changed, or have you? A younger Naruto would be whining his head off about the wrinkles by now. Naruto shot back, you should just be worried about how big you are. Gamakichi. The toad rolled his eyes, always with the insults, blondie. Naruto shrugged like it was law. Finally, Finn stepped forward, hand half raised. Okay, question. What exactly are we doing? Naruto tilted his head back, the grin cutting across his face sharper than steel. His eyes narrowed, bright blue but predatory, dangerous, full of the spark that made the air around him hum. He looked every bit the trickster, the warrior, the storm. We're gonna hunt down some monsters, he said, voice low and edged, and make food out of their corpses. The words hung in the air like lightning before a storm. Finn's jaw dropped. Then, slowly, his grin spread wide. That's hardcore. Naruto shrugged, casual as ever. Best way to make ramen right now, you'll see when we get there, trust me, his grin flared, you're gonna love the fight. Jake stretched his arms out, cracking a grin. Well, at least it's not nothing, let's do it. Finn hooped, pumping his fist in the air, already hyped. Yeah, monster hunting ramen quest. Naruto laughed, wild and bright, the sound carrying out across the field like a battle cry waiting to be answered. The grass swayed gently around them as Finn and Jake darted about, hollering battle cries that only made sense to them, hyping themselves up like they were about to storm a kingdom. Finn swung his sword through the air, making dramatic shum noises with his mouth, while Jake stretched himself into goofy shapes, long-armed, cube-bodied, once even sprouting makeshift horns just for the drama of it. Their laughter carried across the open space, reckless and light-hearted, a contrast to the heavy conversation Naruto and Gamakichi had slipped into. Naruto leaned against a rock, arms folded, watching the pair with an amused half-smile. There was something about their energy, so raw and unfiltered, that made his chest loosen. They didn't think about tomorrow, didn't worry about yesterday. They just were, a small part of him envied that. They seem fun, Gamakichi said, finally breaking the silence. His voice was low, casual, but Naruto could feel his eyes studying the boys. Naruto cocked a brow, already, you've only been here like, a minute. Gamakichi shrugged, smirking faintly, doesn't take long to tell, you can read a lot in how people laugh. Naruto considered that, then let a wide grin spread across his face. Heh, can't say you're wrong, they're fun, easy to mess with too. His teeth flashed, eyes sharp with mischief. Of course, Gamakichi rolled his eyes, cloak shifting as he crossed his arms. Can you ever be serious anymore? Naruto didn't answer, just kept his grin, a quiet edge in his silence. The toad let it go with a sigh. His gaze drifted across the horizon, toward the candy-colored world stretching out before them. Things have changed in the summoning world, the afterlife, as well. That pulled Naruto's attention back. His grin slipped into a questioning look, what do you mean? The worlds, merged. Naruto's brow furrowed, merged? Founded by Death himself, Gamakichi explained. Naruto's voice sharpened with confusion, that didn't make any sense at all. A being of large power that could be summoned, who held some dominion over life and earth like it was nothing. Naruto didn't think anyone would try to merge the afterlife and the Simmons worlds, let alone the Shinigami. Why would the Shinigami merge the afterlife and summoning worlds? It doesn't make, not the Shinigami, Gamakichi shook his head firmly. Naruto blinked, confusion deepening, but you said death, and I meant it, Gamakichi cut in. They're different, death and the Shinigami are two separate beings. I know it's hard to wrap your head around, I barely understand it myself, and it happened right around when you went under. Naruto's lips pressed into a thin line. Death's higher than the Shinigami, Gamakichi went on. He's got access to the dead worlds. Dead worlds, Naruto's brow arched again. The toad groaned, too complicated to explain, point is, Death didn't know they existed at first. Once he realized, he had to merge them into something new so life wouldn't get on his case, so he made them into a new dead world, combined. Naruto tilted his head, letting shadow slip back into him with a ripple of dark energy. Why are you telling me this? Can't be that important. Gamakichi's eyes softened slightly. Do you miss them? Naruto's expression froze, the grin gone, his eyes narrowed, sharp and unreadable. Gamakichi didn't need clarification, he meant Naruto's friends, his family, the shinobi world. Sore subject, I know, the toad said quickly. But you gotta be honest. Some of them, yeah, Naruto said finally, voice quieter than usual. They all exist in one world now, Gamakichi told him. Naruto's eyes flicked up, all of them? The toad nodded. Naruto's mind soured with anger as a thought came to mind. His voice dropped lower, his frown clear. Even the bastard? Another nod. Naruto's jaw clenched, he started to form another question, but Gamakichi stopped him with a firm tone. No, they're in one of the different dead worlds apparently, I'm sorry. A shadow crossed Naruto's face, faint but real. His grin didn't return right away, he squatted down, elbows on his knees, looking at the dirt. But when he lifted his head again, the grin was back, wide and careless. Oh well. That's it, Gamakichi asked, brow rising, don't you still care? Naruto chuckled, of course I care so much that if I didn't hide it behind my usual chaotic attitude, I'd break down. So I don't dwell, 'cause I already know they wouldn't want me to. His smile was calm, almost too calm. I care so much that I won't let it show. Gamakichi studied him for a long moment. You okay, do you need to talk? You already know the answer to both. The silence stretched between them until Naruto broke it with a raised brow. So, any other surprises? Just one, Gamakichi said, tone heavier. Have you felt the world's natural energy yet? Naruto nodded slowly. Good, then I don't need to explain. But, have you used Sage Chakra? Nope. The toad sighed, thought so, that's a whole new thing you're gonna have to master again. Naruto frowned, what do you mean? Don't worry about it, just don't try Sage mode outside the spirit world, not anymore. Really that important? Yes. Naruto shrugged, haven't had a reason to use it yet, so I guess it's fine. You know how bad you just jinxed yourself, Gamakichi muttered. Another shrug, another grin, I stopped caring about jinxes, things get fun when the universe tries to throw everything at me. Gamakichi chuckled, shaking his head. You're still fun, I'll see you soon. With that, he burst into smoke, vanishing. The air settled, Naruto stayed crouched for a moment, watching the smoke fade, then let his grin linger. He didn't say a word, just listened to Finn and Jake's distant hype-up chants echo through the fields. The grassland stretched out behind them, rolling green hills fading into a forest that looked almost too perfect for its own good. The trees weren't crowded or shadowy like the ones Naruto had seen in Oo before. They stood tall and spaced apart, sunlight spilling through in wide golden streaks, the ground soft with moss and patches of tiny white flowers that swayed in the breeze. It was quiet in a lively way, birds darting from branch to branch, insects buzzing lazily, the kind of silence that made the world feel alive. Naruto strolled ahead with his hands resting behind his head, lazy grin plastered on his face. The scroll Gamakichi had given him dangled loosely from his fingers, swinging with every step. Finn kept sneaking glances at it, curiosity gnawing at him, until finally he couldn't hold back. Naruto strolled ahead with his hands behind his head, the scroll swinging loose from one hand like he barely remembered it was there. The bright forest stretched around them, sun cutting through the trees in gold bars, the ground soft underfoot. Finn broke first, okay, I'm still confused. What are we even again, who was that giant toad guy, why wasn't he as big as you said he'd be, and, again, what are we doing? Naruto tilted his head just enough to grin at him. Man, you really do like questions, you sure you're not bubblegum in disguise? Jake snickered. I get it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You do? Yeah, Jake said simply, hands behind his head like Naruto's. We're gonna fight some monsters, then eat some food, simple. Naruto laughed, sharp and sudden. Jake's got it, cuts cleanly through all the noise. He swung the scroll in front of Finn's face. For you kid, I will explain. Gamakichi is way bigger than what you saw. We're talking bigger than Bubblebutt's castle. He was only as tall as me because he was using a jutsu to squeeze down. Like the tricks you do? Finn asked. Naruto nodded. Exactly. Only difference is he's been awake the whole 10,000 years I was out cold. So between us, he's the only old-ass man. Jake wagged a finger. Language dude, Finn's here. Naruto smirked. Who the hell's gonna stop me? Jake shrugged. We did win today. Naruto's grin widened, but he flicked the scroll open before Finn could push him again. Anyway, this thing is how we track our prey. 3 immortal monsters out there, living in their own little domains. Their bodies, supposed to be good enough to cook a meal fit for the gods. Their homes, same deal, full of everything you'd ever need for a feast. Finn's eyes lit up. Immortal monsters? Yeah, the boar lives in land so dry it's nothing but salt and stone, that's where the strongest spices grow. The fish, right where all the seas collide, place is overflowing with fish and, don't ask me about the wheat. And the cows in the sky, grazing on fruit and veggies fresh enough to make you cry. Finn's jaw dropped. Naruto smirked. I even heard, back in the day, some guy found M and thought he'd stumbled on gods. Drew M up as Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, funniest part of the scroll, honestly. Finn blinked. So, the scroll's just a story? Naruto wagged it once. Nah, what I told you is that's the short version. Scroll's the whole tale. It's also the map. Without it, you'd be out here looking for sky cows and fish wheat like idiots. Finn and Jake buzzed with excitement, tossing ideas back and forth about spices and immortal feasts. Naruto grinned and let them run with it, tossing in a jab here and there just to keep their energy rolling. But when their laughter died down and they turned back toward the forest, Naruto's grin slipped. The scroll hung heavy in his hand, and his eyes narrowed forward. For the first time since leaving the house, he wasn't smiling, just silent, like something far away had hooked into him. Finn tilted his head, noticing the way Naruto's grin had slipped. You okay? Naruto blinked, snapping back fast with a lopsided smirk. What me? Yeah, I'm peachy, don't go getting soft on me now. Jake narrowed his eyes, not buying it all the way. You sure, you got that whole thinking face thing going on? Usually means something weird's about to happen. Naruto chuckled, waving them off as he snapped the scroll open. Relax, only weird thing happening is I'm about to show you the good stuff. The parchment unraveled with a crisp snap, black ink blooming into sprawling designs across its surface, curling text, strange little symbols, and a rough sketch of OOO, scattered with circles and claw-marked sigils. The thing practically hummed in the air. Naruto dragged his finger down the page, lips curling into a grin. Alright, so here's the deal. The scroll shows us where the domains are, little portals hiding out there, connecting to the monster's turf. He traced over the empty map, but his smile flickered. Where there should have been 3 glowing marks, there was only one, burning faintly like an ember. Huh. Naruto paused mid-thought, his eyes narrowing. That's off. Finn leaned closer. What's wrong? Naruto tapped the scroll again, frowning for a beat longer than normal before forcing a smirk back on. Should be 3 marks here. Boar, fish, cow. Instead, he drummed his fingers once, then twice, before finishing. Looks like somebody decided to throw a party and smash their houses together. Jake tilted his head. You're saying the domains merged? Maybe, or maybe the scroll's just screwing with me. Wouldn't be the first time some ancient crap wanted to waste my time. His tone was flippant, but he stared at the glowing mark a heartbeat too long. the smile not quite reaching his eyes. Finn scratched his head. So, does that make it harder? Naruto gave a low chuckle. Could, or it makes it easier, we only got one door to kick in now. No splitting up, no chasing 3 trails, just straight shot to whatever's waiting. Jake leaned in, pointing a stretchy finger at the glowing mark, and lucky us, the portal's close. Naruto's eyes flicked to it, then he exhaled through his nose. Yeah, Ice Kingdom, but that's not exactly my idea of a cozy dinner spot, but I've crashed in worse. Finn's raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean we gotta deal with the Ice King? Naruto gave a sharp grin. More than likely, but it saves me from wasting brain cells. But as he rolled the scroll back up, his hand lingered, gripped just a little tighter than it needed to be. His words came slower, scattered with odd pauses, like his mind wasn't all the way tethered to the conversation. Doesn't really matter how they merged. Point is, we've got our hunt. 1 monster domain, 1 fight, 1 meal. His grin flickered back, sharp but thin, nice and simple, just how I like it. Finn and Jake traded a quick glance, catching the weird rhythm in his words, the way his sentences broke and restarted, how his gaze kept drifting somewhere past them. He looked like himself, acted like himself, but something underneath was slipping through, like a shadow tugging at his focus. Naruto didn't notice their stares, or pretended not to. He tucked the scroll behind his head again, hands laced over it with his usual lazy swagger. Come on, we've got a date with a frozen buffet, first one to chicken out's buying dinner. He laughed at his own jab, loud and careless, but when the sound died away, there was a hollowness in his eyes that the joke couldn't quite cover. Naruto lingered a moment longer with the scroll, even after Finn and Jake had started down the path ahead. The parchment pulsed faintly in his hand, the glowing mark circling itself with crackling arcs of drawn lightning. It wasn't real lightning, just an image, but the design stirred something sharp in his chest all the same. His smirk thinned, fading under a heat that wasn't from the sun. It's not him, his thoughts bit down, steadying. So calm down, just a mark, just a map. The heat pressed harder, a simmering anger he hadn't called for. His jaw clenched, breath slipping heavier through his nose. For half a second, the image of tearing that mark apart burned behind his eyes. Not him, not yet, you'll know when it's him, don't waste it now. He exhaled hard, loosening his grip on the scroll before it crumpled under his hand. His smirk flicked back into place, thin, shaky, but there, and he shoved the parchment behind his head again, chasing after Finn and Jake like nothing had happened. The walk stretched long through the grasslands, the forest thinning into wide rolling hills where the wind combed through the tall grass in silver waves. The sun hung warm overhead, bright enough to bleach the edges of everything. Finn jogged ahead a few steps, sword bouncing at his side, while Jake ambled along, tail swishing. So, Finn piped up, eyes flicking back toward Naruto. These monsters, what do they even look like, are they normal, or... He widened his hands, huge and crazy. Naruto chuckled under his breath, bigger than a normal animal, maybe twice my height. I wouldn't know since I've never faced the things, they could be uglier. Finn's eyes widened, ugly how? Naruto tilted his head, pretending to think. Well, the scroll gives some basic descriptions, so imagine if a cow and a thunderstorm had a baby. Then someone fed it fruit until it exploded. Jake barked a laugh. Dude, that actually sounds kinda tasty. Finn scrunched his nose, but he was smiling. Naruto's smirk lingered, but his eyes slid ahead to the horizon. They'll see soon enough. No point in painting it all for them now. Finn asked again, more curious, and the boar? What's it do? Eats salt and breathes fire, Naruto said flatly. Finn blinked. Wait, really? Naruto shrugged. Could be it just snores loud. Jake gave a low whistle. Man, you're the worst tour guide ever. Naruto grinned at that. Hey, you're not paying me, so shut it. The three of them carried on like that, Finn throwing questions, Naruto batting half of them away with short answers or twisting them into something absurd, Jake egging it all on. It filled the walk with noise and laughter, but every so often Naruto's gaze drifted, to the grass shifting in the wind, to the clouds curling above. His thoughts itched at the edges, half-formed and unwanted. He shoved them down, focusing instead on the two idiots beside him. By the time the hills dipped low, the air had turned colder. The grass grew brittle, edged with frost, and the breeze bit sharper against their skin. The horizon bristled with jagged peaks, pale blue and glittering, towering higher than the clouds. Finn hugged his arms against the chill, eyes bright. So this is it, we're in the Ice Kingdom, so where's the portal? Jake stretched his arms long, using them like a scarf to coil around himself. Man, it's freezing already, you sure this is where we're supposed to be? Naruto tilted the scroll lazily in his hand, glancing at the glowing mark without slowing his stride. Yeah. Unless you know another frozen wasteland crawling with ice freaks. Finn tilted his head, Ice King? Naruto nodded simply. They pushed deeper into the frost, crunching over frozen grass as the air grew sharper and the light dimmed. The jagged spires of ice loomed ahead, glittering like teeth in the sun. Just as the path narrowed between two peaks, a sound rang out, high, wild, and echoing. Chaotic laughter, bouncing off the ice, shrill and unhinged. Finn froze mid-step. Oh. Jake's ears twitched. I know that laugh. Naruto's smirk curved, sharp and knowing. Guess the ice freak heard us first. The laughter swelled again, rolling down the icy cliffs like an avalanche. The cackling sharpened into form, echoing down from the jagged peaks. A sweep of blue robes fluttered above them, glittering with frost as the Ice King descended on a swirl of snow, crown crooked on his head, beard whipping in the wind. He landed with a dramatic slam that sent shards of ice scattering, arms spread wide like the stage was his alone. Fools, his voice boomed, carried on the cold. You dare tread into the icy dominion of the great and terrible Ice King, here, where my frost rules supreme. Where no adventurer dares step without, Naruto crossed his arms, leaning back on his heel, unimpressed. Finn had already pulled his sword, jaw set with battle-ready fire. Jake stretched his arms, coiling himself into a spring shape, ready to pounce. Naruto smirked to himself, a nice little fight before the feast, can't complain, messing with this guy might actually be good for a laugh. The Ice King's voice pitched higher as he kept monologuing. And you'll never escape my chilly vengeance, for I am the Ice King, ruler of all that is cold, commander of penguins. The Naruto tilted his head, cutting in loud enough to snap the echo in half. So, you were watching us this whole time, huh? The Ice King froze mid-pose, blinking. What? Naruto grinned. You popped out right when we got here, little suspicious, don't you think? Ice King sputtered, adjusting his crown. I was not watching you, I was busy, doing king stuff, Ice Kingly things. Finn snorted, sure you were. Jake laughed, shaking his head, man, you're not even subtle. The Ice King stamped his foot, indignant. Silence, you can't mock me in my kingdom. Naruto let his grin widen, voice dripping with mockery. Relax, Frostbite, you sound like a guy who reads his own diary out loud. You spying on us for fun, or you just lonely up there? The Ice King's beard bristled as his face turned red under the cold. Enough. He hurled his hands forward, summoning a ball of jagged ice bigger than a house. It spun in the air, glittering deadly in the sunlight, before hurtling toward them. Naruto didn't flinch. With a sharp laugh, he grabbed Finn under one arm, Jake under the other, and leapt skyward just before the ball smashed into the ground, shattering the earth into frozen shards. He landed lightly on a slope of ice, still smirking. Your aim sucks, he called up, teeth flashing. The Ice King's face scrunched. I'll freeze that smirk off. He spread his arms wide, summoning a storm. The sky blackened in an instant as winds howled, snow tearing down around them in a furious blizzard. Naruto set Finn and Jake back on their feet, his grin never faltering. Hang tight. His hands blurred through signs, quicker than Finn could follow. Under his breath, his voice cut low, ocean release. Water surged into being around them, a dome of rolling current forming with sharp-finned sharks swirling within. The blizzard slammed against it, snow and ice shrieking as they broke apart harmlessly against the torrent. Inside, the three of them stood dry and untouched. When the water faded, Naruto chuckled, eyes glinting, missed again. But his gaze snapped toward the ground where the storm had hit hardest. The snow cracked open, revealing a glowing blue portal pulsing with energy. Lightning circled its edges, arcing and snapping. Naruto froze, just for a moment, his smirk slipped into something tighter, darker. Lightning, the heat of that mark from earlier pressed into his chest. Not him, not yet, don't lose it here. He forced a laugh, shoving it down, and turned back to Finn and Jake. There it is, your exit, get moving. Finn blinked, wait, you're not coming? I'll be right behind you, gotta knock this guy into next century first. Jake squinted, you sure? Naruto's grin curved sharp, positive. The two nodded and bolted toward the portal without another word. Naruto's hands blurred again, this time pulling deep from the ground itself. Gray wood erupted upward, twisting into thick tendrils that lashed toward the Ice King like a nest of serpents. What is this? Ice King sputtered, flinging sharp spears of ice to break them apart. Naruto's grin widened, his fingers flicked through another sequence of signs, black flames roared to life along the wood, setting the tendrils alight in an inferno that didn't melt the ice but consumed it. The fire hissed, unnatural, licking closer with every writhing strike. Try harder, Naruto taunted. The Ice King screamed, hurling wave after wave of spikes, but the burning tendrils kept coming. His crown sparked, frost erupting in panic. He didn't notice Naruto's chakra vanish from the ground. Hey-ya, came a voice from behind. The Ice King spun just as Naruto appeared at his back, smirk wide. Then came the slap. It cracked like thunder, Naruto's palm colliding with his face with force enough to launch him skyward. Ice King flew like a ragdoll, crashing into the side of a mountain with an explosion of snow and glittering shards. Naruto barked a laugh, shaking his hand, told you your aim was trash. He turned toward the glowing portal, its lightning arc sparking against the ice. His smirk faltered for half a second, but he forced it back, running full speed before vanishing into the blue light. The portal spat him out in a rush of light and chill, and when Naruto landed ankle-deep in cool water, the grin came easy. The world around him wasn't one place, it was three smashed together. Rivers cracked through the earth in jagged lines, filling the ground with shallow, winding streams that made every step splash. Salt rocks jutted like white bones from the water, clustered alongside thick bushes and grass that somehow thrived in the brine. Towering trees stretched impossibly high, so tall their crowns punched through clouds, their trunks striped with moss and heavy bark. Some bore fruit glinting faintly, far above where anyone could reach. Overhead, the sky rippled strange, blue blending into soft gold, and every so often it shimmered like waves across its own surface. Naruto breathed it in, arms folding across his chest, smirk sharp, ocean, sky, salt, spices, all here, all three crammed together. Which means, his grin widened, eyes hungry, the beasts are two, a full course in one kitchen. The itch of excitement stirred through his limbs, pushing him forward. But then the sky cracked open, lightning split the heavens, jagged and white, searing across the clouds. For an instant, Naruto's eyes flared darker, deep red bleeding into black. His grin faltered. The excitement cut short. Again, he dragged a hand down his face, growling low in his throat. This damned element, ever since Gamakichi opened his big mouth, I can't, it just crawls under my skin. Before he could chase the thought deeper, Finn's voice piped up, full of awe. Whoa, this isn't what you said at all. He splashed forward, sloshing through the ankle-high water, tilting his head back to gape at the trees piercing the clouds. It's like, all three places mushed together. Jake stretched himself into a long, floating raft, drifting past. Yeah dude, you said desert boar, ocean fish, sky cow. This is like, salad soup forest or something. Naruto let the smirk return, faint but playful, details. Still smells like a buffet to me. Finn laughed nervously, shaking his head, you're way too happy about this. Of course I am, Naruto shot back, flicking water at him with his toe. Less walking, more monsters, more fun. Lightning tore again through the clouds, and for a beat, Naruto's smirk twitched. He crossed his arms tighter, shoulders stiffening, before pushing his tone brighter again. And anyway, this domain's tiny, smaller than I thought it'd be. We'll probably bump into all three beasts just by strolling around. Jake cocked a brow. That's good, or, like, terrifying. Yes, Naruto answered, grin sharp. Finn lowered his sword, tilting his head. So what's the plan then? We just look around. Pretty much. Naruto dragged the scroll from behind his head and waved it lazily. We gather the stuff for ramen. The water's good. Seasonings'll be mixed in the salt rocks. Fruits and veggies are way up there. He jabbed his chin toward the sky trees. And there's wheat growing out of this soup we're walking in. Naruto chuckled, stuffing the scroll back. Main thing is, we grab enough so I can eat ramen for the next 100 years. Finn stumbled. 100 years, why do you even need that much? Naruto grinned wide, fox-like, why not? Finn huffed, that's not even an answer. Jake laughed, patting Finn's head, we are not gonna get a straight one out of him, just roll with it. They splashed forward together, scooping bits of what they could, herbs that clung to the rocks, small clusters of salt, even tugging at the stubborn wheat stalks in the shallows. Finn kept peppering Naruto with questions about the beasts, about the forest, about why ramen of all things, but Naruto danced around every question, teasing or twisting his words, never giving him more than half an answer. Then lightning cracked again, closer this time, splitting a tree trunk high above. The boom rattled the water, and Naruto's head snapped up, a guttural growl tearing out before he could stop it. His eyes glared skyward, teeth bared, as if daring the storm itself to strike again. Finn froze. Naruto? Jake stretched himself between them, cautious. Dude, every time it lightnings, you go all ragey, you okay man? Naruto exhaled through his nose, sharp and heavy. His smirk slid back, thin and biting. Lightning just pisses me off, always has. Finn frowned, sword dipping a little, that's kinda specific. Jake rubbed his chin, ears flicking, maybe we should just head back to the treehouse, yeah? Let the storm do its thing. Naruto shook his head immediately, grin pulling wider but eyes still sharp. Nah, we're already here, be a waste to quit now. He splashed forward again, flicking water with each step. Come on, food's waiting. Finn glanced at Jake, uneasy, but followed. Jake stretched after him, muttering under his breath. Naruto led, shoulders tense under the weight of every crack of thunder, but his grin never faded. Keep moving. Keep laughing, you won't take this from me, not here. Gathering took longer than expected. Naruto's demands were outlandish, more salt, more herbs, more stalks of wheat than Finn and Jake thought one person could ever need. Every handful went straight into Finn's backpack, the straps creaking under the weight until it bulged like a swollen fruit. Jake muttered more than once about how ridiculous it was, stretching his arms to shove bundles of wheat and fruit down into the pack while Finn puffed and groaned under the load. By the time the bottom seams threatened to split, they all agreed to stop. They all quickly decided if they wanted more, they would just come back after their fight with a whole lot of backpacks. After that, they started walking again, Naruto sliding the scroll away into his sash. The domain stretched wide around them, endless forest broken by ankle-deep streams, shadows thick under the clouds above. Thunder cracked more often now, sharper, closer. Each time, Naruto felt his teeth grind, his shoulders knotting tight, though his smirk never slipped. Finn kept his rose sword in hand, blade glowing faintly in the gloom. Jake stayed stretched into long, looping coils, his body shifting defensively as they moved. After a while, Finn frowned. Shouldn't we have seen something by now? These monsters are supposed to be huge, right? Jake looked around, ears twitching. Yeah. How do you lose a giant fish, cow, and boar in a forest that's basically a puddle? Naruto chuckled under his breath, low and tight. When they want to be found, they'll be found. Big things don't hide, they wait. As if the word summoned it, the world split. The ground shuddered, streams boiling as fire flared from beneath, water roaring overhead in waves that bent like walls, thunder spearing down from the clouds in furious chains. The air itself burned and froze in the same breath, wild and uncontrollable. Then, in a single, searing flash, a perfect circle carved itself from the forest. Trees, those impossibly tall giants, cracked and toppled, vanishing into smoke and spray. What remained was a plain of grass, smooth and open, the world reshaped into an arena. And at its center waited the three. The boar stood first, its body plated with jagged salt crystal that grew straight from its hide, tusks like carved spears of obsidian. Each breath carried sparks of ember, heat warping the air around it. The fish coiled beside it, not like any normal creature of the sea. Its scales shimmered in shifting colors, fins edged in translucent light, as though it was made half from water itself. Streams ran from its body into the earth, keeping the grass at its feet alive. Its eyes glowed faint and blue, deep and ancient. And towering above both, hooves pounding against the ground, was the cow. Not simple flesh and bone, its hide glowed faint gold, horns trailing arcs of jagged lightning that split the sky with every snort. Storm clouds clung to its back like a cloak, churning and restless. Its eyes were white fire, unblinking. Finn's face lit up with awe and fire, finally. Jake cracked his knuckles, stretching into a hulking shape. Now we're talking, the real fight's here. The two of them charged forward, Finn's battle cry echoing, Jake's arms swinging wide. But Naruto didn't move. He stood locked in place, gaze fixed on the cow, Zeus, the thunder rolling off its body dragged at his veins, each crack of lightning splitting through him like a blade. Rage surged, hot and familiar, older than the land they stood on. Not him, not him, not him, he told himself again and again, forcing the mantra through clenched teeth. This isn't him, this is just a beast, but the more he said it, the less he believed it. The edges of the cow blurred in his sight, a shadow bleeding through. A different shape superimposed over the beast, tall, human, terrible. Eyes flashing red, three black tomo spinning, lightning coiling at its heels, devouring the air. Naruto's breath rattled, his smirk cracked into a snarl. It's not him, the thought shattered as rage tore free. In a blur, Naruto launched himself across the plain, chakra flaring so hot the grass burned where his feet had been. He went straight for Zeus, storm answering storm. Lightning cracked overhead, painting the battlefield white-blue, and Naruto was already on Zeus before the echo even rolled. He slammed shoulder first into the cow's ribs, the impact shaking the ground as if two storms had collided. His hands clawed at thick hide, tearing chunks of fur and flesh free. He bit down hard, fangs bared, ripping at the beast's neck with a growl that was more animal than man. Zeus bellowed, hooves sparking arcs of lightning into the sodden earth. One stomp landed square on Naruto's back, driving him into the mud with a crunch that would have flattened anyone else. Naruto roared back, forcing himself up. Grabbing the beast's leg with both hands and snapping his teeth into the tendon like a wild dog. Sparks ripped across his body as lightning coursed through him, muscles jerking, skin smoking, but his grip didn't break. The cow shook him loose with a violent swing, tossing him like a ragdoll into the side of a tree so tall it scraped the clouds. The trunk split with the impact, raining splinters as Naruto dropped back into the shallow water. He didn't even pause. He shot forward again, sprinting low on all fours, mud and water flying in his wake. He leapt, raked his nails across the beast's snout, and punched straight into its eye with a wet crack. Zeus retaliated with a headbutt so brutal the air itself boomed, hurling Naruto back across the clearing. Lightning spears followed, jagged bolts lancing from the clouds, smashing into his chest and arms. He stumbled but kept charging, his hair sticking up with static, lips curled back in a feral grin that didn't look entirely human anymore. Every strike he landed tore flesh, but every stomp, every bolt, every ram knocked him down again, leaving burns, cuts, and bruises layering his body faster than they could heal. Across the clearing, Finn and Jake were in their own storm. Finn darted around the colossal fish, slashing its shimmering scales with his rose sword. Every step splashed water high, his blade glinting pink as it cut shallow but precise. "Man, this is algebraic," Finn shouted, ducking under a fin swipe and jabbing upward into the creature's belly. Jake was stretched wide, wrapped around the tusks of the boar like a rubber band, holding it back with gritted teeth. "Dude, you think he's having fun," he said, nodding toward Naruto as he skidded past in a blur of claws and lightning. Finn laughed, blocking a tidal lash from the fish with his sword. "He looks like he's really into it." The boar squealed, twisting its tusks to fling Jake off, while the fish surged forward, water spiraling into a wave that crashed toward Finn. For the first time, both beasts seemed to glance at one another, their movements syncing. The boar charged low, tusks plowing through the water as the fish rose behind, mouth wide like a canyon. Finn's grin faltered as he slashed at the incoming wave. Jake?" Jake snapped himself tall, arms branching into makeshift shields. "Yeah, I see it, bro." The two monsters pressed harder, their teamwork almost eerie, one strike opening space for the other to follow, forcing Finn and Jake to stumble back instead of pushing forward. Meanwhile, Zeus's thunder rolled again, shaking the ground as it stomped forward, and Naruto met it head-on with another roar, blood and lightning dripping from his lips. Neither of them were pulling back. Zeus's hooves thundered against the earth, sparks ripping across the sodden plain. Naruto's claws dug deep into its horn, both of them locked in a brutal stalemate. Mud splashed, lightning seared, muscles strained until it felt like the whole domain held its breath. Naruto's teeth were bared, breath steaming, his eyes glowing with that dangerous red haze. Inside, his thoughts were nothing but fire: rip it apart, tear it down, don't stop until nothing's left. But then, another voice. "Look at you," it said, cool, detached, like ice sliding across steel. Like a wild animal who only thinks on rage. Naruto's grip faltered, just a twitch. The voice was his, but not his, the same cadence, but stripped of the mischief and rough edges. Businesslike, cold, a tone he would never use. "You're acting like an idiot," it went on, steady and unyielding. "Letting memories of that Tem get to you, when you know for a fact he's dead. And certainly not standing in front of you." Naruto snarled, twisting Zeus's horn, forcing the beast's head lower. He spat blood into the mud. "Shut up, don't need you telling me," but the voice cut through the roar in his head like a blade. "And while you're busy drowning in anger, your friends are fighting for their lives." That one hit, Naruto's eyes flicked sideways, and there they were, Finn straining against the fish's tidal lashes, Jake stretching wide to block the boar's charge. Both were giving everything they had, but they were being worn down. Step by step. Finn's rose sword chipped, cracked, then with a sharp snap the blade broke in two. Something inside Naruto shifted, the rage bent inward, compressed until it felt like fire smoldering in his chest instead of exploding out. His lips curled in a bitter grin. He roared, chakra flaring white around his fist. One-handed seals blurred while he still held Zeus back with the other. The storm winds around them bent, sand rising in gleaming grains from the wet earth, carried on a cyclone that howled like a desert god. Sandstorm release. He drove an uppercut into Zeus's jaw, and the white sand erupted upward in a spiraling blast. It tore through fur, bone, and muscle like a million tiny blades. The winds screaming so sharp they split the air itself. Zeus's bellow was cut short as the storm cleaved him in two, his body shearing apart mid-roar before crashing into the grassland in halves that smoked with blood and static. Naruto flash-stepped, vanishing from the kill before the corpse even hit the water. He reappeared between Finn and Jake just as two massive attacks barreled toward them, a wall of crashing water from the fish, and a stampede of tusks conjured by the boar's roar. Black chakra surged from his back like wings of shadow, spreading into a barrier that slammed into both assaults. Shadow kept strong, even as the world shaking, as water and force broke harmlessly against the dark shield. It made Naruto's eyes flick back, grin crooked. "Thanks, Shadow," he said under his breath. He then spoke aloud, directed to Finn and Jake, "Sorry for leaving you guys with these two. Though, even if I wasn't here right now, I know you would eventually handle it." Jake exhaled, stretching his fists bigger. "Man, you sure know how to make an entrance. Finn smirked, holding his broken sword, glad for the save. Naruto let the shield of black chakra recede, the ground steaming where it had blocked the storm. Can't wait to eat after this, he muttered, voice low and playful again, though his eyes were still sharp. He tapped his chin, glancing at the monsters pacing on the other side of the clearing. Now, Singe release would cook you too, so that's out. Plant release, I use it too much. Plasma? Heh, looks cool, but same problem as Singe release, clones might be easiest. His grin widened, half talking to himself, half teasing them. Practically no physical jutsu anyway, just flash step, substitution, shadow clones, transformation. Maybe I should start making more ninjutsu, or maybe I'll just make some kinda giga impact one day. The fish roared, spraying torrents of salt water. The boar stomped, tusks sparking. Naruto shrugged, alright, we'll just do a simple cut and clean. In a flash, 10 clones burst into existence around him, each grinning with the same wild gleam. They blurred forward, weaving between the monsters at impossible speeds. Sandstorms ripped open across the field, lashing with 1,000 cutting winds. From the water at their ankles, sharks and whales rose like summoned titans, snapping and crashing into the beasts' hides. Blades of ocean itself carved into the air, slicing through tusks and scales, while clumps of white sand crushed down like hammers. Every strike was punctuated by laughter, dozens of Narutos cackling, shouting, snarling as they overwhelmed the monsters from every angle. The fish shrieked, its body shredded by torrents of biting water and slicing sand. The boar's tusks cracked under a tide of ocean blades before it was swallowed by a cyclone of sharks. Both creatures fell in pieces, the storm of clones tearing them apart until nothing stood but blood and mist. And at the center of it all, Naruto stood with his arms crossed, steam rising from his shoulders, a grin stretched ear to ear, victorious. Time skip. The three of them sat around their bowls, the smell of the broth heavy in the air. Finn was already halfway through his, slurping noisily, eyes shining. Jake had polished his clean in record time and was lazily licking the bottom. Naruto hadn't touched his yet. His chopsticks just hovered above the noodles while steam coiled into his face. Finn leaned back, cheeks stuffed, this is amazing, but you still haven't eaten yours. Dude, what's up? Jake chimed in with a teasing grin, yeah, thank Shadow for us already, without him we'd be toast. Naruto's smirk faded, his eyes fixed on the dark surface of the broth, almost let you guys get hit by that attack, if I hadn't pulled it together at the last second, that thing would have flattened all three of us. His tone was light, but something rough underlined it. Finn blinked, but you didn't, you saved us. Naruto didn't answer right away, he let the silence hang, shoulders tensed. Finally, he said, that cow, the lightning, it pissed me off. Reminded me of someone I thought I'd buried long ago. He leaned back, eyes narrowing, grin gone. Sasuke Uchiha. Finn frowned, tilting his head, but you told us about him before, your first big fight, you said you didn't hate him, so, why get so mad? I don't hate him, Naruto said quietly. Not then, not now, that'll never change, but... He clenched his chopsticks so hard the wood creaked. What I felt back there wasn't hate, it was rage, because of what Gamakichi told me today. After all the shit Sasuke did, all the pain, he never paid for it. Not once, no punishment, no balance, while my F.A., his lip curled with the pause. He is just left to walk free in the afterlife, while I slept. The air went heavy, Finn glanced down, unsure what to say. Jake, though, leaned back and let out a long breath. Okay, I'm gonna say something, and I want you to hear it. Naruto looked at him sideways, brow raised, yeah. Jake's voice was calm but firm, forget him, forget Sasuke, you're letting him stick around in here. He tapped his temple with a stretchy finger, when he's already long gone. Naruto scoffed, easier said than done. Yeah maybe, Jake shrugged. But you're letting the past slow you down, letting it tell you who you are, that's not you man. You don't take orders from ghosts. Naruto's smirk twitched back, faint, ghosts? Jake nodded, warming to his own words. Yeah, you're supposed to be running forward, causing chaos, eating ramen, living free. That's who you are. But the way you let that lightning shake you, that's not Naruto. That's you dragging chains from the past. And chains, bro, they're heavy, they're slowing you when you should be flying. Naruto went quiet, he didn't grin, didn't argue, he just sat there, looking down into the broth as if Jake's words were rippling across it. Jake leaned closer. Don't let this guy stop your fun, don't let him tell you who to be, you're way bigger than that. Naruto's chest rose with a deep inhale, for a long moment, nothing. Then, slowly, the grin returned, wider, sharper, but this time warmer around the edges. He barked out a laugh, shaking his head. Damn, you're right, why the hell are you more mature than me? Jake smirked, leaning back smugly. It's what I do, wisdom baby. Naruto laughed harder, wiping a tear from his eye. If I'd figured that out myself, I'd have finished this ramen before it went cold. He held up the bowl. You're right, simple as that, no point fixating on the past when the present tastes this damn good. Jake eyed the steaming broth hungrily. Still looks good to me. Naruto finally lifted the bowl, grin curling sharper. Inside, though, his thoughts turned heavier. Jake's right, I'm supposed to be a storm, chaotic, free, unbound. And yet I let the memory of that bastard drag me down. He's dead, he shouldn't matter, I won't let him dictate my fun anymore, even if I was only faltering for one day. He chuckled at that. But then, his eyes hardened, the grin twisting into something fierce. Still, just because I won't let him haunt me doesn't mean I'm done with him. No, the next time I see that bastard soul, I'll tear it apart into nothingness. Erase him completely, and then the world will feel right again. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned a black flame, tiny but searing, and used it to reheat the broth. Then he downed the entire bowl in seconds, setting it aside with a satisfied sigh. That was really good. Finn laughed, clapping his hands. Jake shook his head. Man, you're weird, resolve your whole inner storm in one breath and then just chow down. Naruto smirked. Wiping his mouth, I'm simple. Why complicate things when you're right? He stretched, standing tall. All right, you two head back home, I'm cutting this place down to stockpile the food. Might even grab something red for Marceline. Jake raised an eyebrow. How are you gonna haul all that? We barely had space in Finn's backpack, remember? Naruto let black ink spill across his palm with a grin. Been itching to try something new with ocean release. Finn and Jake exchanged a glance, then stood. Okay, Finn said. We'll see you at the treehouse. Naruto waved them off. When they were gone, he bit his thumb, smeared blood across his palm, and flew through hand seals. Gamakichi appeared in a puff of smoke. Still small in his new form. Yo, Naruto said, smirk sharp again. Got a message for you to deliver to a certain someone. Gamakichi tilted his head. That was fast. What's the message, and who's it for? Naruto's eyes burned red as his grin widened. Tell the bastard to go fuck himself, and when I see him again, I'll tear him apart. Gamakichi nodded once before vanishing, smoke curling in the wind. Naruto stood alone in the merged forest, arms folded, grin curling wider. The storm in him had stilled, but the fire was hotter than ever. The castle smelled faintly of warm sugar and polished marble. The throne room itself gleamed under the late afternoon sun, shafts of light piercing through its tall stained glass windows and scattering candy-colored patterns across the floor. Guards shuffled outside the great doors in steady rhythms, their peppermint boots clicking faintly, while somewhere down the hall a candy servant hummed off-key as they swept. The throne room smelled faintly of caramel and smoke, torches sputtering softly as shafts of afternoon sun cut through the high stained glass windows. Pinks and yellows slanted across polished candy tiles, scattering reflections like shards of sugar across the floor. The air was warm but quiet, only the muted clink of trays from the kitchens below, the shuffle of gumdrop guards outside, and the distant hum of her kingdom carrying on as it always did. From her throne, Bubblegum sat still, chin propped against one hand. Before her, a neat tower of parchment leaned precariously, reports stacked on complaints stacked on requisitions. Normally she'd slice through them methodically, as precise and detached as always. But today her eyes drifted, not to the words, but to the pattern beneath them. Too many similar phrases, repeated grievances, coordinated demands. Not the noise she was used to. Her sigh slipped out before she could stop it. Peppermint Butler stood at her side, ever silent, hands folded neatly in front of him. He'd been with her long enough to read the shape of her silences. After a moment, he tilted his head and spoke, "They're stirring again, Princess." The words were dry, almost lazy. He said them the way someone comments on the weather. Bubblegum sat straighter, her gaze narrowing. "Yes. But not in the way you think." Pep didn't even blink. "They always stir. They gather. They shout. They wave their little signs. And then they go home when their feet hurt. By next week they'll be back to fighting over frosting flavors." Her lips pressed thin. "This isn't shouting." He gave the smallest shrug. "It always looks louder when you're sitting up here. You worry too much over squeaky wheels." Bubblegum's voice sharpened, just enough to cut through the air. "It isn't louder, Pep. It's clearer. Organized. They're not just stomping around the courtyards, they're writing. They're spreading ideas. They're asking for leaders." Pep's peppermint eyes flicked toward the stack of parchment, then back to her. His tone didn't shift. "Ideas rarely last long in the Candy Kingdom. You know this. Most of them melt. But this one isn't melting," she shot back. "It's holding. It's growing." There was a pause. The torches popped. Pep finally hummed. "Then perhaps it's time you design a system for these inconveniences. A protocol. Something that spares you from giving them so much of your energy." "I don't usually give them my energy," she countered, her fingers drumming against the armrest. "Because usually it's noise. But this," she gestured toward the parchments with a sharp motion. "This isn't noise. It's focus. It's organization. And that means whoever is behind it is smarter than the average rabble." Pep was quiet for a long moment, and when he finally spoke, it was with a wry little smirk. "So you're saying you want to take them seriously this time?" Bubblegum's jaw tightened, her thoughts racing even as she forced herself to stay composed. "I don't want to. I have to." Peppermint Butler tapped one stubby finger against his round middle, thoughtful. "If you're truly concerned, then why not send more guards? Double the patrols. A few arrests and the grumbling will quiet down." Bubblegum shook her head, eyes still fixed on the parchment. "That only makes martyrs. It hardens their resolve. They're not afraid of the guards anymore, Pep. They're learning." "Then let them learn," Pep replied evenly. "They'll get clever, they'll feel proud of themselves, and then eventually their stomachs will rumble, and they'll realize it's easier to stand in line at the bakery than to march with empty bellies." His casual dismissal tightened something in her chest. She turned to him fully now, her voice clipped. "That's what worries me. They're not marching hungry, they're preparing. They're pooling supplies. Sharing strategies. If I wait for them to starve, I'll wake up with a rebellion in my streets." The silence after that was heavy. Pep only tilted his head. Unfazed. "So what then? You can't reason with sugar storms. They burn fast and they scatter. And if this one refuses to scatter?" He let the sentence dangle, his peppermint eyes glinting faint amusement. Bubblegum's nails dug into the armrest. "Then I'll need help dismantling it before it grows into something I can't control." Pep perked a little, the faintest smile curving his mouth. "Help from Finn and Jake, then? They'll enjoy the chance to swing their swords around. Finn especially." Her mouth pressed thin again. She thought of Finn's eagerness, Jake's laziness, and how both could crash through a problem like a hammer through spun sugar. "No. Not this time. I need someone who can be unpredictable." Her gaze flicked to the window, catching the sunlight burning across the glass. She could already imagine a flash of orange cutting across the sky, someone chaotic, but not reckless. Pep blinked once, very slow. Ah. Him. Bubblegum leaned back in her throne, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The thought of involving Naruto gnawed at her mind. She knew too well the destruction he could unleash, the windows he could shatter, the walls he could tear down, the chaos that seemed to trail him like smoke, yet. Every time he had intervened, whether it was saving her, Finn, or Jake, the outcomes were always faster, cleaner, more efficient than any precaution she could orchestrate on her own. His methods were unpredictable, yes, but effective. A few times now she had witnessed that spark of chaos turn into something decisive, decisive enough to save lives she had feared were lost. It was a double-edged sword. Counting on him meant trusting someone who didn't follow her rules. Someone whose energy could as easily destroy her throne room as dismantle her enemies. But right now, that very unpredictability was exactly what she needed. Bubblegum leaned back in her throne, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The thought of involving Naruto gnawed at her mind. She knew too well the destruction he could unleash, the windows he could shatter, the walls he could tear down, the chaos that seemed to trail him like smoke, but right now, it was what she needed. Bubblegum pressed the communicator tightly, letting her fingers drum against the edge as she waited. Finn? Jake? She said once the line clicked. Finn's voice came first, cheerful as always. Hey princess, what's up? I need Naruto's help, she said carefully, making sure her voice sounded controlled. There was a pause on the other end. Then Jake's smooth tone, slightly teasing, floated through. Oh. He doesn't really live with us anymore, princess. Bubblegum's brow furrowed. He doesn't? Finn's voice chimed in again, sounding almost sheepish. Yeah, he's kind of doing his own thing now. But don't worry, we know where he is. We can send him your way. Her fingers tightened around the communicator. You knew about this, and didn't think to tell me sooner? Jake let out a soft chuckle. We figured you'd figure it out when it came up. Plus. He's Naruto. She exhaled slowly, shaking her head. Fine. Thank you. Just send him quickly. Finn giggled nervously. You got it, princess. The line clicked off, leaving her staring at the communicator. A twinge of confusion lingered. Why wasn't she told earlier? But she pushed it aside. Time was short. Peppermint Butler, standing quietly beside her, inclined his head. Well? He asked, voice calm. Do you trust this boy enough to gamble on his chaos? Bubblegum pressed her lips together, glancing at the scattered papers on her desk. I don't like it, she admitted, finally. He's reckless. He doesn't follow orders. He could tear half the castle down before we even get to the rebellion. Pep's gaze didn't waver. And yet every time he intervened, he saved lives, correct? More effectively than anyone else at your disposal? She nodded slowly, thinking of every instance, the times she'd been saved, the times Finn and Jake had been aided, the chaotic precision that always seemed to emerge when she needed it most. Yes. But it's a double-edged sword. I'm trusting him to save us while also trusting him not to destroy everything in the process. Peppermint Butler hummed softly, almost approvingly. Sounds like you're learning to trust more than just the rules. Sometimes the unconventional choice is the necessary one. Her gaze drifted to the sunlight slanting through the stained glass. The glittering shards on the polished floor seemed almost alive. Fractured rainbows illuminating the weight of her decision. I have to take that risk. I know he can help. I've seen him do it before. But. She exhaled, fingers tightening. He has to understand this isn't a game. That if he fails, people will get hurt. Then make it clear, Pep said. Your words will matter more than his chaos ever could. Channel the storm rather than trying to control it. Bubblegum straightened in her throne, decision settling like steel in her chest. You're right. I'll make it work. And as if to punctuate the moment, the afternoon calm shattered, a blur of motion exploded through the stained glass, glass splintering and falling to the floor, Naruto landed in the center of the throne room. Dust and sunlight framing him like a halo of chaos, grinning from ear to ear. Did somebody say they needed help? He shouted, voice booming, shaking a few torches loose in the walls. Bubblegum's eyes narrowed, a mixture of exasperation and relief crossing her face. She had asked for a storm, and here he was. Bubblegum straightened in her throne, hands folded neatly in her lap as she regarded Naruto with careful composure. She had rehearsed this moment in her head more times than she could count, and she wasn't about to let her unease show. She forced a small, polite smile, before answering his early comment. Yes, I have a delicate matter. And I require assistance that cannot be delegated to the usual guards. Naruto's grin widened, a spark of mischief lighting his eyes. Delicate, huh? Sounds boring already. But I'm listening. He leaned slightly, elbows on his knees, as if the throne room were just another playground. Bubblegum's hands tightened briefly in her lap. Stay composed. Diplomatic. Calm. There is unrest. Not the typical shouting or minor skirmishes that are usually reported. This is different. Organized. Coordinated. It's gaining strength in ways that are difficult to track. Naruto tilted his head, curiosity sharpening behind the grin. Organized, huh? And you brought it to me because... She paused, careful to keep her voice even, keeping the princess mask in place. Because you are unpredictable. Effective. You have assisted before, and when you do intervene, outcomes occur more efficiently than standard measures allow. I require that skill. Naruto let out a short, amused laugh, shaking his head. Huh. Princess Bubblegum, always polite, always careful. And here you are, asking me to wreak some chaos. That's a first. She felt a flicker of irritation at the teasing, but buried it quickly. Focus. Stay on task. I am aware of the potential for collateral damage, she said, choosing her words precisely. But the risk is necessary. If this continues unchecked, the consequences will be far worse. Naruto's grin softened slightly, a glimmer of respect behind his chaotic expression. So, you're trusting me to handle this? To tiptoe through sugar and chaos without breaking too much? Yes, she said firmly. I trust your abilities. But... Her eyes narrowed briefly. You must understand, this is serious. I am not asking for a display of power or theatrics. I am asking for results. His grin shifted into something sharper, teasing but intrigued. Serious, huh? That doesn't sound like my usual audience. But... It does sound like a challenge I can't resist. She exhaled slowly, a small sense of relief slipping through. Finally. He's interested enough to help. That's all I need right now. Naruto's gaze flicked around the room, eyes twinkling with mischief. You're holding something back. Though. Princess mask on, all prim and proper. What else are you not telling me? Bubblegum stiffened just slightly, adjusting her posture. Keep the mask. Keep it in place. That will be explained as necessary, she said smoothly. For now, I need your assistance in quelling this rebellion before it escalates. Naruto clapped his hands together softly, a mock bow following it. All right then. Lead me to the chaos, Your Highness. Let's see what kind of storm we can stir up. A small, almost imperceptible sigh escaped her lips. Relief and tension mingled. He was unpredictable, yes, but she had gotten the commitment she needed. And somehow, she trusted him, even if just a little. To navigate the coming storm. The lab smelled faintly of sugar and antiseptic, a combination that always reminded Princess Bubblegum of the delicate balance between order and chaos in her kingdom. Sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, bouncing off the polished crystal instruments and casting fractured rainbows across the white-tiled floor. The walls, once lined with shelves of flasks and books, had been cleared toward the center, replaced by a massive whiteboard covered in a sprawling map of the Candy Kingdom, tiny symbols marking every city, district, and main thoroughfare. Bonnable adjusted her coat as she led Naruto toward the board. She had hoped that bringing him to the lab would make the explanation breezy, just a quick summary. A glance at the map, and then he could get to work. She wanted him focused, not distracted by wandering attention spans or chaotic curiosity. All right, she began, moving toward the whiteboard. Her eyes flicked to Naruto briefly, noting the casual way he rested one foot on a lab stool, arms crossed, a lazy smirk playing across his face. A few days ago, we discovered that a small group of citizens has been growing in organization. What started as a series of public complaints, mostly about curfews and other regulations beneficial to the majority, has evolved into something larger. She paused, glancing down at the markers in her hand. A tiny flush of annoyance crept up her neck. Taxes weren't even an issue, she thought. I didn't even implement them because I knew it would be too much. And yet, here we are. She quickly shook it off. Focus. They had more pressing concerns. These citizens initially held public speeches, criticizing my rule, she continued, dragging a marker across the map to circle a cluster of dots. However, the speeches have stopped appearing in public. They've moved underground, so to speak. Private gatherings, secret speeches, what we've been able to intercept is minimal, but enough to suggest a coordinated effort. Their ultimate aim appears to be the overthrow of the monarchy, or at least disruption of my authority. Naruto tilted his head. Smirk widening. A few candy folk yelling at you? Seems harmless. Should I start by tossing a few fireballs? Maybe sit on their candy heads? Bubblegum's lips pressed into a thin line. Typical distraction. She had anticipated his chaotic tendencies. Naruto, she began, her tone smooth but firm, they're organized enough that we can't underestimate them. We need precise intervention. My guards were able to find a base where these gatherings are held, but we need infiltration to gather further intelligence. Identifying the leader is critical. Without knowing the central command, dismantling the group entirely is improbable. He leaned closer to the board, arms still folded. Infiltration. Huh. Now that's more like it. So. I can go full-blown chaos mode. Rip a few candy citizens apart? Her eyes narrowed. Absolutely not. They are still citizens. We want the rebellion ended, not the kingdom in pieces. Discipline over destruction, Naruto. He tilted his head back and let out a soft chuckle, clearly enjoying the friction. Bubble butt, you know I love a little precision chaos. Fine, fine. I'll play nice. For now. His smirk was mischievous, but there was a sharpness in his eyes that told her he was listening, processing, and calculating. He was fully aware, even as he teased. PB let out a controlled sigh, though the faint twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed a hint of exasperation. Why is it that even when I'm diplomatic, he makes this feel unpredictable? She shook it off, tapping the map with the marker. As I was saying, the base we've located is relatively small, but heavily guarded. We have limited insight into the hierarchy or the leadership. That's why we need someone with unconventional skills. Naruto leaned on the table now, elbows braced, chin in his hands, grinning like a predator sizing up a game. Ah, unconventional skills, you say? Finally, a word I understand. Now we're talking. So how much terror can I inflict in this little candy clubhouse? Can I, leave a little chaos signature? Maybe carve my name into a few walls? Her lips pressed tighter, though the corner of her mouth twitched at the absurdity. I don't think you're usual. Methods are necessary, she said, though there was a faint warmth in her voice. He's teasing, yes, but he's fully present. Maybe this could actually work. Naruto leaned back again, smirk shifting to a cocky grin. All right. Calm down, bubble butt. I get it. No candy carnage. Yet. I'll behave. But, infiltration? That part sounds like fun. Real fun. She nodded, her thoughts racing as she went over her next points. Keep him interested, keep him in the plan. Just enough control to guide him without dampening his instincts. The guards were able to gather some intel on the base layout, patrol patterns, and entry points. But without further infiltration, we won't know how deep the leadership goes. You'll need to move carefully, and report back. Discretion is key. Naruto clapped his hands softly, mock bowing. Discretion, understood. I'll be your charming, unpredictable storm of chaos. Just the right amount of fun, I promise. PB allowed herself a small, almost imperceptible smile. At least he's on board. For now. Good. Then let's move forward. I'll provide you with the map, the files we've collected, and any further intel the guards can gather. This operation must succeed without incident. Naruto leaned over, peering at the map, and tapped a section with his finger. Incident-free. Huh. Bubble butt, you really know how to bore me with your diplomacy. But I'll follow along. For now. Her lips pressed together, a mixture of relief and apprehension in her chest. She had his commitment. And somehow, she knew that when it came time for the actual infiltration, his chaotic brilliance would be exactly what the situation demanded. The rooftops were quiet tonight, painted silver by the moonlight. The Candy Kingdom below glowed soft and calm, lanterns swaying gently from their poles, windows flickering gold with families inside. A cool breeze rolled across the roof shingles, carrying with it the faint scent of caramel smoke from the chimneys. Bonnible Bubblegum adjusted her footing on the edge of a roof as she landed, knees bending slightly to absorb the impact. The sound was light, controlled, though she knew Naruto had already noticed. Sure enough, he turned his head, grin curling on his lips. Is that what took you so long? He asked, voice dripping with mock impatience. She straightened to full height, the silk of her specialized suit gleaming faintly under the moon. The material clung to her frame, seamless, sleek, designed for stealth. Gloves, boots, hood, all inky black. No sign of her usual pink regalia. Her voice remained calm, even. Keep the mask in place, this suit is for occasions like this, she explained smoothly. I won't have my citizens aware that their princess prowls rooftops at night. Better they remain unaware. It avoids panic and suspicion. Naruto's eyes flicked over her, deliberately slow. She caught the movement even without looking directly at him. A smirk widened on his face. Not bad, Bubble Butt. Tight enough to give me a hint, dark enough to leave the rest to my imagination. His grin sharpened, his tone dipping into a mock-serious hum. Honestly, I want to get a closer look. For research purposes. Her mouth tightened. She didn't move, didn't react, save for the faint warmth crawling up her neck. He's incorrigible. Predictable in his unpredictability. And yet. I knew this was coming. In a blur, he vanished from her sight and reappeared behind her. Crouching low, chin resting lazily on his fist as he openly eyed her backside. Yeah, he muttered, just loud enough for her to hear, if you sat on my face, that'd cover my research quota. Bonnible forced her lips into a thin smile. Her heart ticked faster, but her voice came out controlled. Steady. Don't give him what he wants. He feeds on reaction, the silk weave allows for maximum mobility, she reminded herself, in thought more than in tone. It's functional. Designed for movement without restriction. Not for this. Still, she hadn't accounted for just how form-fitting it looked outside her lab. Behind her, Naruto murmured under his breath again, could just take a bite out of that thing. Enough, she said, sharper now, though still composed. She turned her head slightly, eyes narrowing. We still have an infiltration to conduct. Naruto stayed crouched, gaze unashamed. Right. But tell me, why are you here, Bubble Butt? Pretty sure I could knock this whole setup down myself. Maybe even do some extra cleaning in the pipelines if you're into that. She caught the innuendo immediately, but chose to ignore it, folding her arms instead. Because you're a wild card. You have skills no one else does. And yes, you have the strength. She paused, careful with her words. But someone has to keep watch. 2. Make sure the storm doesn't consume everything in its path. Her mask held, but in her mind the reasoning cut deeper. It isn't just that. I can't delegate this. Not something this dangerous, this organized. Not when it's grown this quickly. I need to see it through myself. Make sure it ends. Naruto rocked back on his heels, watching her as if trying to peel back her words. Then he grinned, playful as ever. You mean you don't trust me? I mean, she countered, voice smooth as glass, I trust you to be unpredictable. Which is why you need a counterbalance. His grin widened. So I'm the wild card, and you're the dealer? Cute. Still doesn't explain why you're wasting a perfect chance to let me loose. I could tear this rebellion apart in minutes. Not without restraint, she snapped, then caught herself, straightening her tone again. They are still my citizens. We're here to dismantle a rebellion, not massacre. Naruto laughed under his breath, leaning forward, teeth flashing in the moonlight. So no ripping them apart, huh? What about just scaring them till they wet themselves? Sounds efficient. Her jaw clenched. Every sentence feels like a test with him. Push, prod, see how far until the mask slips. No. We do this cleanly. No unnecessary harm. The leader is what matters. He pouted exaggeratedly, then smirked again. You're no fun. Guess I'll play along. For now. Bonnie-Bull exhaled softly. Play along. For now. And that's all I need. She gestured toward the vent bolted on the rooftop. Are you ready? Naruto tilted his head, considering, eyes flicking once more toward her hips. The grin returned, sharp as ever, not yet. Haven't finished burning the image of your ass into memory. Gonna take a minute. Her lips pressed thin, warmth rising again. She refused to let it show. Take all the time you need, she said coolly. Just don't waste mine. Satisfied, Naruto finally moved, tearing the vent loose with a casual pull. The grate clanged against the roof, faint but final. He glanced back at her with that wolfish grin, after you, bubble butt. Bonnie-Bull steadied her breath, dipped into a crouch, and slid into the darkness of the vent. Naruto close behind, the vent was narrower than she expected. When Bonnie-Bull pulled herself inside, the cool metal instantly dimmed the world, a subtle darkness that seemed to thicken the deeper she crawled. Behind her, the faint scrape of Naruto's movement followed, steady but unhurried. She didn't have to look back to know he wasn't taking this seriously, she could feel it in the way the air shifted, in the faintest little rhythm of someone who wasn't thinking about silence the way she was. The darkness deepened further, pressing in around her shoulders and arms until the only way forward was blind faith in her own mapping and memory. Her hand stretched ahead, feeling along. Counting the screws that held the metal tight, then came a dull thud behind her, her shoulders tensed, but only for a second. She breathed, calmed herself. Most likely Naruto, and even if it weren't, she doubted anything in these vents could best her. Still, she catalogued the sound in her head. Heavy. Deliberate. Almost like he'd done it on purpose. She kept moving. That was when she felt it, a sudden poke right against her backside. She froze, heat prickling her neck beneath the hood of her infiltration suit. For the smallest instant her mask cracked, a startled sound rising in her throat, but she forced it down, smoothing her face though no one could see her. Compose yourself. Bonnie-Bull. You will not give him the satisfaction. Behind her came a low chuckle, almost a laugh stifled in his chest. Whoops. Couldn't see a thing. My bad. Her stomach tightened. It sounded like an apology, but with him. With those eyes that always seemed to glow like some beast testing its prey. She could never be certain. Was it intentional? Or just another accident dressed in a tease? She didn't know, and not knowing irritated her more than the poke itself. Just ensure it doesn't happen again, she said, carefully even. Her tone dipped into diplomacy like water into a mold, smooth, practiced, untouchable. She couldn't see him, but she felt the pause. A moment's silence. Then a faint, unreadable hum. He hadn't gotten the rise out of her he wanted, and somehow, she knew he'd file that away, bide his time, wait for another opening. They continued forward, the vent swallowing them again in darkness. Every so often, thin shafts of artificial light spilled through grated openings, giving them brief flashes of the building below, tiled floors, dull hallways, storage rooms lined with crates. Then, just as quickly, the light would fade, plunging them back into black. It became a rhythm. Crawl, stretch, shift in the dark. Glimpses of light, then more dark. They dropped down vertical shafts, hands and boots finding purchase on bent grates. Naruto cracked a fan blade with a casual push, grinning audibly at the noise. At one point, when the vent grew narrow, they both wedged in at the same time, metal squealing around them. She clenched her jaw, already feeling his grin behind her back, delighted by her discomfort, and yet they pressed on. Eventually, the muffled murmur of voices began to reach her ears. Chatter, low but insistent, swelling the closer they crept. She held up her hand to slow their crawl. Naruto obeyed, strangely, though the heat of his presence behind her never lost its weight. They came to a grate overlooking a wide chamber. Bonnibel peered through. The room was almost unnervingly blank. Bare walls, plain floors, a simple raised platform at the far end, as though whoever planned this had stripped it of identity to make the people within the focus. And there were many people. Rows upon rows of candy citizens sat on metal chairs, their colorful forms dimmed beneath the sterile light. Her chest tightened. So many. More than I thought would come. More than I wanted to believe. Beside her, Naruto muttered low enough for her alone, "That's a lot of candy butts in seats." Thought this was supposed to be small time. She didn't answer. Outwardly calm, inwardly grim. If this keeps spreading, my control, my protection over them, it might not be enough. My kingdom. My children. The chatter stilled, a figure entered. Thin legs, round oversized head, stick-like arms swaying stiffly with every step. He looked ridiculous on the surface. More a sketch than a man, yet the weight of his presence shifted the room like gravity. The candy folk quieted instantly, every eye on him. Bonnibel's mind snagged. Did I make him? I don't remember a Mr. Cake Pop. Mr. Cake Pop took his place on the raised platform, the strange gravity of his bulbous head making every step deliberate. When he stilled, the silence in the room pressed like a lid. "My friends," he began, voice cutting clear. "For too long, we have lived under the thumb of a ruler who claims she knows what is best for us. Curfews, controls, rules, all enforced in the name of our safety." His mouth curled, the mockery thick in his tone. Safety. As though we are children who cannot walk without holding her hand. PB's hands curled into fists beneath the vent's metal frame. "I keep them safe because I must. Because no one else will." Naruto leaned in closer, grin tugging at his mouth. "Wow. He's really got your tone down, Bubble Butt. Diplomatic, but sassier." She didn't look at him. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Mr. Cake Pop lifted his arms wide, the light catching on the gloss of his candy skin. "I have walked among you. I have listened. I have seen the weariness in your eyes when the bells toll for curfew. I have heard the whispers, that you feel stifled, smothered by rules meant to protect, but which bind tighter than chains." The crowd murmured, some nodding, some still unsure. And so, his voice rose, we began to gather. At first, small, speeches in the square, voices in the dark. But our numbers grow. Every day, more see the truth, that we are not children. That we deserve freedom. That we deserve a kingdom of our own choosing. Naruto snorted. "I dunno. If they chose you, I think they need more candy in their diet. Or less. Can't decide yet." PB's jaw tightened. His levity stung, but she understood what he was doing, cutting the tension before it could bury her. Mr. Cake Pop lowered his arms, letting the room settle before dropping his voice low, conspiratorial. And hear this, we are not alone. Our leader, a hush fell at the word, already sets plans in motion as we speak. Even now, in another place, the blueprint of our new future is being drawn. And tonight. He paused, letting the weight drag out. Tonight we strike. By dawn, the kingdom will be free. Free of curfews. Free of chains. Free of the princess herself. The final words hit like a stone thrown through glass. PB's breath caught. Cold spread through her chest, heavier than she wanted to admit. She had expected disobedience, whispers, rebellion in the abstract, but not this. Not open talk of her removal. Of my death, she thought, though she refused to name it aloud. Naruto shifted beside her. For once, his smirk faltered, just a flicker. Then it returned, sharp as ever. Ouch. They really don't like you. Huh? His tone was playful, but there was an undercurrent, his way of checking if she was steady. She kept her mask firm. It doesn't matter what they believe. They are still my citizens. I must protect them, even from themselves. But inside, her thoughts twisted. They are my children. And my children want me gone. Naruto's voice came again, softer this time, though still wrapped in humor. Hey, some of them aren't buying it. PB blinked, followed his gaze. And yes, scattered among the nodding heads were hesitant faces, uncertain eyes, mouths pressed thin. Not all of them wanted this. Not all were lost. Her lips curved, just faintly. A small, fragile relief. Naruto saw it. Of course. She could feel him seeing it, then, like a wolf at the door, his grin widened again. So. Does that mean I get to bust heads now? Her throat tightened. We need more information. Mr. Cake Pop will have it. No one else. Cool, cool. He stretched like a cat, muscles shifting even in the cramped vent. So that's a yes on busting heads, just. Gently. Accept him. Her eyes narrowed. Try not to hurt anyone but him. The grin sharpened into something animalistic, dangerous. She swallowed. The storm was about to break. Naruto didn't wait for permission. 1 second he was crouched beside her in the vents, that predatory grin tugging at his face, and the next he was gone, a blur of motion breaking through the grate with a metallic shriek. He landed hard in the center of the room, crouched low, the floor shuddering beneath him. For a single heartbeat, the crowd froze, candy eyes wide, mouths hanging open. Then he moved, faster than any of them could react. Naruto launched himself into the mass of seats. His arm swept like a scythe, momentum snapping through his body with terrifying precision. Candy citizens went flying, crashing into walls, tumbling across the floor, chairs skidding and splintering beneath the force. The groans and panicked squeaks filled the chamber in a chaotic symphony. It wasn't a fight. It was a storm. From above, PB's breath caught against the back of her throat. So fast. Too fast. Her heart kicked. But she kept her body still, composed, observing. This was why she'd wanted him here, because none of her guards, none of her people, could move like this. And yet, watching her citizens scatter like leaves in a gale, guilt knifed through her chest. Control it, Bonnibel. You knew what you were inviting into your house. She pulled the black mask over her face, the silk fitting snug over her mouth and nose. The vent's cool metal pressed against her palms as she slid forward, found her opening, and dropped. The air rushed past her as she fell. Her boots struck the floor with a solid thud, her body folding neatly into a crouch. She rose slow, deliberate, a shadow in her own kingdom. A princess masked like a thief. Around her, the room was in shambles, chairs overturned, candy citizens groaning as they clutched their arms, their heads. Some scrambled to the walls, eyes wide with terror at the boy who now stood dead center, posture loose, grin sharp as fangs. Naruto glanced her way, eyes glinting animal bright. Took you long enough, bubble butt. I already started the party without you. She smoothed her voice, calm, clipped, diplomatic, even as her pulse raced. You've made quite the entrance. But inside, she was thinking, and I've unleashed a storm I may not be able to call back. The storm's echoes still rattled through the chamber when she and Naruto closed in on their target. Mr. Cake Pop had been knocked clear off his feet in the chaos, the spindly stick of his body sprawled awkwardly across the cracked floorboards, head wobbling atop his narrow frame. His wide candy eyes were frozen with shock, lips quivering as if even words had abandoned him. Naruto didn't waste a moment. He loomed over the man, crouching down so suddenly that Cake Pop flinched and let out a startled squeak. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or should I say, Princess got your leash? His grin was sharp, humor undercut with the kind of menace that made PB's throat tighten. You'd better start talking, pal. I'd hate to test how durable your head is if I, say, bounced it off the wall a couple times. PB stepped up beside him, posture straight, mask steady. Inside, her stomach churned, her people, scattered and groaning, her infiltrator behaving like a predator circling prey. But her voice was calm, even. Mr. Cake Pop, she said evenly, I know you've been speaking publicly. You've been drawing my citizens here, stoking their fears. What I want to know is, what do you actually know? Cake Pop's eyes darted between the two of them, Naruto's feral smirk, PB's unreadable mask. His hands trembled as he tried to push himself upright. I'm just the voice. He blurted. They needed someone to rally folks, to talk about how things could change. I don't plan anything. I swear. Naruto leaned closer, his breath almost brushing the candy man's oversized head. So you're just the hype man? Huh. Makes it easier to break you in half, not much lost if you're just decoration. He flexed his fingers like claws, cracking his knuckles slowly for effect. Cake Pop squealed and shrank back, wobbling dangerously on his thin stick of a body. No, please. I'm telling you the truth. The real meeting, it hasn't even happened yet. No one knows the plan. Not the details, not the timing. Just that the boss has something big, and soon. He's the only one who knows. PB's brow furrowed behind the mask. Her thoughts ran sharp, calculating, so even this gathering was hollow. Noise and shadows, not substance. The true danger is still ahead, and time is running shorter than I thought. Then tell us about this boss, she pressed, her voice low but steady. What do you know about him? Cake Pop hesitated, head wobbling as though he could physically shake loose an answer. Nobody knew him well before all this. He just appeared. Started talking about freedom, about how the Candy Kingdom could be run better, fairer. People listened. They believed him. He doesn't even come here often, just sends words through me. Naruto scoffed, tilting his head back with a short bark of laughter. So you're not just decoration. You're a messenger pigeon with legs. Cute. His grin widened, though his tone sharpened like a blade sliding free of its sheath. And if your boss says jump, you jump. That about right? What happens when he says, kill the princess? Cake Pop's trembling voice hitched as Naruto's shadow loomed over him. I don't know the plan, honest. But I do know where the real meeting's supposed to happen. PB's breath caught, though her face remained calm beneath the mask. Finally, something concrete. She lowered herself just enough so her gaze leveled with his oversized eyes. Then tell me. Where? The stick-thin man gulped so hard his whole head bobbled. The graveyard. The old one outside the walls. That's where the boss said it'd be safe to gather. Away from your guards. That's where it all happens tonight. Naruto tilted his head, a sharp grin curling his lips. Graveyard, huh? Spooky. Kinda cliché for a secret meeting spot. He leaned closer, voice dropping to a growl. You're not lying to us, are you? 'Cause if I show up there and it's empty, I'll come back for you. And next time, I'm not asking questions before I start tossing you around. Cake Pop whimpered, his thin arms flailing as if to wave off the threat. And no. I'm not lying. That's where it is, I swear it. PB studied him, heart steady despite the anxious churn beneath. His terror looked genuine. His words, shaky as they were, rang true. So that's it. The rebellion's true heart beats in the graveyard. And if he's right, tonight could decide whether the kingdom stands or falls. She straightened, voice crisp, unshaken. That's enough. We have what we came for. Naruto glanced at her, amused by her restraint, but said nothing. Instead, he just cracked his knuckles again, grinning wolfishly down at Cake Pop one last time before stepping back. PB's gaze lingered on the man. The banana guard can handle the scraps. We'll handle the core. This isn't over. But the end is finally in sight. The room still hummed with groans from the citizens Naruto had scattered like twigs, but she didn't spare them another glance. She fixed her eyes on the doorway ahead. Her voice even. We're finished here. The banana guard will sweep up the rest. Our task lies elsewhere. Naruto stretched as if he'd only just woken from a nap, his sharp grin angled at her. Elsewhere being the graveyard, huh? I gotta admit, Bubble Butt, I like their taste. Creepy old ruins, shadows, probably a couple ghosts, perfect for some late-night fun. She didn't react to the nickname, not outwardly. Inside, though, her patience wavered for a heartbeat. Why does he insist on testing the boundaries? Why do I let him? Still, her voice came measured, diplomatic as ever. It's no place for fun. If what Cake Pop says is true, then tonight marks the apex of their rebellion. We cannot underestimate it. Can't underestimate, sure, he said, rolling his shoulders before suddenly crouching in front of her, golden eyes burning like fire in the dim. But you can't tell me you're not even a little excited. Creeping into a graveyard meeting, breaking up a rebellion, maybe throwing a few punches. His grin widened. Feels like an adventure. Her breath caught before she smoothed it away, hiding the flicker of truth in his words. Excited isn't the word. Anxious. Focused. Concerned for what this kingdom could lose if I falter. She stepped past him, voice cool. It's a necessity. Not an adventure. Naruto let out a low whistle, trailing after her with a lazy stride. Always so diplomatic. You could be staring down a storm and still make it sound like a town hall speech. She kept walking, but his words stayed with her. He wasn't wrong. The diplomacy was her shield, her mask. And he knows it. He keeps tugging at the seams, like he wants to see what's underneath. Outside, the night air struck her again, cool, sharp, carrying the faint smell of sugar and smoke from the kingdom's chimneys. The streets were quiet now, lit only by lampposts casting pale yellow pools across the cobbles. Somewhere in the distance, a candy citizen coughed. Naruto tilted his head back, staring at the moon with casual boredom. Then he glanced sideways at her, his smirk curling. So. Graveyard. You want me to carry you, or are you gonna keep pretending you don't like how fast I move? Her mouth pressed into a line, though inside she could feel the heat creep at her cheeks. He's insufferable. Completely uncontainable. And yet. Useful. Strong enough to do what no one else can. Strong enough to face what's waiting for us. I can keep pace, she replied simply. Focus, Naruto. Tonight is too important for. Before she could finish, he swept her up into his arms without warning, his grin wild in the lamplight. Too important for wasting time. Relax, Bubble Butt. You'll thank me when we get there before curfew. Her diplomatic calm nearly cracked, nearly gave way to a startled sound. But she swallowed it back. Her heart beat quicker in her chest, though her voice remained cool. You are impossible. Yeah, he said, already gathering to leap into the night, the world blurring as power coiled in his legs. But admit it, you'd be bored without me. The city lights fell away behind them, the breeze turning colder as the graveyard drew near, and in the pit of her stomach, the weight of what was coming pressed down harder than ever. the rooftops of the Candy Kingdom blurred beneath them, shingles flashing in moonlight as Naruto vaulted from one building to the next with a predator's ease. Each jump was reckless but precise, his momentum carrying her along effortlessly in his arms. She tried not to think about the way her body adjusted against his, how unnatural it felt to be carried like this, how exposed. Keep your composure. This is nothing. He's transportation, not a comfort. You're stiff as a board, Naruto said suddenly, voice warm in her ear. Loosen up, bubble butt. You'll bounce smoother if you relax. Her jaw tightened, but she answered evenly. I'll remain as I am. This isn't a joyride. He chuckled, the sound vibrating against her. You really hate giving me anything, don't you? Not a laugh, not a blush, not even a little scream when I jump off something tall. He twisted midair just enough that she caught the glint of his grin. Kinda feels like you're acting in a play just for me. Her chest tightened. For an instant she almost reacted, almost broke the careful mask, but she forced her tone steady. If this is theater, then it's for the sake of the kingdom, not your amusement. Naruto hummed like he was considering her words, though his red eyes burned sharp in the dark. Then, without warning, he kicked off a chimney, spinning them in a spiral through the night air before landing smoothly on a slanted rooftop. She gripped his shoulder before she could stop herself. There it is, he said, grin widening. A real reaction. Told you it's more fun when you stop acting. Her face flushed, though her voice kept its composure. You're insufferable. Maybe. But admit it, I'm the only one keeping you honest tonight. She didn't respond, because he wasn't entirely wrong. And she hated that. The rooftops began to thin as they moved past the heart of the kingdom. Lamps giving way to darker, quieter streets. The air grew colder, carrying a dampness that clung to her skin. Ahead, silhouetted against the moon, the jagged teeth of the old graveyard walls rose from the earth, shadows pooling between the stones. Naruto slowed, his grin dimming into something sharper, more focused. There it is. Her breath came a little tighter. Yes. There it is. The place where this rebellion either fractures tonight, or grows strong enough to burn my kingdom down. Naruto crouched at the edge of the last rooftop, golden eyes narrowing as he studied the graveyard below. The faint light of the kingdom behind them bled into shadow, stone markers standing like crooked teeth. His gaze swept the grounds with the precision of a hunter. From where she stood beside him, Bonnie felt her throat tighten. She knew this place, she had helped design it. Not for mourning, but as a quiet corner, a reminder of history long before her candy people walked these streets. It was meant to be dignified, a monument of sorts. Now it was a potential nest for treachery. How quickly sentiment is repurposed. What I built as reverence, they may be twisting into rebellion. Naruto tilted his head, still scanning. How does anyone hide a base in a patch of dirt like this? Not a lot of room between the ghosts. Her answer was quiet, steady. I don't know. But I do know they've managed. My scouts reported suspicious movement here days ago. As if drawn by her words, her eyes fell to the shed tucked in the far corner of the graveyard. Its wooden door hung half open, blackness yawning from within. Even from here, the darkness seemed unnatural, too heavy, too deliberate. Naruto grinned. Oh. Spooky. Maybe someone should hold me. She didn't so much as glance at him, though she felt the faintest burn of heat rise in her cheeks. Keep moving, she said evenly, already stepping from the rooftop ledge. They crossed the graveyard without a word. The crunch of gravel beneath her boots rang louder than she liked in the empty space. She reached the shed first, its door groaning as she pushed it wider. The interior was barren, except for the floor. Or rather, the absence of one. Where planks should have been, a clean-edged opening sank into the ground. Faint light glowed along metallic walls, steps descending into a hidden chamber. A faint hum reverberated up the shaft, mechanical and cold. Naruto whistled low. Well. Guess we found the trick. When did they even have time to build all this under your nose, bubble butt? The word stung, though she didn't show it. That's the question, isn't it? And why didn't I see it sooner? Her mind churned with possible answers, too many to settle on one. Naruto glanced at her, mischief curling his mouth. Then he swept an arm toward the opening. Mock gallant. After you, princess. Her eyes lingered on him a moment, searching for sincerity, but she found only his usual storm of playfulness and danger. Drawing a slow breath, she placed a foot on the first metallic step, descending into the rebellion's hollow. Naruto's laughter drifted after her. Ladies first. Gotta make sure you're royal but safe on the way down. She ignored him, though her pulse betrayed her calm. If only you'd stop hiding behind jokes. If only I could stop hiding behind diplomacy. The humming grew louder the deeper they went, the graveyard above sealing into silence. The hum of the hidden bass thickened in her ears as they descended. Each step clicked softly under her boots. The metallic stairwell coiling downward into sterile light. The air grew cooler, sharper, until they reached a landing that opened into a narrow corridor lined with panels of smooth alloy. Bonnible had only a heartbeat to take it in before a shout cracked through the hall. Intruders. 2 candy citizens, no, not citizens, guards. Candy men armed with cobbled-together staves of metal and sparking wires, leapt from side passages, their makeshift weapons humming. Their faces, once soft and friendly, were tightened by anger and something that resembled loyalty, but not to her. Her chest clenched. They were mine. My people. Before she could command restraint, Naruto was gone in a blur. The air snapped as he moved, golden afterimages flashing like sparks. The guards never stood a chance. One slammed into the wall with a grunt, the other tumbled across the floor like a dropped sweet. They were groaning but alive, twitching on the ground. Naruto slowed, cracking his neck as if shaking off a warm-up. Guess they weren't expecting a house call. He grinned back at her, fangs peeking. Do I get points for not killing them? Bonnible forced her mask tighter, swallowing her mix of relief and frustration. He's uncontrollable, but effective. Too effective. Then came the alarm. A sharp, grating siren wailed through the corridor, red light strobing across the alloy walls. The whole place was awake now. Naruto clicked his tongue, tilting his head toward her with mock annoyance. Well, bubble butt, I think subtlety just died. What's the play? She kept her voice steady, though her pulse thundered. We don't have the luxury of caution anymore. The alarm means reinforcements are already moving. We can't waste time fighting every loyalist here. Good, Naruto said easily, rolling his shoulders. I was starting to worry you wanted me to hold back forever. Her eyes narrowed, though her tone stayed clipped, pragmatic. The priority is the leader. Someone is orchestrating this rebellion, and they're here. Cut the head, the body falls. Naruto smirked, leaning closer as if savoring her words. Ah, going for the boss fight. Now we're speaking my language. He glanced toward the glowing hallway, the sirens still blaring. So, we run straight at the big cheese? Kick the door in, crush whoever's stupid enough to call themselves boss, and go home? Her lips pressed thin. If only it were that simple. Inside, her thoughts pulled in 2 directions. He makes it sound easy. Just tear through everything in your way until the truth stands bare. But nothing about this feels easy. If I falter now, I could lose the very kingdom I swore to protect. Still, she met his gaze evenly. Yes. We find the leader. Quickly. Naruto's grin widened. Feral and playful all at once. Finally, a plan I can get behind. He darted past her, already moving deeper into the labyrinth, laughter trailing behind him like sparks from a fire. For a moment, Bonnible lingered on the fallen candy guards. The rebellion had corrupted them, turned their loyalty away from her. Yet seeing them groaning and alive, Naruto hadn't gone as far as he could have. Monster on the surface, restraint at the core. Chaotic, but precise. And I still don't know why he listens at all. She forced the thought away and followed him, the alarms painting the hall in crimson as they ran headlong into the heart of the rebellion. The sirens throbbed in the metal corridors as they ran. Crimson light flaring with each pulse. Bonnible kept her mind focused forward, calculating angles, passages, probabilities, until the ground trembled, a shadow rose from the corridor ahead. Then another, 2 gummy bears stepped into the light, massive and wobbling but solid, twice Naruto's height. Their gelatin bodies shimmered with density, each holding a jagged iron pole like a spear. Naruto slowed, tilting his head back to take them in. Oh ho! Finally, some fun-sized friends. Except, not fun-sized at all. They bellowed, voices thick like syrup, and charged. Bonnibel's body stiffened, instinct screaming danger, but before she could order restraint, Naruto blurred into motion. His laugh echoed through the hall as he darted low, skidding across the smooth floor, his hand glowing. Blue light swirled into a sphere, that jutsu again. The chakra churned like a storm in his palm, humming with raw destruction. He didn't even use it on them, just slammed it against the ground mid-slide, the blast throwing one gummy back into the wall, wobbling with cracks rippling across its body. The other swung down its iron staff, but Naruto was already behind it, fingers sparking with a crackling clone. In a blink, 2 Narutos tangled the giant's legs, flipping the creature headfirst into the ceiling before it splattered down in a gooey crash. Man, the original Naruto whistled. Landing lightly, you guys don't even jiggle right. Bonnibel's mask held firm, but inside she reeled. This power, it's always like this. No wasted effort, no hesitation. Terrifyingly destructive, and yet somehow measured. He didn't kill them. He could have, but didn't. She opened her mouth to direct him forward, but another sound split the air. Heavy steps. A rush of bodies. From behind, more guards poured in, candy citizens armed with clubs, their faces twisted with conviction. They weren't the shambling kind like before. These were organized, disciplined. One swung directly for her. Before she could move, Naruto was there. His arm caught the weapon mid-swing, his grin gone sharp and cold. He shoved the attacker back, then flared with shadow clones, a dozen Narutos filling the hall, each blocking a strike, each redirecting blows that would have landed on her. Sorry, Bubble Butt, he called over his shoulder, his voice casual but edged with strain. No time to let you play hero. You're precious cargo now. Her cheeks burned, not from the nickname, but from the way he said it. As if her safety wasn't negotiable, the swarm pressed harder. His clones burst one by one under the assault. The walls quaked with their sheer numbers. Naruto clicked his tongue, crouched low, then barked out, "Hold tight, princess." Before she could ask what he meant, his hand caught her by the waist and hauled her onto his back. Her breath hitched as his chakra flared hotter, wilder. The blue sphere bloomed again in his palm, growing, roaring, until it nearly blinded her in the flashing alarm light. He slammed it forward, the wall exploded outward, shards of alloy and smoke flying as if it were paper. The shockwave rolled over her, hot and violent. Naruto darted through the breach, laughter ripping from him like thunder. Shortcuts, baby. Who needs doors? Bonnibel clung tighter, mind racing to catch up with the storm she had unleashed at her side. Wild. Unpredictable. Reckless. And yet. Deliberate. Always just enough. She pressed her jaw tight, staring into the smoke-filled path ahead. We'll reach the boss soon. We have to. Naruto didn't stop running. Each time another squad of guards appeared, another wall fell. Stone, metal, it didn't matter. His glowing palms carved through the fortress like it was built of gingerbread. The sheer recklessness of it left her chest tight. She clung tighter to his back, hair whipping in the storm of his speed. Do you always make entrances like this? She asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Entrances, exits, bathroom breaks. Depends on the mood. He barked a laugh as another Rasengan smashed a glowing hole through steel, the concussive blast shaking the hallway as they passed through. Bonnibel bit her tongue against the reprimand pressing at the edge of her lips. Her mask held, but her thoughts raced. Every motion precise in its recklessness. He's laughing, but he knows exactly how much force to use. Always this storm of contradictions. One more burst, this time the sphere black, swirling with a darker edge, and the wall in front of them cracked open like an egg. They emerged into a larger chamber, the sound of their steps echoing across stone, and there, two towering figures loomed in front of a massive door. Candy canes twisted into muscle-like cords, their striped arms thicker than tree trunks. Red and white faces blank but unyielding, their jagged fists tightening as they stepped forward in unison. Naruto whistled low. Guess somebody didn't skip leg day. He tilted his head toward her. What do you think, Bubble Butt? Boss behind that door? Her eyes narrowed on the reinforced archway, the meticulous craftsmanship. If I were structuring command, yes. That door leads somewhere important. Good enough for me. His grin widened, wild light sparking in his eyes. He shifted her slightly on his back, voice lowering to a teasing purr. Now, hold on. As tight as you want. Heat rushed to her cheeks. He can't mean, but there was no time to dwell, his muscles coiled, and he launched forward like a bullet. The guards roared, poles of sharpened cane swinging down like hammers. Naruto ducked the first with an animal fluidity, sliding across the floor as sparks of lightning crackled across his hand. He struck upward, palm slamming against the underside of one guard's arm. Electricity danced through the striped body, making it seize and shudder. The second swung low, trying to sweep him off his feet. Naruto vaulted over it with inhuman grace, flipping upside down midair, his heels slamming down into the guard's shoulder joint. The candy cane cracked with a sharp snap, sweet tooths with glass jaws. Naruto laughed, landing lightly, already spinning his next move. The first one recovered, swinging again, its cane arm slicing through the air. Naruto caught it, chakra flaring in his grip, and twisted, yanking the entire behemoth off balance before planting a Rasengan square in its chest. The swirling energy bored in, blasting the guard back into the wall in an explosion of shattered stripes. The other roared, enraged, charging headlong. Naruto met it with bare fists, his movements a blur of strikes and dodges, feral, instinctive, yet each hit deliberate. He ducked, drove a knee into its torso, then snapped upward with a fireball spewing from his mouth. The flame seared across its candy shell, caramelizing the sugar with a hissing crack. It staggered, molten streaks running down its body. Naruto smirked, raised his hand again, this time water spiraled around his palm, forming a sharp torrent. He slammed it against the softened cane, the hiss of steam filling the air as fire and water clashed. The guard's torso buckled, weakened by the elemental assault, before Naruto spun behind it and drove an elbow through its back. The thing shattered, collapsing into sticky shards across the floor. Naruto stood amidst the wreckage, breathing steady, wild grin unbroken. Well. That was refreshing. Sweet and crunchy. Bonibel swallowed, adjusting her mask though her pulse hammered. He's chaos. Absolute chaos. And yet. No wasted motion. He could have killed them in one blow. Instead, he played. Tested. Controlled. Like a predator toying with prey until he decided the game was over. Her gaze flicked past the wreckage to the looming door. The leader must be inside. This ends here. Naruto turned his head slightly. Eyes catching hers over his shoulder. So, princess. Ready to meet the big cheese, or in this case, the big starch. The dust settled around them, fragments of candy cane guards still clattering to the floor. Bonibel slid down from Naruto's back, smoothing her dress, trying to recompose herself. Her hands betrayed her for a moment, trembling, before she forced them still against her sides. I'm ready, she said, voice firm. This ends tonight. Naruto raised an eyebrow, smirk tugging at his lips. That's the spirit. But. Just so I know what kind of mood to get in, who do you think's waiting for us? Mr. Spooky in the dark? A chocolate warlord? Maybe a gumdrop dragon? She didn't answer. Words weren't necessary. Together, they stepped to the door. Naruto pushed it open with a dramatic shove, only for both of them to freeze. Inside, Starchy sat hunched over on a toilet, newspaper in his lap, pants at his ankles. The tiny room reeked faintly of compost and candle wax. He blinked up at them, eyes wide, then squinted. Princess? Bonibel's mask cracked at the edges, her voice awkward as she stammered, my apologies. I thought this was the boss's private chamber. Starchy folded his paper, setting it delicately to the side. Well, it is. He cleared his throat, straightening his back with a strange sort of pride. I'm the boss. Silence. Naruto's face fell flat. That's it? You? All this sneaking around, big speeches, muscle-bound candy canes, and the boss is a grave digger on the John? He sighed, scratching the back of his head. Man, what a letdown. Starchy frowned, indignant. Hey now, don't sell me short. Might look like your average groundskeeper, but folks trust old Starchy more than they trust a ruler who thinks she knows better than her people. Bonnibel's spine stiffened, but she kept her voice calm, diplomatic. Starchy, you're inciting unrest that could destabilize the entire kingdom. You know as well as I do that rebellion will only lead to collapse. He waved a hand dismissively, still seated. That's candy-coated talk. Everyone knows you keep secrets, princess. You build things in your lab, things we don't understand. Machines, experiments. That ain't leadership, it's control. Folks are tired of being told what's good for them. Naruto snorted, leaning against the doorframe. Gotta admit, he's got a point. You do sound like a walking lecture half the time. Bonnibel shot him a sidelong glare, but he only grinned wider. Starchy went on, voice rising with unexpected conviction. I dig graves, princess. Every day I see how fragile we are. And I tell ya, if we don't start living free, then what's the point? I didn't want this fight, but someone had to step up. So yeah, I'm the boss. Starchy's the one they're followin'. He slammed a fist against his knee, as much of a flourish as he could manage from his undignified seat. Bonnibel's lips pressed into a thin line. Inside, her thoughts tangled. Starchy. Of all citizens, him? The one who buried the dead now seeks to bury the kingdom itself. Naruto leaned in, eyes glinting with amusement. So what's the grand plan then, boss man? Overthrow the princess and replace her with, what? A gravekeeper council? Free shovels for everybody? Starchy huffed. You'll see soon enough. It's already in motion. Tonight, the kingdom changes forever. That made Bonnibel's heart catch in her throat, though her face remained composed. He isn't bluffing. Something is happening. Somewhere beneath this foolish bravado, he knows more. Naruto leaned over Starchy, fingers brushing the top of his head in a mockingly gentle grip, eyes narrowing as if he were about to bore into his soul. Wait a second. Did you even tell anyone else about this plan? Huh? Or are you sitting here all alone thinking you're the big mastermind? Starchy froze, eyebrows shooting up. His mouth opened, closed, then he swallowed hard. Well. No one else. I mean, Naruto's grin widened, the black chakra along his back seeming to hum in anticipation. Figures. We were told by a certain someone that nobody knew anything yet. That you were gonna have your little meeting tonight and start your coup. Right? He crouched lower, eyes glinting in the dim light. But from the looks of it, you haven't even done that. So that makes you the only one who knows the plan. Just you, little boss man. PB's lips pressed together as she observed, keeping her calm facade. So it's just him. One misguided citizen thinking he can take control. Her mind was already racing through contingencies, how many guards might be loyal to him, how the citizens would react, what could go wrong if Naruto got too aggressive. She tightened her black gloves and adjusted her stance, feeling the strange adrenaline of relying on someone so chaotic yet so capable. Naruto gave Starchy a quick shake, his grip firm but not cruel. Letting the man flinch instinctively. Talk. Now. Where's the meeting? What exactly are you planning to do? I don't want to hurt anyone more than necessary, but you better make it worth my time. Starchy swallowed and muttered the location and general intentions. PB nodded, absorbing every word. This is it. We can finally dismantle it before anyone else gets hurt. We can protect the citizens without bloodshed. Naruto let go, a small chuckle escaping him. Well, looks like we found the boss's lair. Let's go crash your party, shall we? PB moved closer, feeling a strange mixture of relief and lingering tension. He's chaotic, unpredictable, and somehow, I trust him. This is the kind of ally I didn't know I needed. But maybe I do. Together, they left Starchy sitting bewildered on the floor, the path to the rebellion's base now clear. As they moved through the corridors, PB's thoughts remained focused. The kingdom's safety depends on this. I can't let anything slip. But with him, maybe, just maybe, this will end tonight without more chaos than necessary. And with that determination, she followed Naruto as he bounded ahead, the black Rasengan sparking faintly in his palm, ready to ensure the rebellion would be nothing more than a memory. The graveyard looked different in the daylight. Where shadows and silence had once cloaked the tombstones, there were now banana guards in their bright, bumbling armor, combing through the rebel base with clumsy efficiency. From her vantage point on the hill, Bonnieble Bubblegum stood with her hands clasped neatly behind her back, watching as the operation unfolded. Her pink lab dress and crown felt oddly heavy today, as if the costume itself pressed the weight of her kingdom onto her shoulders. It was over. Quicker than she had anticipated, almost alarmingly so. With Naruto's reckless storm carving through the rebellion's backbone, the structure had collapsed before it could grow too dangerous. Still, she could not allow herself relief without also calculating the aftermath. Already, her mind sketched out systems, earlier surveillance, tighter curfews, better informant networks. She would make certain that nothing like this could spiral again. Beside her, Naruto chuckled, low and amused, as if the raid were a stage play written for his entertainment. She glanced at him briefly, then returned her eyes to the graveyard. Strange. Despite his unpredictability, his vulgarity, his chaos, she was glad he had been there. Glad it ended as quickly as it had. He had saved lives, even if through methods she could never condone. The silence stretched until Naruto broke it. You know, he said lazily, his eyes still fixed on the bustle below, you're kind of boring when you wear that thing. Bonnieble blinked, caught off guard. Excuse me? That mask. He waved a hand vaguely in her direction, as if her entire posture was the subject. The polite princess act. It's dull. I like the cracks better. Her first instinct was dismissal. Of course he would say something like that. Of course he'd prod. She held her composure, but her thoughts tangled. Did he really mean it? Was he actually aware of, I don't, she began, catching her own slip and steadying her tone, I don't believe I'm hiding behind anything. I speak as I must, when I must. You do, Naruto cut in, blunt and unbothered. You do it to protect the image. The kingdom. Yourself. But you don't need to protect yourself from me. A crooked grin. Not that you could. Anyway. The casual arrogance should have irritated her, but the ease of his delivery left her momentarily without words. She tried, instead, to poke at his logic. And you aren't the same? Always making jests, always being chaotic? Tell me that isn't its own kind of mask. For a moment, she thought she had caught him, but his answer was swift, sharp, and almost annoyingly assured, this is me. His eyes glinted, animal bright. The rest, the little flashes you've seen, that's just when I'm burning too hot to keep it neat. You're acting a play. She stiffened faintly. He was too quick, too direct. She wanted to force the thought away, to tell herself he didn't understand. Yet the words lingered. He only ever saw her cracks, the brief laugh in her lab, the tension when he teased too far, the irritation she fought to swallow. And he was asking for more. Why? She asked before she could stop herself. 'Cause it's fun, he said simply. You're fun when you're real. Makes the rest less boring. That was all. Short. Careless. But his words carried a weight that pressed uncomfortably at her chest. For so long she had filed him under chaotic neutral, an unpredictable storm, dangerous if not contained. Yet here he was, speaking as if he were taking a liking to her. Confronting something no one else had dared, friendship. Is that what this is becoming? Before she could decide, Naruto smirked, leaning back on his hands as he looked at the guards below. Besides, I bet half those candy guys would have given up if they knew how big your ass was. That's a rebellion crusher right there. Her composure cracked cleanly in half. The laugh burst out before she could stop it, real, unguarded, and sharp in her throat. Mortified, she covered it with her hand, regaining her practiced calm. But it was too late. He had seen it. Thank you, she said at last, her diplomatic cadence sliding back into place. For your assistance. I'm glad it ended as it did. Naruto tilted his head, studying her with something unreadable behind the grin. But he didn't push further. And for the first time in a long while, Bonibel Bubblegum allowed herself to wonder, what would it mean if she let go of the mask more often? The morning over the Candy Kingdom was deceptively bright. The sunlight glimmered across the pink spires and sugar-glass windows, the air crisp with the smell of cotton candy and caramel. On the highest balcony of her castle, Princess Bubblegum sat cross-legged upon a woven mat, her crown glinting faintly as she drew in a steady breath. Focus, calm the mind, control the flow. This was what she told herself, and what she told the two boys at her sides, though they weren't exactly the most disciplined students. Finn sat rigid on his mat, his hat pulled low, brows furrowed in intense concentration. She could almost see the strain in him. Though his mind was undoubtedly wandering. Jake lounged in the laziest kind of half-lotus, legs bent at impossible angles, half snoring through his attempt at meditation. At that moment, Jake spoke first, quietly whispering to Finn, though she could still hear them. Do you know exactly what we are supposed to be meditating about? Jake asked in a whisper. Finn opened his eyes with a smile, then replied similarly, I don't know, maybe something about the Candy Kingdom, or OOO. Maybe it's like a test or something, some secret junk, Jake suggested. Couldn't be, Finn replied. They whisper-screamed like that, back and forth for a few seconds, ever so easily breaking Bubblegum's concentration that she worked so hard for. Don't get her wrong, the guys were great, but they didn't know how to sit still. And by proxy, all her wandering thoughts that she hoped to quiet with meditation came back. A few days had passed since Naruto had helped her put a stop to a certain Starchy-led rebellion. She had begun to see him as a friend, one of her only close friends, and she found the diplomatic mask that she used to wear fading around him more often than not. Honestly, though, she still couldn't fully handle the chaotic nature of the blonde, nor could she fully understand it. But she didn't think that mattered at this point. Oh, maybe, we have to find the sword of our minds, Finn gave another idea, steadily growing louder. Just like Jake. That was enough to make PB react. With both hands, she turned the boys' heads forward to focus. Clear your minds, she instructed softly, her voice firm but patient. And with that last word, they quieted, closing their eyes again, while PB allowed her thoughts to fade. Once quiet, each of them began to envision something for themselves. Whether they were dreams of the future or premonitions, it was unclear for Finn and Jake. Finn saw himself atop a mountain, a much older, more skilled, more muscular version of himself, a mechanical right arm, with blonde hair longer than he already had. Jake saw Lady Rainicorn riding a pony through the fields, which was a bit weird. Given how long her body was and how small the pony was. But Bubblegum's vision was more vivid, more real than anything the two boys were imagining in silence. Almost as soon as her mind was clear, whispers filled her ears and mind, mocking chatter that was quiet, yet seemed too loud. It quickly grew, festered, almost made her falter, before the visage of a dark figure arose in her mind, flames the color of emerald circling it. Suddenly, the screams of people and wails of souls filled her head, calling out as if wanting to be protected, or wanting to run away from someone, or something. The clamor grew, the screams crackled like a siren, and the wails of souls cried louder. More and more sound. More noise. Until it was too much. Bubblegum bolted upright like a spring under pressure, sweat pouring down her face softly. Her heart pounded slightly from the vision. She knew what she had seen, the unmistakable energy signature of something far older, far darker than anything she had contained before. Her instincts screamed that she had to check it out, but another, quieter part of her hesitated. What if it's worse than I imagine? What if this is beyond even my careful planning? Shaking off the doubt, she straightened her back and squared her shoulders. No, I can't ignore this, I must see it for myself. Guys, she said softly, still taking a few deep breaths to calm the lingering adrenaline. I need to check on something, I don't know exactly what it is yet, but I have to make sure nothing dangerous is escaping. Finn's eyes widened immediately. Can we come with you? He asked, hope clear in his voice. Bubblegum paused, weighing her options. Letting them come meant giving them a glimpse into something that even most citizens of OOO shouldn't see. The risk was high, the danger, higher, yet something about Finn's wide-eyed determination, the way he always threw himself into situations head first, gave her a quiet reassurance. This is a royal secret, she began carefully, her tone measured. What we're about to see, it's more dangerous than almost anything in or out of OOO. If you want to come, you have to promise me that you'll follow my lead, can you do that? Finn nodded without hesitation. Yeah, totally, we can handle it. Bubblegum allowed herself a small, soft smile, the kind she rarely showed when dealing with anyone outside her inner circle, but she pushed them away quickly. Now wasn't the time to dwell on him. All right then, she said, standing and moving toward the small cabinet where the protective jewelry was stored. You'll need these, move up your hat please Finn. Finn did as he was told, and Bonnie placed the headpieces with a blue gem, carefully on his head, before he pulled his hat back on. She placed an identical headpiece on Jake. Then turned towards the both of them. They're designed to shield your minds from any influence or attack, pay attention, this is important. She carefully fastened the gems onto Finn and Jake, watching as protective spheres shimmered into existence, faintly distorting the sunlight that spilled across the balcony. Finally, she touched her own crown, rubbing the gem gently, and a sphere formed around her as well. All of the bubbles then faded out of existence, though they were still there, keeping the three protected. Stay close to me, PB instructed. We move as a single unit, no wandering, understood? Finn and Jake both nodded eagerly. With a deep breath, Bubblegum clapped her hands 9 times in the specific rhythm she had learned for this ritual, 1 and A. 2 and 3 and 4 and Peppermint Butler appeared, his small frame filled with focus as he blew a huge, translucent bubble that enveloped the three of them. The bubble floated high, gliding through the castle air, the sunlight streaming around its translucent edges. Below, the Candy Kingdom shrank into a patchwork of pink rooftops and winding streets, oblivious to the danger looming above. Bubblegum kept her gaze forward, focusing on the pulse of the chamber at the heart of the tree, the ancient amber prison that held a malevolent presence for centuries. At the heart of this tree lies an ancient evil, she spoke, her mind echoing the warning she had received during her meditation. The Lich. At that, the bubble landed inside a secret chamber of the Candy Kingdom castle, popping almost instantly, settling the group in the highest part of the castle. A room of roots and dripping maple tree resin that lined the walls for defense. And in front of the three, taking up most of the space in the room, was the being of pure evil. Encased within the thick, honey-colored resin was a figure that seemed less like a body and more like a wound carved into the world. His form was skeletal, massive size, all jagged edges and hollowed eyes, a twisted crown of bone clinging to his skull as if it had grown from him. Even frozen, his presence was suffocating, like a void pressing against the glassy amber. Leaking faint wisps of green fire that curled and writhed as if alive. His mouth, half open, gave the impression that he was never truly still, only waiting. A faint, eerie chanting began to drift through the air, subtle at first, almost melodic in its cadence. Bubblegum's pulse quickened. "What's that sound?" Finn whispered from beside her, his voice sharp but cool, in a mixture of concern and awe. She clenched the gem on her crown, feeling the protective shield ripple softly around their heads. "It's him," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the chanting. "He is casting multiple spells, trying to take over your mind and jack your bod." She tried keeping her tone calm despite the rising tension. But some worry still crept through. If we lost the gems, we'd be defenseless, he could take control of us completely. That's freaking nuts, so who is this guy anyway? Finn exclaimed, turning directly towards the princess. Both he and Jake turned their backs on the Lich. Bonnie sighed to herself, guessing it was only right if she explained. Beyond Iceberg Lake, she started, lay the ruins of the Lich's tower. It was there that he had tried to convert the planet's life force into dark, unholy energy to destroy all of OOO. But before he could succeed, the legendary Billy had intervened, striking him with incredible force and trapping him within the sticky, translucent resin of this tree. Bubblegum's pulse raced. The Lich lay there, fully manifest now, its presence palpable and oppressive. She could feel the raw, ancient power radiating from it, the way it seemed to taunt her very mind. So this is the consequence of the Amber Prison weakening. Finn's eyes darted around, and he shouted an idea with the sort of fearless improvisation only he could manage. Dude, be a big sword. Bubblegum caught a flicker of worry in Jake's eyes, but he nodded and shifted, his body stretching and reshaping into the form of a massive, makeshift blade. Finn leapt, gripping Jake, using him as both shield and weapon to strike at the Lich. Finn listened intently, his eyes wide. Jake's form shifted slightly as he tried to absorb every word. Bubblegum's mind raced. She had to keep them focused, keep them aware, and yet calm. Stay composed, they're relying on me, and I can't afford distraction now. From the corner of Finn's pack, the snail began to stir. Bubblegum didn't notice, her attention remained on guiding the boys. By the time the snail reached the amber, tapping lightly against its surface, she was still talking, unaware of the tiny creature's movements. Finn yelped in surprise as the crack appeared and dark energy seeped out. Bubblegum's head snapped up, her eyes widening as the Lich's essence emerged, swirling like a storm of shadow and malice. What the nuts, she cried. The boys reacted instantly. But Bubblegum forced herself to stay sharp, her thoughts racing faster than her pulse. The Lich had broken free of the amber, something she had always known was possible, yet hoped would never come to pass. Panic was a luxury she couldn't afford. Every move from here on had to count. Before she could issue an order, Finn was already shouting. Jake, become a big sword. The skeletal figure rose from the fractured resin with an eerie calm, stretching to his full, towering height. His hollow sockets flickered with sickly green fire as if mocking their efforts. Jake stretched into a massive blade, and Finn swung with all the force of his young body. The strike landed true, yet did nothing. The Lich didn't even resist, he simply phased through the blow, dissolving into black-green mist. Bubblegum's breath caught as the abomination slid through the wooden chamber walls. Wherever the entity passed, the surface warped and decayed, green embers crackling like the last sparks of a dying flame. In his wake, the trail of death pulsed outward, proof that he was no longer bound, free to spread his ruin across OO. Naruto jolted upright, eyes snapping open as the last remnants of sleep were violently shaken from him. His red, rod-like irises cut through the dim light of Marceline's cave home, and a tingle ran from the nape of his neck down his back, a familiar, unnerving sensation that made his muscles tighten and his senses sharpen. What was that? He blinked rapidly, scanning his surroundings. The cave was quiet, still half-dark, the morning sun spilling faint gold across the walls. For a heartbeat, he allowed himself to dismiss it, a simple ripple of energy, nothing more. But then his mind caught it, that surge, that sharp, crawling energy crawling through OOO. It felt identical to the one he had sensed near his awakening weeks ago, back when he'd first felt the stirrings of his power return. His lips curved into a grin, animalistic, feral. Now that was interesting. Before he could move, a ripple of chakra unfurled from him, forming a shifting, shadowed figure hovering just in front of him, still tethered to his essence. Why can't you ever be serious? The figure muttered, voice like cold smoke. Buzzkill, Naruto muttered under his breath, his grin not faltering. Then, aloud, wait, did you just talk, like actually talk? The shadow didn't answer, but its presence throbbed with intensity, pressing him. What do you want today? Naruto asked, tilting his head. You're about to go after it, aren't you? The shadow asked, tone sharp. Naruto shrugged, stepping forward. Yeah. That energy signature, it's got my attention, already sounds fun. I'm gonna check it out. The shadow sighed, a long exhale of frustration. You idiot. Naruto's grin widened. Excuse me, and here I thought you'd be glad I'm actually doing something responsible for once. Investigating this energy that somehow woke me up, that's responsible, right? I mean, you sensed it, right? First off, the shadow said, tone hardening, I am your chakra-given form, your consciousness made manifest. Anything you sense or feel, I feel before you do. And second, its eyes seem to pierce him. You need to be cautious, that energy isn't random. The void has opened again, another being of evil is taking form, and it's heading straight for you. Naruto paused, feeling the weight in its words. A shadow of the same creeping unease he'd felt weeks ago stirred again. Why did you use that creepy line again? You mean that unfinished work you talked about back in part 2? That looming danger I ignored, he asked slowly, a flicker of seriousness creeping through his grin. Part what? Don't worry about it. Shadow blinked, but confirmed Naruto's suspicions anyway. Back when you were testing with the bubblegum princess, it was only a hint. Now it's real, the energy you feel, it's potent, yes, but it's only the beginning. Naruto's grin returned, sharper now, edged with excitement. Fine, Shadow, let's see what this wannabe storm brings, it still sounds like fun. Shadow shifted, the blob of chakra shaping itself in such a way, like it was narrowing its non-existent eyes. Don't underestimate it. You may enjoy the fight, but do not be careless. That energy, it's more than you realize. Careful's boring, Naruto muttered, already shifting into motion, feeling the familiar surge of power coil in his chest. But beneath the thrill, a quiet acknowledgement, this wasn't just another random encounter, something bigger was stirring. Naruto bolted from the cave, feet barely touching the ground as the familiar rush of adrenaline and chakra surged through him. Shadow receded silently into his essence, tethered but still watchful, letting Naruto move while he concentrated. Now fully attuned, Naruto's senses stretched outward, locking onto the energy that had jolted him awake. Its potency was undeniable, a sharp, gnawing cold that bit at his senses. Almost like the air itself had become ice. What caught his attention most was the pool of energy he sensed, moving at impossible speeds, constantly flowing, yet somehow running near empty. Whoever carried that kind of power, Shadow hadn't been exaggerating. The warning made more sense now. Even for him, Naruto knew better than to underestimate it. The sensation alone made him tighten his control, his muscles coiling, chakra flaring along his spine. Even if Shadow was a perpetual buzzkill, the danger here wasn't something he could ignore. The cold, the speed, the sheer intensity of that energy, it demanded respect. And for the first time in a while, Naruto allowed himself to treat this with the seriousness it deserved. He ran through the grasslands, the wind whipping against his face, the tall blades of grass bending and snapping under his feet. Every step amplified the sense of urgency, every heartbeat echoed the connection he felt with that raw, malignant energy. Soon, the signs became unmistakable. A path of destruction wound through the fields, the remnants of death and decay left in the lich's wake. Grass scorched and blackened, small creatures frozen mid-motion, whispers of the void lingering in the air like smoke. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he absorbed it all. This wasn't just a chase anymore, it was a reckoning. The evidence confirmed what his instincts had already suggested, this energy. This being, had left a trail of devastation that could not be ignored. Even his chaotic, thrill-seeking self knew that speed, power, and destruction combined meant he had to stay sharp. Naruto adjusted his stance mid-run, chakra coiling more tightly around his limbs, his senses stretching even further, calculating distances, speeds, and potential angles. He could feel the energy pulsing, the movement of the lich ahead, and a grin cracked across his face. This was the kind of challenge that demanded every ounce of skill he had, and he relished it. The path of death ahead was clear now, a guide to where the lich had gone, each mark, each residue of power a breadcrumb leading him closer. And Naruto's decision solidified. He wouldn't just chase it recklessly, he would pursue with intent, precision, and, yes, a little fun. After all, even when careful, he always enjoyed a good fight. The grasslands shifted around him, the usual rolling green fading into something wrong. The grass grew pale, almost colorless, and the further he ran, the more lifeless the land became. No trees, no wildlife, nothing but silence and a scar carved into the earth, a bare path, stripped clean of life. The trail led forward in a straight, merciless line, and Naruto didn't need shadow whispering in his head to know it was guiding him directly to the source of that energy. He grinned and leaned into the run. His body cutting through the open field in smooth, effortless strides. But despite the confidence in his movements, his gut was tight. Whoever was leaving this path wasn't just moving, they were planning something. Naruto pushed faster, his intent was simple: catch up, find the energy, and deal with it. But just as the signature began to sharpen in his senses, he caught sight of two shapes ahead on the same path. He closed the gap in a heartbeat, flickering forward until he was running right alongside them. Finn and Jake. Both were wearing strange headgear Naruto didn't recognize, but that wasn't what caught his attention. No, what stood out was Finn himself, swallowed in a massive pink sweater. His right arm weighed down by a battered gauntlet of old gold and iron, with a glowing eye on the back of the hand piece. The thing was thick, heavy-plated, and etched with worn lines of runes that still faintly pulsed with power. It looked like a relic meant for one purpose: destruction. Naruto raised a brow. That's new. He ran in time, looking ahead where Finn and Jake were. It was a literal corpse in a cloak, that was what the energy came from. Weird, Naruto thought. Finn noticed first his fellow blonde first, nearly jumping mid-stride. Naruto, where'd you even come from? Jake craned his neck with a stretch, still running hard. Yeah man, you just popped in. What's your deal? None of them slowed down, that told Naruto more than words could, they were chasing the same thing he was. He kept his grin, matching their pace easily. I could ask you both the same thing. First I sent some weird energy, and now I find you two chasing it, so you're after this guy too? Finn's face hardened at the name. Yeah, he's the Lich, real bad dude. Beyond Iceberg Lake, that's his domain, his well of power is there, if he reaches it, he'll grow strong enough to wipe out all life in Oo. Naruto's tone stayed light, but his eyes narrowed ahead. Sounds grim, must be compensating for something. His grin twitched wider. And what's with the sweater? The gauntlet, and the funky headgear? Finn didn't break stride. The headgear, PB made them, the Lich can control minds, so these keep him out, and this gauntlet, he lifted the heavy thing briefly, the runes glinting as he did, this is what's gonna slay him. Jake chimed in with a smirk, and the big pink sweater, that's straight from PB too, personal gift, if you get it, Naruto. Naruto barked out a laugh. Really? You must be getting her favor, he joked, guess she wants her hero looking stylish while saving the world. Finn's ears reddened, but he ignored the jab, staring forward. So why are you here, Naruto? Jake added, yeah man, no offense, but saving the world junk doesn't really sound like your brand of fun. You usually only show up if something's interesting. Naruto didn't look at them, eyes fixed on the pale horizon, but his grin spread again. Oh, this is interesting, I felt that same energy near me when I woke up here a month ago. And when I woke up, suddenly sensing the same energy, it made me really interested, so now I'm gonna find out why exactly it was around me. The grin sharpened, turning feral, and once I figure out why the Lich woke me up, he bared his teeth, I'm gonna murk him. Neither Finn nor Jake questioned it further. They just exchanged a glance, then nodded. If Naruto was in, then so be it. The three ran together in silence, the land around them barer with every stride. But Naruto's thoughts churned beneath the grin plastered on his face. The Lich, a well of power, taking more energy. His energy was edging up near Naruto's own, but still, he wanted more. That, Naruto thought, was the concerning part. The blonde's thoughts cut short as Finn suddenly slammed into something up ahead. The kid tumbled, arms and legs flailing, before rolling across the pale grass tangled up with a blue-cloaked man. Naruto skidded to a stop, Jake stretching beside him to avoid colliding into the mess. He cocked his head. Sure enough, it was the same old guy they usually dealt with, Ice King, fumbling around, muttering about being clumsy while Finn shoved him off with a loud, "What the heck, man?" The kid didn't waste time either, he just pushed the old wizard out of the way and kept running down the dead path. Naruto and Jake followed without hesitation. Naruto let out a chuckle, calling over his shoulder, "Sorry Flake Beard, we got more important things to deal with right now." Ice King wasn't deterred, he flapped after them, his voice wobbling with some desperate plea. "Come on, just hear me out, I'm serious about Bubblegum, if you guys give me your blessing, I'm sure she'll marry me." Naruto blinked and tilted his head toward Finn and Jake. "What's this old fart yammering about?" Jake groaned. Today he got it in his head that if me and Finn gave him our blessing, PB would just, bam, fall head over heels for him. Finn gritted his teeth, he's totally bonkers. Naruto almost burst out laughing, the mental image of Bubblegum's reaction, her disgust, her scowl, her total science queen shutdown energy, it almost doubled him over. He covered his mouth instead, a strangled snicker slipping out. But Ice King wasn't done. He zipped ahead, cutting them off again, flaring his cloak wide. "I even wrote her name all over my arms and legs. Look!" He flung the cloak aside, revealing abnormally skinny limbs covered in scrawled pink letters. "Rank man," Finn shouted, shoving him aside again. "You're sick." Ice King fluttered backward but stayed close. Whining. Naruto eyed him, and the image clicked in his head, before he spoke out with a chuckle under his breath. "You know, you're like a mutt that buzzes." For once, Ice King didn't snap at the insult. Maybe annoyed, sure, but he waved it off. "I'm not talking to you, any time I DK you just insult me, I'm talking to Finn and Jake." Naruto grinned, rude. "Guys, it's not fair," Ice King whined louder. "She always hangs out with you too, and it's not like you want to marry her." That pushed Finn's patience over. He snatched a slab of rock from the ground with both hands, swung, and hurled it at Ice King. The thing zipped through the air at brutal speed. "Why are you following us?" Ice King yelped, flapping out of the way as the rock shattered behind him. "I already told you." They were about to run again, but the wizard beat them to it. He flung his hands wide, and cold slammed in around them. A hollowed-out wall of ice grew, caging them tight in a jagged dome. Ice King floated down inside, wagging his finger. "Just give me a chance, I'll even do a little dance for you." And then, he did. He shuffled, swung his arms offbeat, flailed his legs with no rhythm at all, not even close to a dance. At first, Naruto nearly keeled over with laughter, until it hit him how sad it actually looked. The grin on his face went flat, deadpan. "Man, this is just depressing." He flashed through a series of seals, stomped the ground, and black flames erupted. They ate at the ice greedily, the cage collapsing into wet steam in seconds. Naruto snorted, brushing his hands together. "Nice try, but we don't got time to babysit you right now." He dashed out of the ruins of the ice dome, Finn and Jake following hot on his heels. The path forward still stank of death and cold, pulling them closer to the lich. Behind them, Ice King froze in place, his face falling. "I tried to do this the right way," his voice cracked, low and trembling. Then his eyes narrowed, sharp with petulance. "But now you've forced me to do bad doings." Naruto didn't bother looking back. The grin was back on his face, but his focus had sharpened. First the stray puppy with an ice crown, now the real mutt waiting ahead. The lich was close. Naruto glanced sidelong at Finn and Jake as their feet pounded the dead path. The trail of rot stretched on ahead, heavier, sharper, like it was pulling them towards something inevitable. He clicked his tongue, then smirked. He barely could wait to fight this guy, that and the fact he felt that stopping before he got to that well thing was really the only option. And he could speed this up a bit, instead of trying to keep pace with Finn and Jake. You guys think maybe we should be a bit, I don't know, faster? Jake groaned before Finn could even answer. Aw man, don't start with that. Every time you grab us and speed boost ahead, my stomach feels like it's doing cartwheels. Not cool. Naruto chuckled, come on Stretchy, you'll live. Besides, we're not exactly chasing down a candy thief here, this thing's leaving a graveyard wherever it goes. Finn's eyes stayed locked forward, grip tightening on the gauntlet. He's right Jake, but if you can't handle it, how about instead Naruto holds him off, even just stall him, so that we can catch up and all finish it, that is, if he doesn't finish it himself first. The confidence in Finn's tone made Naruto bark out a laugh. Ha, you know me too well, kid, his grin lingered, sharp and wolfish. But his thoughts slipped darker. Hold him off, yeah, I can do that, beat him down, probably. But kill him? His jaw tightened faintly, that's iffy, and I don't like that, not when this guy's power's still climbing. He shook the thought off, letting his smile stretch wider as he leaned into his stride. Alright then, you two keep trucking, I'll play with the lich until you show up, sound good? Finn nodded once, firm, we'll be right behind you. Jake muttered, man, this is still gonna make me hurl. Naruto flashed them both a feral grin, that's the spirit. And with a sudden crack of speed, his form blurred and vanished up the path. He reappeared ahead, right in front of the energy source. Peekaboo corpsey. The word slipped out cocky, but Naruto's stomach turned. The thing floating ahead was even worse up close, skin stretched, rotted, something dead that refused to stay that way. Its green cloak draped like mold, heavy and wrong. The lich didn't even twitch at his arrival. Didn't matter, Naruto didn't wait. He launched up, twisting mid-air. An axe kick came down like a guillotine, meant to drive the monster into the ground. His leg passed straight through. He twisted, redirecting instantly, an angled slash at its skull, air. Momentum carried him into a wheel spin, foot arcing for the ribs, nothing but ghost. Naruto landed hard, dust skidding out. Split seconds, near my top speed, and still not a damn hit. So, this wasn't just raw energy. This was something else, magic, or whatever. It made him itch, fine, two could play. He ran through seals, chest swelling, his lips parted and 3 white-hot projectiles roared out, sandstorm bullets, sand and wind fused into shrieking pellets of destruction. The lich finally turned, his bony hand raised, wreathed in green flame. All 3 bullets shattered against it, sparks hissing into the pale air. He hovered at the edge of the lake, his voice leaking out dry and hollow. Burst. The word hit Naruto's spine like ice water. His chest clenched, and then agony detonated. He looked down. Well, shit. Half of him was gone, his stomach, his ribs, his left side, all ripped apart from the inside by imploding green fire. His arm evaporated into nothing. Pain screamed in every nerve. This wasn't normal pain. Normally he could shrug it off, grit through it, let his regeneration take the wheel. But these green embers stuck, crawling along the wound, burning hotter the more he tried to heal. His chakra sputtered against it. Every flicker of his cells knitting back together only made the fire bite deeper. He collapsed, vision shaking. The lich was already drifting away, as if Naruto had been reduced to background noise. And then, memory not his own. The world bled into darkness. He saw resin, black and suffocating, a prison binding the corpse king. Inside, a single thought burned. Power leaking outward, razor thin, forced into one purpose. The lich stretched it, focused it, until it found something. Found him. Naruto's own body, sleeping, dormant. The lich whispered without lips, planting a brand of himself into Naruto's core. Enough to wake him days later, enough to sit, to fester, to grow, not control, yet. But a countdown. The memory bled away, Naruto blinked back to himself, heart thundering. So that's it. That same shard of the lich's energy had been inside him since day one. Growing with him, and the explosion, that wasn't just to maim him. It was the trigger, the activation. The reason he could even see these memories was simple. The Lich thought he'd already won. Naruto grit his teeth, forcing himself upright. His torso had only barely started to grow back, skin knitting slow and uneven. His left arm? Still gone. His cloak shredded, seal sparking faintly but refusing to reset until he was whole again. And worse, he could feel it, that energy fighting him inside. His speed slowed. His strength cut. His chakra bleeding out, half of it warped, being forced to feed the infection. This wasn't just an injury, it was a parasite, a leash. Naruto spat blood and green sparks. This is a bitch and a half. Not only did the Lich blow him up. Now he wanted to control him. And that didn't make Naruto scared. Didn't make him despair. It just pissed him off. Naruto's vision sharpened, his red eyes flashing with raw anger, but he forced himself still. Every instinct screamed to chase that corpse-looking freak down, tear him apart piece by piece. But running in with half a body, barely stitched together, would be beyond stupid. He clenched his teeth, letting his fury simmer while the missing parts of him slowly knitted back. The healing was crawling along, his left arm a ghost of itself, faint outlines of muscle and bone glimmering before they hardened. He had to wait. By the time Finn and Jake finally caught up, the worst of the fire still gnawed at his insides. Jake stretched to steady him while Finn skidded to a halt, eyes wide as he took in Naruto's state. "What the heck happened?" Finn asked, nearly stumbling closer, his sword hand twitching. Naruto dragged himself upright, brushing soot off what was left of his cloak. His voice came out clipped, sharp. "Lich had an ace, slipped it past me, won't happen again." The sight of his half-regrown arm pulled Finn's eyes downward, his face tightening. The kid's grip on his gauntlet wavered, his determination faltering just a hair. Naruto noticed and snorted through the pain. "Don't get distracted," he said firmly, rolling his shoulders as his arm crackled with slow regeneration. "He got me once." "Yeah, but I don't see him pulling the same stunt twice, I'll make sure of that." He tilted his chin toward Finn, his grin ghosting back. "And besides, you got that gauntlet, don't you?" That earned him a smirk from Finn, fire lighting back up in his eyes. The gauntlet shimmered faintly, almost like it was agreeing with him. It didn't take long for the three of them to spot their quarry. The Lich floated further ahead, crossing the lake with a sickening ease, the dark waters rippling beneath him. Jake stretched himself into a long, low boat with practiced ease, Finn hopping in without hesitation. Naruto's sandals slapped the water as he surged forward, his reflection warped in the ripples. Cloak still smoking in jagged burns. Not even a handful of seconds passed before Finn leaned into the gauntlet, green-gold energy exploding out from it, propelling him like a rocket. Naruto blinked, wide-eyed, as Finn shot past him. "Well, that's new," he muttered, pushing harder, until he had to leap mid-run and land on Jake's stretched form before Finn left him behind completely. They were closing in. Naruto crouched low on the boat, the wind biting at his face, and said low but certain, "Let's make this one count, no second tries, first strike is the last." He slammed his palm outward, chakra roaring into life. A Rasengan spun black in his hand, darker than ink, its edges flickering unnaturally with faint hints of green, an echo of what had been forced into his body. Neither Finn nor Jake caught it. Good. Beside him, Finn leveled the gauntlet forward, its eye flaring open, glowing hot as it built to something massive. The lake's surface hissed as the energy condensed. And then, the Ice King flew down in a jagged burst of frost right in front of them, blocking their line. Chains of frozen ice around the pink girl in his arms. Princess Bubblegum, bound tight, her lips pressed thin as she struggled in the wizard's arms. Naruto's chakra faltered, his Rasengan shriveling into sparks before fading entirely. Finn, less restrained, let out a startled yell, firing the gauntlet downward in reflex. The blast backfired, launching all of them up into the air before Jake twisted himself desperately to catch their landing. They crashed onto the far side of the lake, a heavy thud shaking Naruto's bones. He groaned, dragging himself to a sit, ribs aching against his half-healed torso. Really starting to hate this day, he growled, clutching his side. His glare snapped to Ice King. And you're the cherry on top. Finn's reaction wasn't far behind, his voice cracking with fury. Let her go, Ice King. But instead of his usual nonsense, Ice King's eyes were wild, his tone jagged, bitter. You did this, all of this, don't you get it? I wouldn't have touched her if you hadn't pushed me. If you hadn't, what are you talking about? Bubblegum snapped through gritted teeth, cutting him off, her breath fogging in the ice chains. She then turned to the three. Don't waste time on him, get up, if the lich reaches his well, it's over. Naruto froze for half a beat, the well, his stomach turned. Before they could scramble back to their feet, a sound tore across the land behind them. The shockwave rippled the lake, vibrating through Naruto's bones. He whipped his head around, eyes widening as the horizon bled green. A towering mushroom cloud spiraled upward, grotesque and luminous, its edges shaped not like smoke but writhing, screaming souls rising into the sky. The whales hit next, low at first, then swelling, an ocean of death crying out in unison. The sound rattled his teeth, scraping at the edges of his skull. And for a second, even his healing stuttered. His lips curled back, breath shallow. Shit. The word barely left him before the full weight of what just happened pressed down. He could feel it, the lich had fed. And for the first time since waking up in this candy-coated world, Naruto felt something he hated admitting even to himself. He wasn't sure if they'd actually make it in time. The trio ran, boots and paws pounding the cracked ground, leaving the open grasslands behind. Ahead, the ruins of a city came into view, jagged skyscrapers and broken towers half swallowed by time and neglect. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he took it in, a sharp tug of recognition in his gut. Not as old as him, he had been asleep through 20,000 years, but old enough. Enough that the collapsed streets and shattered glass reflected the echoes of cities he had once wandered. Looks like this place has been dead for a while, Jake muttered, voice low as he weaved around toppled concrete. Dead enough to make me nostalgic, Naruto muttered under his breath, running alongside, one hand brushing the ruined walls for balance. His cloak flared in the wind, singed edges trailing smoke. He remembered, clearly, the cities he'd walked before his long sleep. Their echoes were buried here, twisted and rotten. They found the subway entrance, the source of the green energy explosion. Smoke curled upward, sickly and green, reeking faintly of ozone and rot. The stairwell gaped like a wound, splintered and jagged. Down they went. Inside, the subway was a graveyard of destruction. Half-collapsed tunnels, walls crawling with overgrown vines, floors littered with bones, charred remnants of long-dead citizens. The putrid silence pressed on Naruto's chest. And then the dead stirred. Rattling skeletons dragged themselves from the floors, their joints creaking like old doors. The green energy thrummed in the air, pulling them into unholy cohesion. I don't have time for this, Naruto whispered sharply, crouching, his red eyes narrowing. Finn, right beside him, shouted. Exasperated. I really don't have time for this, he thrust his gauntlet forward, the eye flaring to life. Naruto's fingers flew through rapid hand signs, crackling red lightning arcing from his palms. Plasma release, his voice was sharp, the sound echoing off the tunnels. Bolts of raw, deadly energy struck skeletons squarely, disintegrating bone into sparks. Finn's gauntlet fired several concentrated beams of bright energy, having the wave of skeletons. Naruto's lightning streaked through the rest, each strike burning hotter than natural lightning, each one melting bone and arcane binding alike. But then, grabbed from behind. Naruto twisted mid-air, redirecting his attack into the nearest walls as Jake shifted around Finn to catch the fire and debris. Finn's backpack was ripped off in the chaos. Leave it, he yelled, still moving. Jake melted into shape, a living sling and satchel, keeping Finn supplied as they pushed forward. A massive skeleton loomed, twice the height of a man, green embers pulsing along its ribcage. Finn aimed his blast downward, Naruto's plasma cut streaks in tandem. The combined strike shattered bone, creating a pit beneath them. Gravity pulled them into the yawning gap, the wind roaring in their ears as they fell. Naruto landed hard on the opposite edge of the pit, muscles tensing to absorb the shock. His eyes immediately locked on the lich below, hovering over a faintly glowing green pool, hands drawing energy from it. The well's light cast eerie shadows across his corpse-like features. His green cloak flared with unnatural energy, and the air around him warped as he absorbed more from the well. Weird, Jake whispered. Naruto didn't reply, there was no time for talk now. They dropped fully into the lower tunnel, Finn flew in with Jake becoming like a glider. He raised his gauntlet, ready to strike. I will smite you, in the name of bubblegum, Finn shouted. Naruto moved in right after, hand signs flicking faster than the eye could track, red lightning needles slashing from his fingers in a deadly spray toward the lich. But the lich reacted with horrifying speed, one hand shot out, grabbing Finn's gauntlet arm just as it glowed. Then a green blast erupted uncontrollably, fire raining down in a shockwave that threw both Finn and Jake away. They slammed into the walls, sliding across broken tiles, scrambling to regain their footing. Naruto's heart lurched as he was grabbed as well. Shit. Then he was thrown. He landed opposite the pool, cloak tattered, one arm fully regrown but still tender. The lich's green flames licked his form, swirling around like living knives. He didn't speak, he didn't waste words. Just pure, instinctual motion. Naruto ducked, hand signs chaining seamlessly, gray wood rising under his palm, creating a wall to absorb the largest blast. Sparks hissed, smoke curling. Red lightning fired back at the lich, who dodged each strike, forced to retreat incrementally. Back and forth, the battle boiled, until a gnawing tightness pressed in Naruto's chest. His chakra. He froze mid-jab, feeling it spike inside him. The lich's implanted energy reacted again, having refueled itself with Naruto's chakra, pouring into him with each jutsu he launched. Shit. Every strike he made, every motion he took, fed it. He could feel it crawling through his veins, threading itself with his chakra, shaping him, weighing him down. His attacks slowed just slightly, a hair too late for him to adjust. Then, like a switch flipping, his body locked. Eyes once red, now a sickly green. His muscles frozen in the middle of his last thrown needle, standing like a statue, lightning fizzing faintly from his fingertips, fading slowly as the control took over. Silence fell, the lich's aura humming in triumph, and Naruto's mind screamed from inside, I'm stuck, completely stuck. Even in this moment, part of him throbbed with chaos, claws of instinct and fury scratching at the cage the lich had built in him. But externally, frozen, green-eyed, silent. He knew without moving, the energy had fully merged. Any further strikes now would only feed it. A low growl built in the back of his throat. Powerless but simmering. This isn't over, I'll claw my way out. But part of him, still felt stuck. Finn stared at his burned fist, the gauntlet gone, reduced to charred slag. He cursed under his breath, disbelief etched across his face. He looked towards Naruto, his body still frozen. Naruto, he shouted. No response. Keep fighting, he yelled again, voice raw with urgency. Still silence. Pain radiated through Naruto's chest, stomach, and side. Green embers of the lich's energy had infiltrated his black chakra, suppressing it, forcing him to stay frozen. He ground his teeth, heart pounding. Force yourself out, he thought, over and over, desperation clawing at him. But nothing worked. His body refused, he was trapped. And then came the whispers, soft, insidious, curling like smoke into his ears. Suggestions. Commands, festering thoughts, the lich. At first, Naruto's mind screamed back, fight it, resist. But the shouts faded under the steady, gnawing pressure of the lich's influence. His body began moving on its own, he wasn't in control. Kill them. His limbs obeyed, step by step, toward Finn and Jake. Wait, no. They were still standing, the initial strike from the lich had done more than Naruto anticipated, but they were alive. Another step. Naruto, Finn's voice quivered, questioning. Damn it, stop moving. Step. Stop it. Step. I said stop. Naruto could do nothing but scream inside his own head. Don't you fucking dare, you bastard. Step, another. I'll rip out your fucking throat. The final step, his hand closed around Finn's neck. Finn lurched in pain, trying to pry the grip away, eyes wide, forcing Naruto to stare into his dark green eyes. No more. The whispers screamed louder, but his own thoughts, his will, screamed back harder. The pain, the horror of almost killing his friends, the shame, and the fear all collided inside him. His body froze, fingers tightening for a fraction of a second longer, but then everything snapped. He saw the pain in Finn's eyes, Jake's desperation, the smug, cruel grin of the Lich. A moment he never wanted to witness. But it broke something loose inside him, a dam of fury and raw emotion. Why do you still resist, immortal? The Lich hissed through the whispers. I could use you, and you wouldn't even realize. I could cut your senses away right now and kill you afterward. No more, Naruto finally roared over the whispers of his mind. His eyes flashed red again, burning with pure, animalistic anger. Black chakra erupted from him in thick, living waves. I'm done with your shit, he snarled. You die here, you bastard. He crouched low, his body coiled like a predator. His left arm surged back into place with a burst of energy. You hear that? Fuck you. Chakra whipped around him like a storm, long blonde hair flaring, face twisting into a sharp, predatory grin. His whisker marks deepened, nails lengthened into lethal claws. The transformation completed, his eyes faded to void, no pupils, just pure, dark nothingness. Black chakra formed a cloak around him, writhing, taking shape into a single-tailed fox. The very ground cracked under the pressure of its power. Damn you, bastard, he growled, teeth bared, claws digging into the cracked earth. Finn and Jake stood frozen, awe and fear painted across their faces. But inside, Naruto grinned, ear to ear. He had nearly been forced to kill his friends. Nearly, but now he had control again. The bitter, toxic taste of being manipulated and nearly broken had turned into fuel. He was going to tear the Lich apart. Finn and Jake could only stare. The ground beneath Naruto split and cracked just from him crouching there, jagged fissures spiderwebbing outward as black chakra hissed against the stone. Dust lifted in thin plumes. The cavern trembled like the earth itself wanted to retreat from him. The air grew heavy, suffocating, charged with malice and raw power. Every breath burned like smoke in their lungs, every step closer to him was like wading through water. Jake's ears drooped low, body tightening around Finn instinctively. Dude, I think our buddy just leveled up. Finn's eyes stayed locked on Naruto, wide and unblinking. The sweater clung to his chest as though bracing him, and all he could whisper was, Naruto. But Naruto didn't hear. With a low snarl, he exploded forward, the air cracked, the stone cratered, and in a single instant he was on the Lich, claws raised. His fist smashed across the skull's jaw, sending the corpse staggering back, no phasing, no slipping through, a hit. Naruto roared, teeth bared, and the sound was half man, half beast, not so untouchable now, huh? Black chakra surged and solidified, clawed hands the size of boulders erupting from the cloak. They lashed out like predators, seizing the Lich by his rotting cloak and yanking him forward. Naruto's knee crashed into his chest, claws slashing across his ribs in a blur. The Lich reeled, bones cracking, green fire flaring violently to repel the onslaught. He thrust both hands forward, releasing a torrent of emerald flame. Naruto braced, cloak writhing, then bit into the fire with a chakra-formed fox head, devouring the inferno before spitting the embers back in the Lich's face. The corpse hissed and raised a forest of bone spears from the ground. They lunged upward, snapping together to impale. Naruto snarled, crouched, then leapt through them, shredding the spikes apart with hooked claws. He landed on the Lich's back in midair, hands slamming down, and chakra-formed limbs erupted from his cloak. pinning the corpse outstretched like prey beneath a predator's paws. Naruto hammered fists into his skull, each blow shaking the cavern, each strike louder, heavier. Break, damn, you, break, apart. The lich wrenched free, body flickering with flame, his skeletal arms snapping forward to smash Naruto across the cavern. Naruto rolled, cracked stone underfoot, and crouched low again, grinning savagely, lips curled back, void eyes gleaming. Good, Naruto growled, voice layered with an animalistic rumble. Fight L back, makes it fun. He lunged again, cloak shaping into a massive fox claw that slammed down to crush the lich. The corpse twisted aside, but not fast enough, its arm was torn free, spinning across the cavern before regrowing in green fire. Naruto's laugh echoed, unhinged, carried by the void, "You're not slipping away this time." The two collided in a storm, green flame against black chakra, claws against bones, predator against predator. Each strike cracked stone, shattered tunnels, sent shockwaves through the cavern. For every blow the lich blocked, another slammed into him. For every attack he threw, Naruto ripped through it with wild strength. But then, the ground shifted. Dozens of skeletal arms erupted behind Naruto, wrapping around him, pulling him down. He ripped through one, then another, but they multiplied faster, clamping on tight, dragging him into their cage. Naruto snarled, cloak lashing violently, but his movement slowed as the lich raised both hands. Green fire swelled, brighter than before, coiling into an inferno. Naruto's void eyes narrowed, shit. The flames descended. For a second, Naruto thought he was done, pinned, cooked alive. He grit his teeth, refusing to close his eyes, rage still boiling as he braced for the pain. But then, the fire split. It curved, bent, washed around him without burning. Naruto blinked, stunned, as smoke and heat whipped past. When the flames cleared, he saw Finn standing there, arms out, sweater stretched tight across his chest, glowing faintly, shielding him. Jake gawked, "Dude, you just tanked that, your sweater just ate it." Naruto, still snarling under his breath, stared hard at the boy. "What the hell was that, Finn?" Finn looked down at the smoking fabric, wide-eyed, breathing fast. I don't know." But the sweater pulsed, faintly alive, faintly powerful. Finn tugged on the edges of his sweater, breathing hard, still staring at the faint glow that pulsed through the fabric. His voice shook at first, but steadied as he spoke. "I think, this is it, the ultimate weapon against evil." Naruto arched a brow, the black cloak hissing faintly around him as he turned his head. "The what now?" "The power of LL liking somewhat a whole lot." Finn responded with stars in his eyes. Naruto just stared at him, deadpan, his red eyes narrowed. "Are you serious?" Jake nodded, earnest as ever. Naruto groaned, dragging a clawed hand down his face. "Okay, listen. Don't ever say that again. I really hate that power of love and friendship garbage. Makes my skin crawl." Jake blinked, "Even if it works?" Naruto sighed, glancing back toward the distant silhouette of the lich as the corpse drifted slowly over the well. "Even if it works. Doesn't mean I have to like it." A pause fell over them, the ground still quaked faintly, and the air smelled of smoke and char. Naruto's chakra cloak snapped and hissed, but his mind was moving fast. "Still, if that thing can deflect his cursed energy the way my chakra can damage him, then maybe together we can finish this." Naruto tore his gaze from the lich, grabbed Finn by the shoulders, and yanked the sweater off in one swift motion. He shoved it back into the boy's hands. Naruto, what are you?" Finn sputtered. Jake tilted his head. "Yeah, dude, what gives?" Naruto's eyes burned as he straightened. "I'm done playing this back-and-forth game. It ends now. We've got two things that can actually hurt him, my chakra and your sweater. We put them together, there's no way he walks away." Finn's lips pressed tight, he looked down at the sweater, then back at Naruto. After a heartbeat, he nodded, gripping the fabric like a sword. "All right," he said quietly. Naruto bared his teeth in a grin, Jake, launch us. Jake blinked, then snapped to attention, got it. His body stretched and coiled like a giant slingshot. Naruto crouched low in the sling, Finn climbing up beside him with the sweater wrapped tight around his arms. Jake drew them back, muscles straining, ready? Send us, Naruto growled. With a snap, Jake released them. They shot forward, Finn rising high, Naruto staying low. The Lich's empty eye sockets locked instantly on Naruto, reading his killing intent, ignoring the boy above. Come then, the corpse rasped. Naruto hit first. His cloak surged into a clawed construct that slashed low, cutting clean through the Lich's legs. Bone shattered, withered flesh tearing, and the corpse let out a sudden grunt as it lost balance. That's when Finn struck. The boy landed hard on the Lich's crown, shoving the glowing sweater into one of its empty sockets, pulling it across, threading it through the other. The Lich started to laugh, low and rattling, until Finn yanked both ends and ripped. The sweater tore across bone, the Lich's skull cracked, split, and then burst apart in a shriek that cut short, silenced mid-laugh. For a moment, all was still. Naruto landed hard on the far side of the well, cloak lashing wildly before flickering. Finn dropped beside him, panting, sweater still in his hands. The two stood in silence, staring at the empty husk collapsing toward the ground. Naruto's cloak shrank, fading, red eyes dimming back to blue. The charred rips in his orange jacket slowly mended as his natural chakra flow returned. Why you did it? Naruto's head snapped up, Princess Bubblegum's voice rang out from above. She was still bound in chains of ice, clutched tightly in Ice King's arms. Naruto clenched his jaw, of course, watching the whole damn time. His eye twitched in irritation. Ice King waved his free hand, like he'd been a part of it all along. Yup, guess we did do it, huh, teamwork, baby. Naruto glared. But the wizard went on, all smiles. You know what, princess, this whole mess has taught me something, I don't want to capture you anymore, you're free. With a dramatic snap, the ice chains shattered into glittering shards. And just as quickly, he let her go. Unfortunately, they were hovering directly above the Lich's well of power. Everyone froze as Bubblegum dropped, her scream echoing. Ice King gasped, covering his mouth. Whoops, I've got the dropsies. Silence. Finn's mouth hung open, sweater slack in his hands. Jake's jaw dropped to the floor. Even Naruto just stared for a moment, stunned. Then his fists clenched, unbelievable. Without another word, he sprinted forward and leapt headfirst into the well after her, cloak flaring back to life as he dove into the darkness. The instant Naruto dove into the well, it felt like the world had been ripped away. The air vanished. His skin burned. The dark green waters weren't water at all, but liquid malice, thick and choking, pressing down against his cloak. The deeper he went, the more it pushed, crushing him, like 1,000 claws trying to peel his chakra away. His cloak hissed and cracked, strands of black flaring against the sickly green currents. Every second inside felt longer than it should, like time had twisted, stretching, pulling him apart. His breath turned ragged. This isn't just power. It's memory. It's hunger. It wants to dig inside me. And then, without warning, it did. The dark liquid wrapped around his eyes, pulling him down. He blinked, and he was standing again, but not here, a battlefield. Blood soaked into the soil, bodies lying still all around him. The stink of ash and steel filled his nose. And in front of him, Sasuke. Naruto looked down, and his heart seized. His own hand was buried through Sasuke's chest, glowing white with a strange, unfamiliar cloak, slick with blood. Sasuke's head was bowed, hair shadowing his eyes. Naruto's throat tightened. Why'd you start all this? Why couldn't you just leave me, and the tailed beasts, alone? The silence was unbearable, all around them, the battlefield whispered with death, their friends and foes alike gone, the war's end written in corpses. But Sasuke said nothing, not a word. The weight of it crushed Naruto worse than the well ever could. His teeth ground together, his body shaking. He needed, an answer. But none came. The memory bled away in silence, dissolving into the dark. And then, her bubblegum. Her pink body drifting in the well's depths, the liquid fire gnawing her away like acid. Naruto's eyes widened. Shit. He lunged forward, cloak blazing to life in a desperate burst, and caught her before she sank further. Her body was limp in his arms. Warm and soft but dangerously fragile, melting at the edges like wax under flame. No, 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 don't you dare, he hissed, wrapping her close as he forced his chakra to flare outward, clawing against the pressure of the well. The black fox cloak spread wide, dragging him upward like wings, fighting against the liquid that tried to pull him deeper. With a roar, he broke the surface, air slamming into his lungs, cloak dripping with green fire. He landed hard on the stone beside the well, PB still in his arms. He glanced down, and his stomach dropped. Her skin was slick, melting, her form unstable. Shit shit shit. His teeth clenched as panic flooded his chest. What are we gonna do? He looked up at Finn and Jake, his eyes wild. Because one of his friends, one of the few he'd let himself trust in this new world, might be dying right there in his arms. Time skip, the Candy Kingdom hospital was brighter than anything Naruto was used to. White walls gleamed under spotless glass lamps, every surface polished so clean it almost hurt his eyes. The air buzzed with the squeak of shoes on wax tile, the faint crackle of intercoms, the clatter of trays and medical carts being wheeled through the wide hallways. It smelled sweet, like sugar and syrup, but beneath that, sterile. Controlled. The double doors to the hospital burst open with a slam, and Dr. Ice Cream came rushing in, pushing a stretcher at full tilt. Nurse Pound Cake was right at his side, calling out instructions that Naruto barely caught. On the stretcher was Princess Bubblegum, her dark, melted form clinging limply to the sheets. She didn't look like royalty anymore. She barely looked like a person. Finn, Jake, and Naruto walked tight alongside the stretcher, each of them unscathed but carrying their own tension. Finn's backpack was gone. Jake was unusually quiet. And Naruto, though outwardly calm, felt hollow. His smirk, the one he usually wore like a badge, was gone. Behind them trailed the worried crowd, Raggedy Princess, Hot Dog Princess, Breakfast Princess, a dozen others. Candy citizens packed the hallways. Whispering, fretting. Even Ice King hovered among them, wringing his hands, his nervous blue face pale under his crown. "What's her status, Dr. Ice Cream?" Nurse Pound Cake barked. The doctor frowned, adjusting his cone-shaped hat. 90% of her is crazy ugly, the other 10% of her is crazy nasty. Naruto stared. That didn't sound like a diagnosis. He didn't even have the will to laugh. "Will she make it, doctor?" "I don't know, Nurse Pound Cake." Naruto's gut twisted at that. They barreled through more doors until they reached the main room, where the stretcher locked into place. Dr. Ice Cream and Nurse Pound Cake leapt into action. "We need to stabilize her," the doctor shouted. "Put sugar on her 2 scopes, grab the store's bubblegum flavoring and feed it to her, again." Naruto stood back, watching the chaos with unease. Sugar, flavoring, none of this sounded like it would help, but he wasn't in a place to argue. These weren't his people, all he could do was hope. Then the monitor flatlined. "We're losing her," Dr. Ice Cream yelled. Naruto's heart lurched. But before he could process it, Ice King shoved forward, hands shaking. "No! Not my number one," he cried. "Princess, if you die on me, I'll never forgive you, I'll be lost in my own emotional." His rambling cut short when Finn leapt at him with a yell, socking him square in the face. Ice King hit the ground hard, groaning. Jake quickly grabbed Finn, pulling him back. But Naruto was right there with him, hand already charged with a spiraling Rasengan. His eyes burned crimson as he glared at Ice King's crumpled form. It was his fault, Bubblegum wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for him. Naruto tightened his grip, ready to strike. But before he could take a step, "Wait," Dr. Ice Cream called out. The beeping resumed, the flat line turned into steady chirps. Everyone froze, watching as Princess Bubblegum's melted gum began to clump and smooth, her form shifting back to normal. She was paler than usual, frail, but whole again. Cheers erupted, citizens wept. Princesses hugged each other. Relief rippled through the room like a wave. Naruto let the Rasengan fizzle out of his palm, shoulders loosening. He exhaled slow, the weight pressing off his chest. Then Bubblegum's voice came, dry, raspy. "I'm fine, I only need rest." Naruto frowned. She didn't sound fine. Not even close. "You sure about that?" he asked, trying to mask his concern with a half-tease. "You don't look so good, Bubble Butt." But she never got to answer. "Is she okay?" Ice King blurted out, staggering to his feet. "I can't see through these pain tears. She's not weird or anything, is she?" Dr. Ice Cream blinked. "She's fine, but why are you asking me that?" Ice King shook his head, "Because when we pulled her up, I saw something weird, something I still don't understand." Two sharp thuds cut him off. Finn's newly fixed rose sword embedded itself in the floor inches from Ice King's toes. Right beside it, one of Naruto's gray wooden tendrils slammed down, splintering the tile. "Wait, listen to me," Ice King yelped, "hands up." "No way," Finn snapped. "Shut it, old man," Naruto growled, eyes blazing red. He couldn't deny it, some of this fury wasn't just for Ice King. It was for himself too. "Old man," Ice King balked. "I'm not old." Jake sighed. "Yeah, dude. You are." The whole room murmured in agreement. Ice King looked around. Muttering, "Guess it makes sense now." He shuffled to the nearest window, blasting it open with ice. "I'll leave now. I'm sorry if my old skin weirds you out, princess. No one wants to see this old skin. No one in the world." His words hung heavy, tinged with a sadness Naruto hadn't expected. "Just get out of here," Finn shouted. And Ice King did, flying out the window and vanishing into the night. The room quieted, everyone turned back to Princess Bubblegum, relieved but still shaken. Naruto, though, he couldn't shake the way she looked, sickly, weak, fragile in a way she'd never seemed before. The guilt pressed heavier on his chest. He sighed, then turned to Finn and Jake. "I'm gonna head out." Finn blinked, "Now, but we'll need help watching her." "Yeah," Jake added, frowning. "You sure?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I'll be back in an hour, if not, check the main park." Finn studied him a moment longer, still uncertain, but finally nodded, "All right." Naruto didn't wait, he leapt toward another window, shattering it as he vaulted through. Glass rained down as he disappeared into the Candy Kingdom night, leaving the cheers, the relief, and the guilt behind. Jake watched Naruto disappear out the broken window, the night swallowing him whole. The slam of the frame still echoed in his ears. The guy hadn't even hesitated, just jumped. Jake frowned, stretching his neck a little to peer at the empty window. "Man," he muttered under his breath. "I guess even Mr. Grins has nights where he can't fake it." "Sorry about that, Peebles," Finn said, turning back toward the princess, his voice low but tense. Jake blinked at her, still unsure how to process everything. The energy in the room was heavy, worried, and a little chaotic, and Jake couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Man, this is all a mess," he thought, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on him even as he tried to stay calm. Suddenly, a flurry of movement caught his attention. Finn, the other princesses and I made you a new backpack." Raggedy Princess to the blonde, Finn's backpack perched on her glass shard crown like some sort of crown jewel. Jake watched, half amused. "Whoa, Raggedy Princess, it's so awesome, thank you," Finn said. "You're welcome, Finn," Raggedy Princess giggled, then darted off to help with the princess. Jake's attention snapped back as he saw her eyes flicker beneath the eyelids of Princess Bubblegum. He shook his head slightly. You look like sick, gray meat, he muttered, the words out before he could stop himself, but we're gonna jack you up so awesome. Finn gave him a look that mixed horror and exasperation, but Jake leaned back against the stretcher, shrugging. Honestly, it's the truth. She's a mess right now. We should wheel her to her bedroom, right? Finn asked, looking at Jake. Yeah, man, Jake said, adjusting the straps of the stretcher. Then we'll do magic tricks. Finn grinned. Like fake magic? Jake waved a hand vaguely, his voice trailing off. Yeah, like, wow, it was under the hat the whole time. Finn just laughed. They moved carefully through the corridors of the hospital, wheels clicking softly against the polished floors. Jake's eyes darted around, taking in the clean, sterile lights above, the faint hum of the monitors, and the concerned expressions of the candy citizens trailing behind them. Breakfast Princess, Hot Dog Princess, and several others followed, whispering anxiously. When they arrived in Bubblegum's room, it was almost surreal. The space was quiet, the bed grand and ornate, and Jake could feel a strange weight lift off his shoulders as they laid her down. Then, Finn and Jake worked quickly, placing flowers from every corner of the Candy Kingdom across the room. Half the wall was lined with blossoms, petals brushing softly against the curtains, their colors bright and alive. Jake couldn't help but watch, a strange mix of relief and awe washing over him. He felt like they were holding on to a fragile hope, and even amidst the chaos, it felt peaceful. After a few minutes, a lot had settled down. Most of the princess left the kingdom entirely, leaving Finn and Jake to watch over the princess. Jake leaned against the edge of the bed, tail flicking, and Finn was close beside him, both ready to surprise PB when she woke up. Princess. Princess, they started, calling her awake together. Surprise, Finn and Jake called once her eyes had opened. Finn grinned, stepping up. Yeah. We picked every flower in the Candy Kingdom just for you. He glanced at the walls, noticing how petals stacked halfway up like a weird, colorful avalanche. Whoa. That's a lot of flowers. That's kind of awesome though, hoo-oh-oh, Jake cheered, bouncing slightly on his toes. PB didn't respond. Finn tilted his head. Princess Bubblegum? Then she made it, ugh, a guttural noise and her body bent in this really freaky way. Jake's ears twitched. And he instinctively ducked behind Finn. Oh geez, what's happening with her? Finn grabbed him and whispered, keeping his voice low. Quiet dude, we're supposed to take care of her, not make her feel bad. Jake blinked, trying to process it all. His brother was right, he should at least try, but still. Jake gave a slow nod to Finn. I dunno, man, she's just kind of weird right now. She's just messed up from the accident, man. We just have to take care of her, till she feels better, Finn said firmly. Okay dude, Jake muttered, tail twitching nervously. Then, snap, the bed was empty. Jake's eyes widened. Whoa, wait, where'd she go? Scraping noises came from the bathroom. Jake's stomach knotted. Oh man, don't tell me she's crawling around everywhere. He shuffled forward cautiously, eyes darting. When they stepped inside, there she was, dragging herself across the tiles, hands scraping, moving with this weird intensity. Jake swallowed hard. Princess, no, you shouldn't be out of bed, Finn shouted, swooping in and gently picking her up. She slumped into him, weak but twitching slightly. They walked back to the main bedroom, then set the princess back on the bed, Jake only following cautiously. There you go, Finn said, smiling just a bit, then it faded. Jake, you mind leaving me and the princess alone? I got to tell her something. Jake paused, tail curling nervously. On the first hand, Jake was still a bit nervous with how Bubblegum was winging out, and wanted to stay to protect his bro. On the other hand, he was starting to get scared, and needed a moment to breath. He made a quick decision. I gotcha, I'll go get some tea, he said, weaving through the piles of flowers without knocking any over. He headed to the side kitchen, the air smelling like sugar and petals and slightly weird hospital-wise stuff. He brewed the tea quickly, steam curling lazily, trying to calm his nerves. Then back to the room, carefully stepping over flowers. The soft clinking of the cup in his hand sounded way too loud. He reassured himself nothing weird was happening as he made his way back. Hopefully. When he returned, Jake exhaled, tail giving a small wag. Jake padded into the room behind Finn, trying to hold the tray with the tea steady. Peppermint Butler came in not long after, about to ask for something, but the second he saw PB talking to Finn, his jaw dropped, and he hissed like a cat, tail puffed up. The cup nearly slipped from his hands when the mint rushed past him. Whoa, ya something weird's going on. Jake froze for a second, eyes locked on where Pep but left, but then Jake dealt a tap on his shoulder. Jake, Finn called, snapping him back, only to get a response with a jump and scream. But once he landed, Jake turned to his brother. I'm gonna get some stuff for the princess. Be right back, Jake said, voice trying to sound casual but failing completely. His mind was racing. Stuff, right, stuff that hopefully doesn't make her explode or anything. Jake gave a small, unsure nod, then made a worried noise under his breath, tail twitching. Then Finn left, shutting the door. Jake glanced back at PB, noticing the way she was breathing, slow, deep, almost unnatural. Jake took a deep breath and tried to sound cheerful. Hey, princess, sorry you're not feeling good, oh, I'll sing you a song. Yeah, you love it when I sing songs. He grabbed a pink microphone and a small speaker, while his stomach expanded slightly into bongos. The first note hit, and PB's glare sliced through the room like ice. Jake froze mid-beat, but continued playing eyes wide. He just sort of hoped she would stop her glare if he finished the song. She loved his songs, right? Her voice suddenly dropped into a deep, guttural growl. Then she slammed her hand into one of the flower bushes and in an instant, every single flower wilted instantly. Jake's jaw dropped. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best choice. PB convulsed and yelped something incomprehensible. Jake's stomach did a flip. He tried to stop the song, fumbling with the bongos. This song's not that good. I'm stoppin'. But PB wasn't done. She yelped again, flailing. Jake cringed as she shrieked, the bed began bouncing wildly. And then, flames. Dark, demonic flames sprouted around the room. Jake, she screamed out, voice changed, deep and monster-like. Jake's eyes went as wide as saucers, he turned on his heels and bolted, tail flailing, heart pounding. Oh my glob, oh my glob, oh my glob, oh my glob, oh my glob. He skidded to a stop outside the door, panting, before slamming it shut behind him and sliding to the floor. Maybe, the toxic waste did something to her brain, made her, demon powers or something. He leaned against the wall, catching his breath, ears drooping. The park was silent, too silent, shadows stretched unnaturally across the blackened ground, remnants of his awakening rampage. The swings creaking faintly in the wind. Naruto sat alone on one of them, the chains cold and rough against his hands, his body hunched forward, elbows on his knees. The darkness around him wasn't just the night, it was the weight pressing into his chest, thick and suffocating. His thoughts churned like a storm. How could I let this happen? How could I let all of this happen? He had been tricked, again and again, drawn close to the edge, nearly destroyed. He had brought his friends into danger, let them teeter on the knife's edge. Shadow, he had lost Shadow. And PB, she had almost died, but grief didn't take hold, not really. What burned inside him was blame. Relentless, sharp, corrosive blame aimed at himself. He should have stayed focused, he should have seen the lich's energy inside him sooner. He should have broken free from its control. He should have caught PB. He should have realized sooner the danger of diving into that pool of malice. He should have protected his long-found partners, his friends, again and again. Each thought cut, each memory twisted, and it all reminded him of the past. It hurt. God, how it hurt. Naruto gripped the cold chains of the swing tighter, his knuckles pale. The night air around him grew heavier, pressing down like it wanted to bury him. He shut his eyes, and the park dissolved. In its place came the battlefield, dust. Blood, silence broken only by the groans of the dying wind. His body remembered the exhaustion, the sting of his torn skin, the hollow ache of where his arms should have been. He could almost smell the scorched ground, how his face was back then, less pronounced whiskers, and his blue eyes. He stood again before Hagoromo, who regarded him with the same patient, unreadable gaze. Behind him towered the tailed beasts, free at last, their chakra trembling through the air. To his left, Sakura's eyes brimmed with tears. Kakashi stood somberly, his expression masked but his concern plain. Sasuke lingered at the edge, sharp eyes watching, always watching. Hagoromo's voice echoed, calm but firm. Naruto, the war has ended, tell me, what will you do now, what path will you walk? Naruto remembered how heavy the words had felt, like they pressed on his chest. He had to pause, to gather the scraps of himself that weren't burned out in battle. Finally, he answered, his voice hoarse but steady. I'm gonna look after them, the tailed beasts. They've been used like tools for too long. Somebody's gotta make sure they're safe. Away from people. Away from the shinobi world. If no one else will do it. He gave a tired smile. Then I will. He remembered Sakura's sharp inhale, the way her hands clenched together. Naruto, are you serious, after everything you said about wanting to be Hokage? Kakashi's voice cut in, measured but carrying weight. It's not a small decision, you'd be leaving the village behind, Naruto, are you certain this is what you want? Naruto laughed faintly, the sound ragged. He scratched the back of his neck with his one hand, wincing at the stiffness in his shoulders. To be honest, all that Hokage talk was mostly me being loud. You know, proving myself, and seeing Granny Tsunade buried in paperwork, or the old man, I don't think that's my kind of thing. His grin softened, more wistful than proud. Then his eyes drifted toward Sasuke. His voice dropped, more serious than before. But I still want someone to do it, to protect the village, that's why. I want you to take it, Sasuke. Be Hokage in my place, you'd be good at it. He remembered Sasuke's stare, sharp, calculating, unreadable. No words came from him then, only silence that felt heavier than the battlefield itself. The voices of the past blurred, fading back into the dark park. Naruto opened his eyes, staring at the ground beneath the swings. His fists ached from how tightly he was gripping the chains. The guilt hadn't changed, not then, not now. The swing creaked as Naruto rocked slightly, his body hunched forward, head bowed low. The memory of Sasuke's silence gnawed at him. Back then, it had been just another unanswered question between them, but now it echoed like judgment. If he'd been sharper, more aware, the war might have ended differently. If he'd been stronger, maybe no one would have had to suffer. And here, in this strange new time, it was happening all over again. He'd been tricked. Manipulated. Shadow was gone. Finn and Jake had nearly been crushed. Bubblegum had almost died. His stomach twisted as he pressed his hand against the swing's chain. Every failure stacked higher until it pressed against his ribs, suffocating. He thought of the Lich's control, of the malice that had clawed its way into his heart, and of the moment he let it drag him under. If he'd been faster, if he'd been smarter, if he'd been more focused. Naruto gritted his teeth. The thoughts burned, but beneath the pain, something harder began to form. He couldn't let it keep happening, he wouldn't. If this time wanted to throw monsters like the Lich at him, then fine, he'd meet them head-on. But he wouldn't just stumble into it unprepared again. He'd train, he'd master the abilities he had somewhat neglected. Understand them, bend them to his will before it could be turned against him. And next time, when danger came, because it always did, he wouldn't let anyone fall. Not Shadow, not Finn, not Jake, not Bubblegum. The swing's chains rattled as he let go, sitting straighter, a faint fire returning to his eyes. He wasn't just a wanderer dropped into another mess of anew. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and if he couldn't forgive himself for the past, then he'd at least make sure no one else paid for it. The night air stirred faintly, carrying the sound of approaching footsteps. The swing groaned beneath Naruto as he doubled over laughing, wild and sharp. It wasn't the carefree kind of laugh people knew him for, it was harsher, almost daring the world to try him again. Shadow was right, he snorted, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. I should have trained, I tempted fate and, look where it got me. His grin stretched wider, edges too sharp, next time I tempt it, I'll be ahead of it. Next time, I'll keep my fun and no one's gonna get messed up. The guilt didn't leave, but it sank down, buried beneath the heat of his resolve. His laughter quieted just as footsteps crunched across the grass. Naruto turned, smirk already forming. Finn stood there, juggling a lopsided pile of supplies. It's been exactly an hour, Finn said flatly. You okay? Naruto tilted his head sly. What you timing me now, you worried, or just miss me already? Finn shrugged it off, adjusting the bundle in his arms. Man, I'm used to you messing with me by now, so your teasing ain't gonna make me react. Naruto leaned back in the swing, grinning. Okay, good for you. I'm good, he answered right after, just figured it's time I started training again. That made Finn raise a brow. Training, that doesn't sound like you. You're usually the one yelling at me and Jake to do push-ups till we drop. Naruto's grin turned darker, maybe I should up your training, then. Sorry sir, won't happen again, sir. Finn blurted automatically, then groaned, realizing what he'd just said. Naruto chuckled, eyes narrowing with amusement. Look at you, already traumatized. His gaze flicked to the supplies in Finn's arms, so what's with all that junk? Finn looked down, then back up, Princess Bubblegum sent me to get it, girl stuff. Naruto squinted at the bundle, gasoline, lighter fluid, random sharp things. For a second he looked skeptical, then he shrugged. Sounds like her. Still, the smirk came back, maybe it'll get you a date. Finn blinked, then frowned, what, dude, no, it's not like that. Naruto waved him off, laughing under his breath, sure it's not. Seriously, Finn stomped a foot, cheeks hot. She's the ruler of a whole kingdom, I'm just helping out. Naruto only leaned back in the swing, grin wide, clearly entertained. The two made their way back to the castle, slipping in through the main doors, climbing stairs, and weaving down the endless pink halls. Finn jogged ahead with a bounce in his step, clutching the bundle like a puppy desperate to please. Naruto, trailing behind, couldn't help but laugh under his breath. Kid's hopeless, he thought. It wasn't even about the age gap, 13 versus, 18? However old you had to be to run a kingdom. Even if PB was 13, she'd still be nose-deep in science stuff, too busy ruling to kick back and play. But that wasn't Naruto's truth to drop, that was Bubblegum's. His job was just to be there for Finn, same as Jake, still funny, though. Finn barreled down the last stretch, yellow walls blurring past him. He skidded to a stop in front of Bubblegum's door, hand ready to knock, and was yanked back by a pair of stretchy arms. Whoa dude, wait, Jake said, reeling him in. His eyes darted over the pile in Finn's arms like it was a ticking bomb. What's with all this? Finn glanced down, then back up, casual as ever. I dunno, bleach, ammonia, gasoline, lighter fluid, plutonium. You know, lady stuff. Jake's eyes went wide. No man, no, the door swung open. Bubblegum peeked out, scooped the pile neatly from Finn's arms, gave a quick thanks, and shut the door again. Finn blinked, then grinned. No problem. Naruto cocked a brow. That was weird, he thought, but turned to Jake instead. Okay, what's wrong? Jake whipped toward him, skipping any kind of greeting. His voice was low, urgent. You guys don't get it, her bed was on fire. What? Finn yelped, eyes wide. Naruto folded his arms, steady but sharp, is she okay? No dude, she made it on fire. With a match, Finn asked. With science, Naruto added. Jake shook his head slowly, swallowing, with her mind. Silence dropped over them, thick and heavy. Naruto leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching Jake spiral. The way the dog's eyes darted, the way his voice wavered, it was like he was too sure of himself. Her bed was on fire, with her mind? Naruto smirked faintly to himself, sounded crazy, sounded impossible. Then again, so did half the stuff he'd seen since waking up in this candy-coated nightmare. All right, Jake muttered, puffing out his chest. I'll prove it. They crept back toward Bubblegum's door. Jake's hand stretched, trembling as he reached for the knob. He hesitated, swallowing hard, then finally pushed it open. The smell hit Naruto first, smoke and chemicals, thick in the air. Inside, the room looked scorched, flowers wilted and blackened, pink walls charred as if a fire had torn through. But Bubblegum, she was gone. Finn's face twisted with worry. Where's the princess? Naruto frowned, unease gnawing in his gut. So Jake wasn't imagining it. He glanced around, every instinct telling him something was wrong, very wrong. That's when he heard it, wet sounds, gurgling, from behind the bathroom door. Finn ran up, knocking fast. Princess, are you in there? A voice answered, not Bubblegum's soft, careful voice, but something deeper, heavier, like it was dragged up from a pit. I'm busy. Naruto's smirk dropped, his stomach turned cold. That was all the confirmation he needed. Yeah, he muttered, Jake's not overreacting. Without another thought, he drove his foot into the door. Wood splintered, the frame cracked, and the whole thing blasted inward. Dude, Finn yelped, his voice cracking. What are you doing? But the words died in his throat. Naruto froze, even he didn't expect this. The princess loomed in the bathroom, twisted and stretched, taller than she'd ever been, taller than the Lich himself. Her form bubbled and warped, skin the color of rot, her limbs twitching like they weren't hers anymore. She hunched over the tub, hands sunk deep into green liquid that sloshed and frothed like ooze. The same cursed stuff Naruto had felt back in the well. She lifted it to her mouth, guzzling it down, the sound sickening. Naruto's jaw clenched, every instinct screamed enemy. That energy, it's the same power that tried to tear me apart. And she's drinking it like it's water. Finn took a step forward, his voice breaking, Princess? But Naruto didn't move, his eyes narrowed, and for the first time, he wasn't doubting Jake's story, not one bit. Put it down, Biggie, Naruto barked, pointing straight at the tub. His voice cut sharper than he meant it to, more command than plea. For a second, he thought maybe she'd listen. Maybe somewhere under all that twisted goo and snarling mass, Bubblegum would stop. Instead, she whirled on them. Her arm, stretched and warped, swung with bone-cracking speed. Naruto barely had time to brace before, they were swatted clean across the hall, smashing into the opposite wall like flies under a swatter. Plaster cracked, dust rained down, and they slid down in a heap. Finn's fixed backpack, shredded. Naruto groaned, pushing himself up with one hand pressed to his ribs. Figures. After everything today, I should have known I wouldn't dodge that. His body still ached from earlier battles, he'd just been too stubborn to show it. But man, she hit like a freight cart at full speed. A low rumble pulled his attention back. The mutated Bubblegum swelled grotesquely, growing taller and taller until she burst out of the room entirely. Walls cracked as her massive form ripped through, rising up until she towered over the castle itself. With a guttural roar, she rushed headlong toward one of the Gumball Guardians. Swinging fists bigger than houses. Naruto lurched to his feet, spitting dust, then turned his head to the right. Of course Finn and Jake were sprawled beside him, coughing, but, what the? Ice King, standing there like he'd just strolled in. Naruto squinted, more annoyed than angry. His tone was casual, almost flat. Why are you here? The wizard fidgeted, scratching his beard, eyes shifting. Look, man, don't get mad, but I had to, someone had to keep an eye on the princess after after the lich thing. That made Naruto pause, that explains it. Finn, though, wasn't having it. He staggered up, fists clenched, pain flashing in his eyes. You don't know that. I do. Ice King shot back, his voice higher, sharper. Thanks to my wizard eyes. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wizard eyes? Ice King's voice dropped, turning weirdly serious. Back at the well, I saw something. The lich. Something left him. And it went straight into bubblegum. Finn's jaw tightened, shaking his head. That's crazy. It's not crazy, Ice King snapped. Okay, maybe half the time it is. 'Cause with wizard eyes, what you see is, like, real half the time. The other half? It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All the time. He sighed, shoulders slumping under the weight of his own words. All the time. Naruto looked at him for a moment, and for the first time, felt a pang of sympathy for the old wizard. But there wasn't time for sympathy. Not now. His eyes hardened, resolve setting in like stone. Well then, he said, voice low but firm, I'm gonna handle it. You all stay here. Finn's head whipped toward him. Wait, don't you need our... But before he could finish, Naruto was gone. Vanished. Naruto reappeared in a blur of motion, high atop one of the castle's taller spires. From there, he could see it all, the mutated bubblegum, towering like a nightmare, trading blows with the Gumball Guardian. Each strike rattled the ground like thunder, candy citizens screaming and scattering below. His fists clenched at his sides. So not only did the lich almost wipe us out, now he's using her like a puppet. The thought left a sour taste in his mouth. The guilt tried to creep back in, but it only stoked something sharper inside him. All the more reason I've gotta train. I can't keep lagging behind. Not if this world's gonna keep throwing monsters in my face. Still, his smirk tugged back into place. That last hit from her hurt like crazy, ribs were screaming at him, but compared to taking the lich head-on? This was nothing. He remembered how alive he'd felt back at the well, even when the fight could have killed him. He wasn't about to forget that rush. So why the hell not? A fight like this was perfect. A fight to shake off the sting, to get his groove back. To remind himself who he was. His grin stretched wide, animalistic, his eyes sharp and hungry. Yeah, he muttered, coiling like a spring, let's dance, Biggie. And then he launched. Air cracked around him as he shot forward, leg extended in a clean arc. His heel smashed against Bubblegum's grotesque jaw, snapping her head sideways with a sickening crack. The sheer force sent her flying back, crashing into the Candy Kingdom's outer wall like a cannonball. Dust plumed, debris rained down. Naruto landed hard, skidding, the ground splitting beneath his sandals. He rolled his shoulders, ignoring the ache, that grin still burning bright. Even weak, even small compared to her hulking mass, he was still gonna put in the work. Naruto's grin split his face as Monster PB spotted him. He didn't waste a second. 3 precise hand signs, a blur of motion, and he vanished just before a gargantuan fist smashed into the ground where he had been standing. The shockwave rattled the surrounding buildings, sending candy bricks skittering like marbles. He launched himself at her arm, black flames licking along his fist and forearm, crackling in the air. She swung to squash him, massive fingers snapping like steel gates, but he was gone, already leaping toward her other arm. She swung again, trying to hurl him into the void, and, yes, she managed to toss him. But Naruto twisted midair, letting his momentum carry him back onto her forearm. He crouched low, coiled like a spring, and launched toward her face. She reacted with another punch, and this time he didn't dodge, he met her blow head-on, his flaming fist colliding with her own, sparks and black embers raining in all directions. The impact shook him back slightly, but it only stoked the fire in his veins. Naruto twisted, dodging the next massive strike, and delivered a savage uppercut to her jaw, sending her staggering backward. He landed nimbly on the ground, barely giving himself a second to breathe. In a heartbeat, he was gone again, moving at impossible speed. He ran up her leg like it was a staircase, black flames climbing with him, every movement precise yet wild. By the time he reached her shoulders, he was inches from her distorted, towering face. He mocked her with a grin, and she swung at him. He grabbed her massive hand, kicked off it, and let her fist smack into her own jaw. Sloppy, he muttered under his breath, but there was no time for rest. Monster PB wasn't done. With a mighty heave, she ripped an empty watchtower from the ground and hurled it at him. Naruto's grin widened even further. With a slash of chakra, he cleaved the tower into pieces and kicked each segment back at her like guided missiles. He leapt after the fragments, striking with precise blows. Jaw, arm, side, he was everywhere at once, faster than she could follow. She swung at him again. He dodged. Hit her twice in the jaw. Another swing, another miss. Landing on her hand, he braced himself as she attempted a crushing slap. His flames extinguished for a moment, but he caught her massive hand mid-strike, the raw force vibrating up his arm. "You're honestly making this too easy," he muttered, voice low, eyes gleaming. She didn't relent. Her next slap came from the side, hurling him through the air. He crashed into another tower, bricks exploding around him. Winded but grinning ear to ear, he wiped the dust from his face. "This is exactly the kind of fight I live for," he thought. Yet, boredom started to creep in. She wasn't adapting fast enough. Naruto clenched his fists. "Art is an explosion," he shouted, and the world seemed to answer. Black flame shockwaves rippled out from every point he had touched, hitting PB in her hands, her jaw, the edges of her massive form. The jutsu he had spent months perfecting wasn't just a punch, it left invisible markers that detonated on his command. He watched the flames dance over her, feeling that familiar surge of control. Now that she was preoccupied, he could plan his next move. As if the world itself had heard him, ice began creeping along her body. Naruto looked down. Finn and Ice King rode on Jake's stretched, massive back, freezing monster PB from the ground up. Ice crystals snaked over her form, encasing her limbs in thick, glittering frost. Within moments, the gargantuan, lich-controlled princess was completely immobilized. Naruto landed beside them, black flames fading, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Jake shrank back to his normal size, panting slightly, while Finn hovered close, still wide-eyed at the scale of the chaos. For a brief moment, the park was silent except for the crackle of residual flames and the soft hiss of frost. Naruto exhaled, his grin softening into a smirk that held equal parts relief and excitement. Naruto's eyes scanned the frozen tower of Monster PB, his arms crossed. "So, whose idea was it to freeze Biggie?" His tone carried that mix of curiosity and teasing he always had. The one that could cut through tension but also draw it out. Jake immediately puffed up, practically bouncing in place. "That was my idea," he exclaimed, eyes wide. "But, it took a ton of convincing, me and Ice King, like, convincing Finn to actually let him help this time." Finn gave a sheepish shrug, cheeks pink beneath the weight of both pride and guilt. Naruto let out a short, knowing laugh. Of course, he thought. But he understood. He leaned forward slightly, giving the wizard and the boy a small nod. "Well? You did a good job." His gaze lingered on Ice King just a moment longer, the tease dancing at the edges of his words. Before he could add anything else, the massive ice statue began to tilt. He instinctively stretched out, shaping gray wood hands beneath it. With a few quick, careful motions, he caught the top-heavy form, lowering it gently to the ground. He exhaled, a mix of relief and fatigue washing over him. That was a close one. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surface of PB's frozen form began to crack. Spiderweb lines of ice snaked across her face and limbs. Naruto's stomach dropped slightly. Shards began to splinter away, cascading to the ground in clinking, dangerous patterns. His hands rose automatically, gray wood fingers catching pieces where he could, holding them in place. He looked down at the shattered fragments of ice, jaw tightening. "I can't win. Despite the frustration and creeping dread, he wasn't panicking. She'd been through worse. The well of power had practically liquefied her, and her doctors managed to rebuild her then. This was less complicated, though he only really told himself that. Still, he just wanted her to stop dying. The hallway outside the emergency room buzzed with nervous energy. Candy Kingdom citizens huddled together, whispering, shifting from foot to foot. The princesses leaned against the walls, some fidgeting, others silent, eyes glued to the door. Naruto stood apart, arms crossed, his face neutral but his mind working overtime. Part of him feared the worst, part of him silently hoped, just like last time, that she'd be okay. Finally, the doors creaked open. Dr. Ice Cream stepped out first, a tired but resolute look on his face. Finn's eyes went wide, and before anyone could stop him, he shouted, "PB. Is she okay?" Dr. Ice Cream's lips pressed into a thin line. "She's fine, mostly, there were some complications." Jake's ears perked, and he leaned closer to Finn, trying to catch every word. Finn's hands clenched. "Complications," he repeated, voice tight. "Let's just say," the doctor began, "there wasn't enough of her to restore her fully. We did our best." His voice trailed off as the door behind him opened wider. A figure stepped through, younger, smaller, but alive, PB. Her pink hair framed her face perfectly, though her stature and mannerisms clearly marked her as 13. She looked around cautiously, blinking at the crowd. "She's 13 now," Dr. Ice Cream explained gently. "Not what we intended, but she's stable." Finn's jaw dropped. Jake blinked. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, scanning her carefully, not showing much, but inside, his chest tightened. "So she's really okay." Again. Ice King muttered something under his breath, then straightened. "Dang it. All right, everyone, I'm out. Don't get into trouble." With a flurry of icy wings, he shot through the nearest window and vanished into the morning sky. The hallway erupted in murmurs and soft cheers. Finn and Jake exchanged glances. Relieved, while Naruto stayed still, silent. A faint line of worry tugged at his mind, but beneath it was a flicker of hope, the same hope that had kept him calm the first time PB had been brought back. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Seeing her there, breathing, moving. It was enough for now. That's it for today. I hoped you liked the video. Please like and subscribe, and comment ideas if you can, and maybe you could share this with your friends, because you never know, they might like what ifs too. So without further ado, All Kage, out.